Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the after party of the warm up, or should we say the main event? Okay, welcome to another arena. This is the show that we do every 2 weeks. It's an opportunity for non-Muslims being the operative word, to challenge Islam. To challenge Islam directly, like our mate Joseph just tried to do. I'm not quite sure what he tried to challenge, but anyway, talking about why does the Quran say that Allah praise on Muhammad or praise for Muhammad, and at the same time, Joseph is also welcome to try to present Christianity as the truth, which would make Islam false. So you can challenge Islam directly by challenging Islam directly, or challenge it indirectly by showing another worldview is true, which would make Islam false by default. So this is what we do. And rather than me do it alone, mashallah, I bring some guests. So we have brother Sabur, who's finally made it.
Assalamu alaikum.
How you doing, my brother? You good?
I'm good. I feel really bad because I was supposed to be here on time, but I was stuck. I was literally just stuck. So,
well, if it helps, we just started.
Okay, that does help.
Literally just started. I changed the time because Firdaus wasn't coming till 10 anyway, so you was delayed. So I just apologized to John, but I said I'll start at 10 o'clock then, no problem. And then my warm up started late, and then so anyway, welcome, mashallah, good to have you, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
right. I'm pretty sure this is Firdaus. I'm pretty sure this is his channel. Pretty sure. I don't know. I'll wait till I see his face. All right, let me just put the link out. I hope we get some good guests today, man. I really do hope we do get some good guests today. Did you see any of the warm-up?
Nope. I was actually on Ali's live stream. I just finished.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I
was on there for about 3 hours. I traveled from that studio. I left the studio around 8:20, and then I got here at 10 o'clock. Can you believe? Like 8:20 to 10 o'clock.
Where's the studio? What area? Studio. Oh, sorry, we're gonna dox him.
Let's dox Ali's studio.
How long should how long should the journey have taken?
Okay, no more than say 50 minutes.
50?
Yeah.
How long did it take?
Due to some issues, an hour and a half.
It's a Friday before the holidays and that, innit? So maybe people are getting away.
Crazy traffic.
Okay, we've got a guest here. 1 second, Martin Trisler. I can make sure I get my filters right now because we don't want none of this dodgy porn filth to sneak on. I think it's that one. Martin Trisler.
Oh, hey.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. I wanted to just ask a brief question. I talked to you guys, actually, both you, Sabur, and Hamza, before. You told me to come back after I had watched whether Muhammad was lying, deceived, or well, I just recently I waited for the deceived video to be posted, and I saw that you.
Oh, that was intense. That deceived one was intense, man.
But yeah, so I watched that, yeah, you told me to come back and email you so that you could devote a whole podcast to or not a podcast, but you would talk to me for as long as I wanted about the claim that I made in terms of whether Muhammad, I guess, I don't even remember, but the question I came to ask was how, and I'll give detail about what I talked to you guys about before, but I've read the Quran. I was told that if I read the Quran in its entirety, I would become Muslim because I would see the value in it in itself. And then I didn't after reading it. So I wanted to ask particularly, what is it that you guys would say it takes, to be convinced? Besides, and I think you told me about just looking at Muhammad himself as a way, and I guess
no, I didn't. I didn't tell you that. I said test Muhammad.
Yeah, test Muhammad. Okay, sorry.
Have you tested him?
So the one conclusion I thought was like particularly like okay to me was like, what if he was just like genuinely mistaken? And I talked to you guys about how I know people who believe that they hear from God, right? But I personally don't think they do, but they don't show any signs of being liars, being deceived by the devil, being schizophrenic. So I wouldn't say those people are those things. I would just think they're genuinely mistaken. And I would say, could Muhammad also
Been
be?
mistaken about what?
About the fact that an angel or God is speaking to him.
For 23 years.
Yeah.
Well, what else could it be?
Well, I think like, I would say I know people who for over 20 years believe God has been speaking to them.
That wasn't
So
my question. That wasn't my question.
So what else could it be? I think
Alaikum, John.
people can have
Assalamu alaikum.
hello.
No laughing at the back. Right, go on, Martin.
Yeah, but I think people can believe things and have experiences that don't necessarily need to have a basis in like divine deception or trying to do things for an ulterior motive. I think that can be the case.
Give me an example of your friends who said they speak to God or hear from God.
Yeah, so like they will just say, they feel like they should pray for this person because they're going through a tough time or something without any talking to that person.
No, you
Without-
said that's not what you just said. You said you believe people, people who for 20 years believe they're receiving word from God, message from God, hearing
Yeah.
God's voice.
Yes.
Okay. Who are these people?
I would.
Because I'm going to say, Martin, you're lying.
No. I could.
I'm going to
tell
say
you
you're
of-
lying, mate. You don't know anybody who tells you they hear God's voice for the past 20 years.
If you
Who's not a little bit mental?
okay, if you do research on
I'm not
like
interested in
American,
research. I'm not interested in research. You said you know people.
yes,
Who are
I
these
do know people.
Who?
These people are all church-going members of like Pentecostal or Christian
Right.
denominations.
Right. So these Christians tell you they hear God's voice.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have you spoken to them and asked them why they believe that?
Yes.
What convinces them it's true? And what do they say?
So personally, like I gave you the example of my mom, for example. I know
Oh,
for a
let's use your
fact.
mum as an example.
Yes.
So your
right?
mum's told you for the past 20 years, God has been speaking to her through an angel.
Not through an angel. No.
All right. So God has been speaking to her directly.
Yes.
Did she hear God's voice?
Yes.
What does it sound like?
I asked the same thing, but
Let's not talk about sounds of voices today.
What does it sound like? What did she say it sounded like when you asked her?
When I've asked that, she's described it less like a person's voice, but more like an audible instruction that is more like internal. Like it's almost like as if she may be feeling it as if she speaks to herself.
Sounds like. Did you take medication?
Does who?
Your mum.
Does she take medications? Not for mental. I mean, she's elderly, so I think she takes medications due to her age.
Okay.
Like
Should she take medication for mental illness?
No, I absolutely not. She's actually a mental health therapist, so I doubt
She's a
she
mental
would need
health
it.
therapist who hears voices.
Yes, or believes that she hears from God.
Okay.
And I
Score.
think.
Do you want to pick this up?
Well, I think what we first need to do is go back to the criteria of Islam when it comes to the Prophet, peace be upon him, being truthful, deluded, or a liar. Now, when we break down this claim logically, we have to look at every single thing in its own context, what it actually entails. So let's start off with the claim of the prophet being, say, a liar, right? Let's focus on that, because what you're doing at the moment is the way that you're communicating is kind of muddying the waters, it's kind of confusing the situation. So let's deal with the liar thesis. When people lie, they lie because they're trying to gain something, right? They're actually trying to gain something. What did the prophet, peace be upon him, gain from putting his life at risk by challenging the social fabric, which was based on polytheism and casteism and racism and slavery? What did he do? What exactly was the benefit in putting his neck on the line for essentially calling to a belief system which nobody believed in at all, and which was antagonizing the powers that be? So let's go one by one into each category and deal with that, because I think the way that you're communicating currently is just confusing the situation.
Well, I can agree with you. I even though I could say things like, Muhammad did, improve in status. Well, I guess maybe you may not say improve, but his status changed once he was recognized as a prophet, and his power, so to speak, changed.
Can we
But
can we slow down there, because I think what you're doing is you're skipping a few decades, right? You're actually skipping what happened. His growth in power, his growth in kingdom, his growth in state and political status happened decades later. What happened initially when he called to the worship of God alone in Arabia? What exactly happened at that moment?
I mean, I understand that the Quraysh people rejected it because they worshipped multiple gods, but I don't think that I don't think he was a liar. Just like I don't think I just want to go ahead and say that.
Okay.
That's what I was
Okay,
trying to
no, no,
point
okay,
to.
that's fine. That's fine. So we can skip that, because it's very hard to maintain that, because he had nothing to gain immediately. Now, if he happened to afterwards be revered and people loved him, we can't say that that's the reason he did it, because he never got that in the beginning, and there was no clear route that this young man receiving revelation is going to tremble the foundations of the Roman and the Persian Empire either. So we can't say he wanted victory over those empires, because that's what his message consequentially led to. What we need to say is, what were the most predictable outcomes for him to call upon God alone in Arabia? And if those were the predictable outcomes, then why would a man put his neck on the line, put his neck on the chopping board to do that? It doesn't make any sense at all. So the liar thesis, let's throw out. In terms of delusions, right? In terms of delusions, he came up with a message which is coherent, which is consistent, which works, which created an Islamic empire which lasted for well over 1300 years, right? So, somebody to create a political culture, a social culture, a, a military doctrine, a entirely new way of thinking, a set of morals, a set of ethics, a metaphysical system being promoted in terms of the hereafter. All of this coherency is coming from essentially somebody that's deluded. And if we study every single case that we know of somebody who is deluded, the first thing is they are never ever consistent. This is the primary argument that's actually made against those people who say that the prophet, peace be upon him, was deluded. If he was deluded, if he was insane, if he was mad, how could he come up with something that works and is consistent? Like, that's incredible. Give me an example of anyone in human history that's made such large claims and made claims which actually were consistent and they actually worked. Like, for example, if someone says, oh, there's a guy somewhere in Mongolia, he's claiming he's living in a cave and he's claiming he's a prophet of God. Yeah, what's going to happen in 10 years from now? No one knows his name. No one knows him from Adam. No one cares about him. Here's a man who is the most influential man in human history. Like, I just want you to consider something, my friend. Because look, I do consider you as an intelligent person. Consider something. There is nobody on this earth that is more influential than this man today. Name me a single person. You can say Isaac Newton, you can say Charles Darwin, you can say these people, they still are a blip compared to him. The influence that this man has had on human history is unprecedented. How do you explain that? Like, these are things which are incredibly hard to explain if you stick to the deluded thesis, right? So if you're saying he's not a liar, he's not deluded, well, guess what? There's only one solution. There's only one conclusion, and that is that he is a truthful messenger of God.
I would just say that, in the Christian sphere, they say the exact same, make the same claim for Jesus, right? They say the exact same thing. Either he was a liar. I think, who was it that first created this notion was a very famous Christian theologist, if I remember, C.S. Lewis, I believe. He started this, argument for Christ, and now I see it. Before I have only heard it in his respect. Now I hear it from Muhammad's respect. So I would just say, like,
I'm going to tell you
it would be
something
difficult to
controversial.
deny the.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you something controversial about that, right? That claim of Jesus is not actually inconsistent in some respects to the claim that we make about the Prophet Muhammad. So let me just explain what that means. Our perspective is somebody can take the life of Jesus, like right now, using Islamic sources, using Christian sources, using non-Christian sources, objectively looking at the life of Jesus and sticking to the minimalistic claim that Jesus claimed to be divinely inspired. Okay, because that's what the early Christians believed. If we applied the three criteria that we were speaking about, was he a liar, was he deluded, was he truthful, we will come to the same conclusion: he's truthful. And guess what? He's a prophet in Islam too, right? So it's not actually an argument against. If anything, it amplifies the argument that we're actually making. Because remember, we don't deny the premises, the basic premises of Jesus not being deluded and not being a liar. What we deny is the Christian interpretation, which goes against the first three generations, that he claimed to be divine, right? So if a Muslim was to make an argument for the truthfulness of Jesus being a messenger of God using this criteria, none of us on this panel would actually disagree with that person.
Yeah, I can But I think, in the Christian sense, they say he was, like, I think, liar, lunatic, or Lord.
No, but
Same.
Martin, let me explain the
Same thing.
problem. Let me explain the problem the Christian has. They don't know what Jesus said. Truly, they don't know what he did, what he actually said, and what he actually did as historical fact. Okay, first thing, and even the snippets of what they have still doesn't justify their worldview about him. Yeah, he didn't go around telling everyone he was God. He didn't do this. All he did was say that he just came to correct the Jews. If you read the New Testament, he's just coming to correct the Jews. He doesn't come and preach anything differently to non-Jews, to Gentiles, or anything like that. So this idea he was a lunatic, what did Jesus say that was so out there? What did he say?
No, I would agree. I don't think he really claimed to be God, as you guys, I've
He didn't claim
heard
to
you
be
guys
God.
explain.
He didn't claim
And
to be God.
he didn't make any outlandish or make people do outlandish things for the sake of,
Right. So where does lunacy come from? What was it? Was it lunacy? What's the other one? Liar? What did he lie
Yeah,
about?
I think that's what they use, rather than
Yeah.
But it doesn't
You know,
work. It doesn't
Hamza,
fit.
I just want to butt in there. Have you looked into the Quran? Have you looked into the message of Islam, Martin?
Yes, I've read the Quran in its entirety.
So what do you think of it?
So I think there's an incredible amount of value in it. One
I mean,
thing I think that may have,
obviously it's hard to kind of read the Quran and understand all the details. Of course, it needs explanation as well.
yes.
If you're talking about the Sharia and the governance of Islam, the miraculous nature of the Quran, it's not something you might grasp after one reading, especially in the English language. One thing I would say is looking into the Sharia, I believe for me, it's one of the major proofs of Islam. because I believe that this was not just the basic theology of Islam, because this is why so many people accepted Islam so quickly, because they could understand the theology of Islam. I mean, out of all the Christians today, I don't think anyone can truly articulate the theology of the Bible. There's so many different opinions regarding that. But when we talk about Islam, the layperson, the Bedouin, the shepherd, the PhD graduate can all explain the theology of Islam, what Islam has, what the Quran and the Hadith are saying. Of course, all at different levels, but everyone can grasp the theology of Islam. Secondly, when Islam came, it was instantly recognized, the people could recognize the miraculous nature of not just the way it's revealed, but what the laws are, to the extent that even the pagans accused him of magic. They didn't accuse him of being a liar. They didn't accuse him of writing it. They knew that this wasn't human-made, that this was truly a divine revelation. They could recognize the miraculous nature of it to the extent they said he must be doing magic. SubhanAllah. And in fact, this is what they accused Jesus of as well. SubhanAllah. They accused Jesus also of magic because he was also a true prophet of Allah. The point I'm getting at is the initial converts to Islam, the whole of Arabia and beyond, it was because of the Sharia. They could see that this is the divine law. I mean, why would a man 1400 years ago in the desert invent a law that doesn't benefit him? Even till today, his family cannot take zakat. SubhanAllah. If you're from the lineage of the Prophet, you can't accept the official zakat. You know, the point is that there was no benefit, no worldly benefit for the Prophet, peace be upon him. And if you look at his life, he wasn't gaining anything except, you know, being attacked by the pagans, losing his family members, you know. So I think if you just look at the bigger picture, look at the actual Sharia, I think you'll recognize that it's a divine law. And that's what people initially saw in Islam. And then in the Quran, it says, if you're in doubt, produce a verse like it or produce a book like it. In Baqarah, it says, produce an ayah like it, right? And call your followers. So even if we're looking at things, you know, look at Islam is the biggest religion in the world, meaning it's the biggest body of people that agree on the same theology. If you look at Catholicism, what is 900 million, Protestantism, it's all different. It's different theology. But Islam, if you're talking about Sunni Islam, whether you say 1.5 to 2 billion, however many it is still the largest body of people. And that's the kind of proof that the people will see the proof in it. And it's just that you're not seeing it because you're not investigated. So I would really encourage you to, you know, not just read the Quran, try and read up on the wisdoms and the laws that are derived from the Quran and the Sunnah, how the universal law of the Sharia is perfect. And that's what really stood out to me. You know, to be honest with you, it just beats any law, any kind of system or way of life you bring. Islam trumps it totally. And for, you know, for a man to come from the desert with this, it's just impossible.
Yeah, just to quickly concur as well, you know, one of the reasons I accepted Islam was when I read the book Yusuf Qaradawi's Halal and Haram. When you just seen what was prohibited and what was permitted, you amplified that to society. It's like, wow, this is something that could basically solve society's problems overnight if it was implemented. And then when I was told this came from this Prophet Muhammad, or something, this came from the Quran, and this is one of the reasons one of the main things that really pushed me to Islam as a rational, because I was an atheist, and you know, everything. This was the first thing that connected religion and tangible society today. It was the first thing that actually wasn't abstract to me. So that was one of the reasons. So basically, just echoing what John said, it's the same type of thing, that it was the teachings of Islam that could benefit society in a way. And it's like you said, some of the things, you know, even in the Quran, didn't really mean anything to them in the time. But today, subhanAllah, you know, we can see it. So you can see it was something that wasn't necessarily just for the people of that day. So that's one of my things. Firdaus, are you there, mate? Because Firdaus, he's a Chinese revert as well, but he was Buddhist, I think. Firdaus, you're muted if you're there. Knock twice if you're there. It's like Fajr time where he is in Malaysia.
And I would
Yeah,
just
go on,
mention,
Martin. You can respond to Bob's.
yeah, I actually pretty much agree with you. I believe I personally live my life essentially as a Muslim. I just don't pray 5 times a day. I don't, all the doctrine of Sharia law. I probably would be open and accepting of all of it, from my personal experience. And that to me is something that I've realized, not because I've well, not because I looked into Islam and then decided to act in that way. It was because of I grew up raised Christian, so like I was taught not to engage in fornication, drink, even take interest or eat pork and things of that nature. So all of those things I personally never did, but not as a result of investigating Islam. So for me, it's just been, where do I see that truth that it is within itself? And one of the reasons I'm investigating it as I am is because of just to be a part of that culture, because I want to be like potentially like married to someone who lives in that same manner.
I was going to say, what's the name? Just accept Islam, bro. Stop faffing. Seriously, you know it's the truth. Just accept it.
What is holding you back?
Yeah, what are you resisting it for?
I just don't see I don't.
You believe in the oneness of Allah? You believe in the Islamic concepts of God?
No.
Why?
I guess I also am a evolutionary biologist, essentially.
Sabur. Explain
So-
to him.
So, no, I mean, it's very interesting you say that, because nobody, I think, was more in tune with evolution than some of the thinkers behind the modern synthesis, and even Darwin himself. And many of them, as you probably know, were deists. They believed in God, they believed in something. So there's nothing, if you were to accept the pure Darwinian story without any exceptions, there's nothing there that can totally undermine God's existence. Darwin was never an atheist. So even if you don't want to believe in the Adamic story, right, the idea that evolution undermines God is not coherent. I had a discussion with Professor Jeremy Pritchard. He's a evolutionary biologist, a professor of biology at Birmingham University. He's an atheist, and that talk is called "Does Evolution Undermine God?" Now, me as a theist and him as an atheist, we both put forward arguments, historically, philosophically, and scientifically, why evolution doesn't undermine God. So I don't see any link, my friend, between evolution and disbelief in God, unless you can give me some reasons.
Well, the main one is, I think, I really find it hard to believe that humans were made distinct, from clay. Um, uh, I mean, for me, just personally, as someone who has looked into this, I mean, and it wasn't even my intention. I got put into a lab when I went to college, and I studied evolutionary biology just for the sake of doing so. And it's just been overwhelming evidence that human evolved from or a common ape ancestor, that I just cannot take that.
So let's
Like,
take that at face value, right? Let's say there's no challenge to that, although I would like to challenge that. But let's just say there's no challenge to that. That has no bearing on the idea that there is no God. There's no link between human chimp ancestry, or the truthfulness, supposed truthfulness of it, and the non-existence of God.
but then for me, I also agree. Like, it's just the definition of God. Then it's like
Can
when
I?
it becomes omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, you talk about what the free will of people is. Then it just becomes so convoluted to me that it's like,
Okay,
I
so
don't really.
What
so
you on about,
I
mate?
think I think what we need to do, my friend Martin, we need to take it one step at a time. Okay, before we get to morals and other things, less or existential questions, let's just stick to something very basic. Say Asa Gray, who is a friend of Darwin, he was an evolutionist. He was one of the early supporters of Darwin in America. He was a biologist himself. He believed in God, and what he said when The Origin of Species was published in 1859, he said that this concept that God did not create individual species, including humans, but God created the first cell, which evolved into everything else, right? The universal common ancestry idea, the tree of life idea. He said this is something which does not take away from God's glory or God's greatness. Okay. Asa Gray's writing was taken by Darwin and was republished in the later editions of The Origin of Species. That's how impressed Darwin was by these words. So, the idea that God created the first cell and that cell evolved into everything else, it's theologically not something which is problematic to believe in. I mean, as someone who's just wants to believe in God, now I don't believe in that. But if someone was to believe in that, it's not it's coherent. There's nothing actually wrong with that, because you have to remember that from God's perspective, whether God creates life, as Asa Gray said, God created multiple origins of life, multiple individual species, or created one which evolved into everything else. It's God at the end of the day behind all of it, which is why some evolutionists of the 20th century were hardcore evolutionists, but at the same time they maintained that God is ultimately behind the laws of physics, behind the laws of the universe. Francis Collins, I'm sure you're aware of him, right? So he's somebody that, for him, the depth of design goes all the way to the laws of nature, right? That's where he says that, God is the author of the laws of nature, and the laws of nature have generated, this biological evolutionary process that we actually see. So again, let's just first agree on something. There's nothing in evolution which undermines the existence of God before we move on to other things.
Yeah, I can definitely take that agreement. I think it just then goes back to the claim of Islam and
Yeah, but it's
yeah,
one step at a time. One step at
yeah.
a time.
Yeah. So let me explain something to you which I just want you to think about, okay? In the Quran, it mentions that Jesus was created without a father. Okay? Does that make sense scientifically?
No.
No. Okay, good. Let's agree it does not make sense scientifically. I agree with that as well. Scientifically, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. If we believe in God, is it coherent to believe that God can create a life like Jesus without a father? Is it coherent, logically coherent?
If we believe in God, I think yes.
Okay, good. So now we have a coherent system. Islam does not challenge the reproductive cycle. As a Muslim, to prove that Jesus was born of a virgin, I don't need to go and disprove everyone that believes in the general reproductive process. All I need to maintain is that God created the standard reproductive process, and God can intervene at any point and change the laws of nature, change the processes which are normally set, say be and it is, because that's what it says in the Quran. God says be and it is, and God can create Jesus as a miraculous creation. Likewise, it's theoretically possible that all of life may have evolved, and Adam was created as a miracle in the same way that Jesus was. From a point of coherency, once you believe in God, miracles are possible. And in the Quran, God says the likeness of Adam is like that of Jesus. So everything, my friend Martin, goes back to this question: do you believe in God? Because once you believe in God, everything else in Islam can be made simple for you. If you don't believe in God, then none of that is going to make any sense to you.
Yes. So for
And,
personally, I
e-
just
and even if you don't believe in God, you still have to believe in miracles.
yeah, and I agree with that statement as well. It's just the
Okay.
the claim of what God is. That's something that I just don't really, and it's not a matter of like, and again, and one thing I want to say is this notion of belief. that to me is something that I've thought about. Just I don't know why the concept of what you believe matters so much to your eternal destiny, that whatever God is out there, is so concerned about it to punish you forever about that claim. So that concept of God being
Okay,
someone who is so caring of what I think in my head just doesn't seem to
so what we need
align
to
with
do,
what I think God
yeah,
is.
what we need to do again, in order for you to understand that, we have to go back to whether you believe in God or not. Okay, because once you believe there is a God, and if that God has said something is important, it doesn't matter if you think it's not important. Do you see? So my issue with what you're saying, Martin, is you are jumping to the questions about why do you have this belief, or why is it with Adam, or whatever it is. First, we need to speak about God. We need to get it clear. Is there a God? Is there not a God? The first thing that I'm happy that we agreed about is, from a biological perspective, there is no argument against God. There is no argument against God from a biological perspective. Now we need to ramp up the gears, right? And I'm going to make a claim and I want you to challenge it. I believe there's evidence for the existence of God in biology. Okay, so it's not just the case that there's nothing in evolutionary theory that negates God's existence. It's not the case that we can use biological systems to argue for God's existence. So here I'm referring to the fact that we have DNA as a code. I'm referring to the fact that we have adaptations, we have niche construction, we have these great processes in nature which create novelty. This is evidence of God's work. Now, the standard answer that we hear of, the selection and random mutation mechanism, well, let's change the parameters here. Random in what sense? Because if there is a God, there is no such thing as randomness. And if there's not a God, there's still no such thing as randomness. Randomness is simply a placeholder term to label something we don't yet understand. There is no such thing as randomness, right? That's just purely ignorance. If we say something is random, what are we basically saying? Are we saying that everything is not predetermined? Are we saying that there's some sort of ghost in the machine, right? So let me repeat my main point, which I'm trying to make now. There is positive evidence for God in biology. If someone was to just look for God's existence, do you want to challenge that, or do you think that's something you can concur with?
I think it's first necessary to define what God is. Because if it can be defined by something that you can define as the universe if you wanted to, then I think you have to make a distinction. So what is God?
Okay, good question. I actually really like this question. Thank you for that question, because I think many of the reasons why people don't believe in God is because they have particular concepts of God which don't make sense. For the sake of this argument, I'm simply going to say God is a transcendent entity that is responsible for the design in the universe. That's it.
Okay.
According to that concept of God, does biology point to God?
I would say that I personally feel that one claim against it would be in biology. If God were so uh, good at design, he wouldn't have needed to create, right, like two um, types of life in order to reach the point of life that we have today. You could just do it with one if you wanted to.
Or God could have done it with 3 or 5, or I mean, because this is not a scientific objection. It's not a logical, it's not a philosophical objection. It's actually a theological objection, right? So the problem here is someone can turn around and say, well, why didn't God do this instead of that? Yeah, I mean, we were getting into theology. We're not. There's nothing objective about this. Even the concept of what is a good design, right? It actually gets into the realm of theology. So, as an example, in the Quran, it mentions whoever God wills, He gives them daughters. Whoever He wills, He gives sons. Whoever He wills, He gives daughters and sons. Whoever He wills, He makes barren. That's in the Quran. So God is saying here, he is responsible for barrenness. Barrenness is seen as biological deficiency. But from that Quranic perspective, it's not bad design, it is design. So this is where we get into theology, and this is why I want to separate out the argument for God, the transcendent God responsible for biological design, away from these other theological twigs. It starts getting very complicated if we do that. Say the
Well, I
genetic
think
code.
then
Let's say the genetic code, right? The genetic code is evidence of a designer. Would you challenge that, or would you agree with that?
I would challenge it, because I think what you just said makes your claim like a non sequitur, because anything that you see or anything that could be comprehended would be indicative of design, no matter what it is. There could be nothing that is not designed.
Yes, but that's not a contention. Because I'll tell you something interesting. You've actually said something very interesting. A rock, just a plain rock, okay? From what I just said, is it design or not design?
From what you said about, but then we have to define what we mean by like why could it not be designed, and why would it be designed?
Okay, so I would make a point here, which I want you to think about, because it's sometimes it's a bit slippery. The paradigm of design and the paradigm of non-design are completely incompatible, and you cannot switch between the two. You can't step out of both of those and look at them objectively. You either start with one or you have the other. You cannot objectively stand outside of both of them and try and judge which one's which.
100% agree.
Sabor,
Okay.
you
Do
know,
you know where this is from, by the way? This is from Thomas Kuhn. I'm sure you've heard of he talks about where paradigms are, not, you're not able to distinguish between the two of them in the structure of scientific revolution. Is that where you got your understanding? Because that's where I got mine.
No, I
Okay.
don't know who that is.
Okay, fine. Fine.
Sabor,
Fine.
we're going to do
Yes,
that
yes.
stream. We're going to do that stream, isn't it? Are you free next Friday to do that stream?
Which
Next
stream
fr-
was this?
The stream was it? We said design versus. Is it evolution?
Yes, we could do the stream. Yes.
Are you prepared? Because it might be a good stream for Martin to absorb.
I mean, to be honest, we could just do that now.
No.
Okay.
I want it. It's got to be its own thing. It's got to be its own thing.
Sure.
Because I want you to present it properly.
Yeah. So look, Martin, what it is, we have to realize when it comes to the concept of design, just the basic concept of design, it is something that is indispensable in biology, right? So say someone like Richard Dawkins, he is somebody who definitely does not believe in intelligent design, does not believe in God. He's a militant atheist. Yet, one of the things that he says in the book River Out of Eden, he says, the concept of design is so powerful that biologists use it as a research tool, right? And JBS Haldane, who I'm sure you know of, one of the founders of neo-Darwinism, he said something really interesting, right? He said teleology is a mistress to the biologist who needs her, but he is shy to be seen in public with her, right? So there's actually an American professor I'm going to be interviewing tomorrow on my channel who's actually written on this concept of design being indispensable for biology. So the question is, if there is no design, why is it that design language is layered in every substructure? Why is it design is used when it comes to paleontology? Why is it design is used when it comes to bioinformatics, when it comes to genetics, when it comes to epigenetics, when it comes to biochemistry, when it comes to psychology? All of these different subfields, you still have to have design as a research heuristic. If that's not evidence of design, then what is evidence of design? Why is it indispensable?
Well, yeah, I guess then it just becomes a claim that in order for things to appear, for everything to appear designed, everything could be appearing as if it were not designed. Both of those things God could be a non-designer, which I don't really think is maybe a contradiction, but or God could be a designer. So everything that we see is either not designed or designed, and God could
Martin,
have done either one
Martin,
of them.
Martin, flipping heck, man. How would you know if something's designed or not?
That's what exactly what I would ask.
I'm asking
Well,
you. I'm asking you.
There's from what you've explained, there's
No,
absolutely no way to say it.
there's no way to determine if something is a product of design or not.
There's nothing that you could say is a product that is not of design. Nothing. There's
okay,
absolutely
okay,
nothing.
okay. So,
Except nothingness itself.
so Martin, let me say something
One
to
second,
you.
one second. Sorry, just
Yeah.
1 second. Sorry. Say that again, Martin.
I said that the only thing that could not be a product of design is nothingness itself.
Right. And could you have design without a designer?
You cannot. No.
Okay, there you go.
Right. What's your problem?
There you go. Martin, just say la ilaha
Because
illallah.
why couldn't you just say then these things are
What's your
not
problem?
designed?
Okay, so give me an example. Right. So to know if something's designed or not, you need a criteria to determine it, isn't it? If everything's a product of design, that means that everything's been designed by a designer. There's your
But
problem.
that's where I think it's just semantics. I think we just don't have a good way of explaining what we see in the universe if we have to say everything is designed.
Right. Have you heard of
Okay.
Dembski's design inference?
Okay.
No.
Martin, how about I say something to you, which when I interviewed Michael Roos, who I'm sure you're aware of, what he said, and he's quoting someone else. I forgot who he was quoting. I just want your thoughts on this. I'm not giving you an argument. What he basically said is that I don't believe in God because of design. I believe in design because I believe in God. What do you think of that statement?
Yeah, I think that would be an accurate way of describing what
Okay.
what you said.
Yeah. So this is really interesting, right? Have you heard of the concept of the Fitra?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of the times when people say they came to the conclusion of God just based on design, they may say that, but that's not what happened, even though they believe that that's what happened. What it is the Fitra is something which recognizes God through design. And because the Fitra is there, that's why people end up believing in God. It's not the case where there's no Fitra, they're complete disbeliever, and then they objectively look at design and then they come to God. Because the problem is, it's hard to separate the design from the designer. It's hard to separate God from design. It's almost like you either begin off with theism or you begin off with naturalism, and that's it. Do you see my point?
Yes. And I think that's where it becomes complicated because if if we just say that everything is designed, then there's inevitable that there's a designer and there has to be God,
Okay,
right?
but
But we could just start with a claim that we don't have a good explanation for describing what can be and what cannot be designed.
look, there's two things that can be said here, Martin, right? So say William Paley, when he speaks about the watch and he speaks about the rock he says is not designed, and the watch is designed because of specified complexity or whatever it is. Okay. However, from Paley's metaphysics, the rock is designed. Everything's designed. So why did he say that? What he was doing was he was trying to put together a stricter criteria for what can be detected as design, which is the same thing that Dembski does. Are you aware of his works?
No.
Okay, so William Dembski, he's somebody who puts together a criteria for seeing if something's designed. So you look at an object, you see if it's due to chance, if it's due to necessity, if it's not due to chance or necessity, it's due to design, right? And he does this with DNA, and I'm sure you're aware of Stephen Meyer uses the argument from DNA, uses Dembski's criteria. So look, there are ways that you can show at least an argument against the idea that there is no God. One thing that we have to agree as a common denominator, right, is whether it's the appearance of design or it is actual design, is design nonetheless as a common denominator, as a common starting ground, right? And if you take that as your starting point, I believe it will lead you not to the conclusion that everything is apparent design, not real design. It'll take you to the conclusion there is real design. And the other thing is, look, even if you have a scientific explanation will only explain how a process works. It's not an ultimate explanation of why something exists in the first place. So it can't be used to deny the overall paradigm. So even if Darwinian evolution was a really neat theory which explained everything, at best, it's an explanation of how life mechanically arose, but it cannot explain how it metaphysically arose.
Yeah, and I agree.
But
It's just, I think it's just this concept that design, like, if there was a way for you to make the distinction, then I would say okay, yes, but you can start at the point of an atom. If you can't, even if you were to say that like a quark is not designed, I don't think there's any way you could prove that. Like, even
Okay.
you said Dempsey's criteria, but
Yeah,
I
it's
doubt that you could
probabilistic.
even start anywhere that cannot be designed.
Yeah, it's probabilistic. It's probabilistic. But I just want to pick up. I just want to key off something that you said. You said there's no way of proving that, right? But proof is only something you can do in mathematics. In most other domains of knowledge, it's just about what's probable.
Okay. And it's
Do you
more
see?
probable to be that things are, and I just wish there was a better word for design, because if there was, I think we could use it and say these things are not designed or not designed. So these things are just, whatever that word is.
It doesn't really matter, right? You get the idea that I'm saying. I think you understand what I'm saying. And I understand what you're saying. And we know where our cards have fallen, right?
Yes.
So I'll leave you there. And I leave your fitra, and I pray that Allah guides and opens your heart. And it was a good conversation. But I think we've come at a cul-de-sac here.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I just have one last question.
well, I've got one point.
To
Quick point.
Sabor.
I wanted to say one point though.
Yeah, sure.
I
Yeah,
don't
Martin.
understand how you, as a man looking at this world today, and seeing the type of coded information, knowing it's the result of something intelligent, when you say that same coded information in DNA, you don't come to the same conclusion. Because I can't ignore that. I'm just trying to understand how you can.
Well, I don't ignore I think my understanding of how DNA can potentially arise is it
Now
seems.
you're just talking garbage. All right, sorry. What was your final
No.
point?
I mean, he's got a question he wanted to ask Martin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to him. Let him ask the question. Forget trying to answer
Come on,
my
Martin.
question. He just started waffling. Just
Come on, get on with it, Martin.
I
Okay.
think I can explain how DNA arose and the information.
Martin's going to be
there.
on this stream a year from now, refuting
For God's
atheists
sake.
in the Muslim.
Honestly, go on, Martin. What's your question for
Go on,
support?
Martin. What's your?
Quick question. I want to know if there's going to be a debate with you and Professor Dave, if that's going to happen.
Okay. Do you know what? Because I like you, and I think you're a very sincere, nice person, I'm going to give you an exclusive, right? So this guy called Professor Dave, he's not a professor, as you know, he's a charlatan, doesn't even have a PhD. He's somebody who made a video against me and Muhammad Ali about a few months ago. I don't remember exactly when it was. So I challenged him. To a debate on is Darwinian evolution a fact? And I also challenged him to a debate, is intelligent design science? And I'm in the process of discussing with a university society to bring him over. He's going to be fully funded. He's going to come over. I don't know why his bots are everywhere and they're saying that I'm backing out of the debate when I'm the one who challenged him to a debate. And secondly, I've made myself clear publicly many times this debate is going to go ahead, inshallah. And for you in particular, if you drop your email in the private chat, I'll give you some other information which I haven't said publicly yet, but it's in the process. And the thing is, people want it to happen straight away, but right now university exams are happening. After that, we need to obviously arrange it, but it's definitely going ahead, inshallah. And I hope you can attend as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't think I can make it to London, but I will 100% watch. Thanks so
If you
much.
drop me your email, I'll give you all the things which are confirmed so far.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, drop your email in the private chat and we'll keep the conversation. It was lovely speaking to you, Martin.
Thanks. Lovely to speak to you guys too. Thank you.
Take care, Martin.
Bye. Bye.
Just don't
Nice
waffle
guy.
about the origination of information in DNA, please.
You know, I'm a true believer in this. Ultimately, it goes back to Fitra. It always goes back to the Fitra. You cannot prove to anybody or give them a totally watertight argument which will change their heart, because everything, you know, someone can throw shade at it and say, what about this, what about that, the world's not real. Ultimately, it's about Fitra. And this is why we have to go
Definitely.
back to the Fitra. This is why I truly believe that I'm a big advocate of understanding the power of the Fitra. I've met, just to share this with you guys, this is a true story I want to share of somebody that I know in the UK. This is a guy who's a militant atheist. He used to debate against religious people, and just like a standard, you know, English sort of atheist, he came from a Christian background. He used to bash religious people. He was studying evolutionary biology at university. One day, he was studying something. I don't remember what it was, just through a microscope or whatever, and that was it. That was the point at which everything just changed. And he started looking at the world, looking at the stars, and now he's a really strong practicing Muslim. And he's somebody who is a prime example of, he had the same data when he was a kafir, when he was an atheist, when he was a disbeliever in God, the same data when he was a Muslim, but there was a shift in his heart. There's a complete U-turn, there's a complete 180 shift. And those things are spiritual. Those things are spiritual. So we may think, how can this person look at DNA? I mean, DNA is, funny enough, I just have your favorite book here, Hamza. DNA is such a powerful argument against God, but why do people disbelieve? It's because there's something else going on. Anthony Flew, who was
Powerful argument for God, not against God.
Yeah. So Anthony Flew, who, you know, was an atheist for many years. He wrote that famous book, Why I Am an Atheist, debated William Lane Craig. Theology and Falsification was such a popular paper that he wrote. This atheist professor became a believer in God near the end of his life. And if you look at his last book, which was called Why There Is Not a God, with the not crossed out, which was a sequel to his last book, the arguments he makes in the book are the same information which were available to him 50, 60 years ago. DNA and all this, right?
It comes down to sincerity. Sincerity,
That's
you know.
it. That's it. It's pure
and if you're
sincerity.
sincere, Allah will guide you. That's the bottom line.
That's it.
You just have to be honest with yourself. Like people are brought up in Christian families and Jewish families, but they refuse to look into Islam.
Yeah.
Okay, and now to quote Monty Python, and now for something completely different.
By the way, Assalamu alaikum, Sabah. Good to see you, man.
Frogel, how you doing? It's always good to see you.
Alhamdulillah.
Hey Hamza, hey John, hey Fidras, hey Subal. I wonder if I'm pronouncing that well.
Sabor.
That's fine.
Subal. Okay.
You can call me Mr. Chang.
Sorry about that. Well, I called earlier on, and I talked to Hamza.
Oh yeah. Let me articulate your point.
Oh.
So, okay, and I'm gonna articulate it fully because we did extrapolate.
Yep.
Okay, so his first question was, why does Allah pray for Muhammad? I think he said, and then he inferred from that it means that Allah is not God, and he must be praying to a higher deity to bless Muhammad. I think that was his. Did I misquote you then, or was that exactly what your point you made, wasn't it?
Well, more or less. Yeah.
Well, I think it was on the nose, mate. I don't think there's no more or less about it. It's exactly what you said.
Well, really, I was asking like, who is Allah praying to when he's praying? That was my question.
Yeah, who is Allah praying to?
You know,
that was it, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, I've researched the answer, so I have the answer anyway. But I'd like to let the other boys approach it. He's a Christian, by the way, so you
Yep.
can understand his thought.
Where does it say that, Joseph? Show us where it says that.
All right. That's in Quran 33 verse 56, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here.
Shall I read
What?
it? 33:56.
Let him find it.
All right.
All right.
Quran what?
Oh dear, that's not going to help.
Verse 56.
Right. Which Quran are you reading from? Which translation?
Quran what? 33.
33:56. He said.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to read it?
Yeah.
Go on then, give it a read.
All right. So in this one, it's obviously a false translation, though. But it says, "Indeed, Allah showers His blessings upon the Prophet, and His angels pray for him. O believers, and invoke Allah's blessings upon him, and salute him with worthy greetings of peace."
Okay. So what you on about?
So what's the problem?
Well, that's a wrong translation. It actually says that he prays on.
It's a wrong translation. Why is it wrong?
Where did you learn Arabic?
I know Salah means prayer, right?
Does it?
mean prayer?
Does it?
Oh,
Yep. We can go.
are
to
you sure it means prayer?
Yeah, it means prayer.
You want to double down on that?
Yep. Yeah, I can.
So-
we can go to the tafsir if you guys.
No, Joseph.
I'm willing to.
Can
do
you
it.
read the Quran where it says that Allah prays for Muhammad, please?
Yeah, that's the verse that actually says that. If
But
you
it
read
doesn't
it
say
in
that.
Arabic, you'll see that he prays.
But you don't read Arabic, though, do you?
But yeah, I said Arabic.
You don't read Arabic, though, do you?
Do you study Arabic?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's the word in the ayah?
It's let me check it up real quick.
Can you read all the ayat, or just that one word?
No, well, I could read a little.
Go on, read the
But
verse. Okay, read the
saying-
verse. Read the verse.
All right, so it's saying Allahumma salli ala sayyid.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that in the ayah.
What does it say then?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, come on, bro. This is your
Read
Arabic,
the ayah.
mate.
Read
Come
the
on, man.
ayah.
You
Read
said you
the
were studying
ayah.
Arabic, man. Come
Go
on.
to 33:56 and read it.
Study
It doesn't say
Arabic.
that.
33:56 and just read it.
It doesn't say that in the.
Listen, read it. 33:56, please.
I think he's hired to make Christianity look bad.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing.
All right,
I think he's doing it for free.
If that's what you want, right? Let's just go to the tafsir.
No.
Why not?
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what.
Okay, listen. Joseph.
Uh-huh.
Okay, look, we'll let you off. You don't have to read the whole ayah. Just give us the word in the verse
Okay.
which says pray that God prays on Muhammad.
So are you saying that he doesn't say that?
No, you're telling me it
of all-
says that. I'm asking you to show me where it
First
says
of all,
that.
I want to see if you
Come on,
if you're
read
honest
it.
or not.
We're not making your argument for you. You've come with this.
You have to
argument.
bring the evidence. So bring
You
the
bring
evidence.
the evidence.
You told us that it doesn't. That is not a correct translation.
He
I'm
said
saying
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm saying it's a
translation of the
correct.
Quran
and you know,
incorrect.
it's not. Is there anyone who can read Arabic?
You know what?
But
You know,
you-
Joseph.
you-
Joseph, I'm gonna make it really easy for you.
You
Joseph.
can-
Don't say
Joseph.
people that, John. They're
No,
gonna
no, no.
think you
Hamza,
need.
one minute.
You know
Joseph,
what?
I'm gonna-
let me just go
Joseph.
ahead and read that tafsir. Since,
Joseph.
like, guys-
No. Joseph.
here to
Listen.
play with you guys.
Have you got the internet on? I'm
What's
gonna
that?
make it so easy for you now. Go to Quran.com,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
/33
Quran.
/56.
All right.
And then now you can even hover above the word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we show his screen?
Is there a transliteration for that?
Can you share it? You share it, John.
Can
I
you-
don't want to share one of these guys' streams, but if you
Okay,
could, do it,
one
I'll
minute.
put it on
Yeah,
yours.
maybe that
I love the way he said the translation of the Quran's incorrect. That was awesome.
Who can read Arabic here?
You said you studied Arabic.
I said I'm studying it. I never said I can read Arabic.
Well, you're the one who come with this argument that's not
Yes,
there
I'm,
in the
I'm
English.
studying
Look.
it, and I can see it's wrong.
Okay, can you're studying it, but you didn't read the ayah, did you?
Okay, can you read it in Arabic?
No, can
Let's
you
be
read
honest.
it?
Let's be honest. You think David Wood talks sense when he talks, don't you?
What do you mean by David Wood? You wouldn't
Wood
laugh.
doesn't,
Okay.
but David Wood.
Let me
We know where you got the argument from, mate.
Listen. This is
Are you sharing it? Are you
You wouldn't
sharing it?
laugh.
no, forget it. If he doesn't want to read it, it's up to him.
All right.
You
All
know,
right, let me look for the translation.
No. You're gonna listen, Joseph, right?
Yeah.
Right. Let me just go through something with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've seen that Jesus in the Bible claims to be the Son. But I don't mean the S-O-N, I mean the S-U-N.
The S-O-N.
No, he believes he's the actual Son.
Son.
Yeah, the Son.
Yep.
Do you know the verse in the Bible where Jesus claims to be the actual Son?
Could you remind me about it?
He says that he's the light of the earth.
The light of the world.
So that means the sun, right? You know, the big sun.
Well, no, not entirely, but that
No,
could be
come on, that's what it means. That's the literal translation. The light of the earth is the sun.
Well, he didn't mean light in that sense, though.
Oh, I understand. Because how do you know he doesn't
light
mean
is the good and then
exactly? Yeah, you're getting there. See, you've understood the verse by the way that his followers understood it, which is the apparent meaning, which means that he's a guidance for the people. Does that make sense? You didn't presume that Jesus literally means that he is the actual son of the earth because he says he's the light of the earth. You didn't understand it that way, did you?
No.
But when you come to the Quran, okay, you've been told you can't even read the word yourself, right? You can't even read the word yourself.
So what's the point you're making here?
Right? The point I'm making is you can't even read the word yourself. You've heard this of one of your cronies, right? And in there it says Yusalluna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right?
And why are you saying exactly? Why are you saying
because I've read it before.
As if you're saying it.
You're claiming that means that Allah prays to the Prophet, peace upon him.
Why are you guys afraid to go to the tafsir?
The equivalent of what you've just done is the equivalent of what I just did with the Bible, saying Jesus claims to be the Son.
Okay, let's do this, right?
No, let's do this. Let's do this.
Are you guys saying that you know better than the guys in the tafsir? Yes or no?
I'm going to give you a tafsir now.
Okay, yeah, let's go to the tafsir.
Yeah, because Bukhari mentions the meaning of this. And also
Ibn Kathir.
No, forget Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir is Ibn Kathir is not the first generations. Go to the Tabi'in, the second generation of after the Prophet, peace be upon him. The Tabi'in.
Ibn Kathir is
Bukhari. No, listen. You know the equivalent of you quoting Ibn Kathir is like quoting William Lane Craig. You know, it's so far away. Even though we accept what Ibn Kathir says, but let's go to the early generations. Subhanallah. Okay. Bukhari mentions that it means Allah Sallah means he praises his servant before the angels. Okay?
Praises his servants before the angels.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
And also, it's recorded from Anas that Allah Salah means his mercy. So the way we understand the Quran, okay, we can't go to it. We're not literalists. We're apparentists. We look at the Quran on its apparent meaning. We go to the early generations on how they understood the Quran. You don't come to a guy called Joseph who starts reading, who can't read the ayah, and he claimed he was reading the ayah.
Okay.
You understand where we're going? Do you understand where we're going? Do you understand where we're going, Joseph?
Yeah, let me go to the first generation. Ibn Abbas is first generation, right? And his tafsir is saying that, lo, Allah and his angels shower blessings on the Prophet. O ye who believe, ask blessings on him, pray for him, and
That was exactly
salute for
is
him.
exactly what
Yes.
the Quran says in your English translation.
Yeah, it's saying Allah prays for him, right?
No, it says blessings.
Yes.
It says blessings.
That's all.
This is in you must respect that this is in English. You're reading it in English.
That's all in
Listen, you're
What's
reading it in the English language, and you're talking about the wrong translation,
yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
The whole point is in the Arabic, it says yusallu.
Yeah. What does yusallu mean?
Exactly what we've just explained.
But Ibn Abbas says, pray for him.
But we've just that's exactly what it means.
Yeah, pray for him, right?
In Arabic, but you're reading in English again. This is an
No.
English translation.
That's Ibn Abbas, right? You
Ibn
said
Abbas.
go to the first generation.
Okay. Go to the Arabic tafsir.
What do you mean Arabic tafsir?
In the original language, the Ibn Kathir is not authored in English. It's authored in Arabic.
Ibn
Yeah,
Abbas.
actually,
And
it's-
the word he would have used was yusalluna.
okay. If you want to go to
Do you understand? Do you understand, Joseph?
What's that? Sorry.
The word Ibn Abbas
Hmm?
used in Arabic is the same as what is in the Quran. So you can't use a translation in English to give a tafsir of the Quran. If you want to give a tafsir of the Quran, go to what either the Prophet
what's the
said
root? What's the root?
or the early generation said. Now, as I said, if you want to understand the meaning of this, I've given you clearly the meaning. I've given the Bukhari mentions that it means that he praises his servant before the angels. And Anas says, do you know who Anas is?
It's one of the companions, I guess.
Okay, you guess, yeah. So he says that it means mercy. It means that he sent the mercy on the Prophet, peace be upon him. So there you go. You've been answered, Joseph. You can run around trying to claim whatever you're basically doing what I did with the Bible, claiming Jesus was claiming to be the actual son by saying he's the light. I interpreted it very literally, and it doesn't work like that. That's not how exegesis works. You know that.
Okay.
You can't even read the word yourself. And so just, time to leave, Joseph.
Time to leave.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your question, you've been answered.
All right, cool. Okay, I'll leave this. I'll go with you. Okay, so why does Allah have to swear on the Lord of the North?
Yeah. On that note, I'm going to say goodbye to you, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm going to say goodbye to you. Instead of conceding you were wrong about that particular point and you wanted to ask a different point, you just ignored the old response you gave and said, "Okay, I'm gonna shotgun another point out there now without conceding I was wrong." Firdaus, salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum, Firdaus.
Glad you could make it. Now we can't hear you. Come on, man! You spent about 20 minutes setting up. Can't hear you.
The sound's not on, brother. Well, yeah, they're just playing games, Hamza.
I know. No, it's a beautiful response, man. MashaAllah.
So remember, Jesus claims to be the son, yeah? Because he's the light of the world.
Right, I think this person's a Muslim, the next one. Or maybe not. Ahmed, you're a Muslim. Assalamu
Wa alaikum assalam. Yes, I am Muslim.
Firdaus, I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes, assalamu alaikum, bro.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah. It's been a while, bro. It's been a while.
I was listening to all the discussions between Martin and Joseph just now, so I managed to catch a bit here and there. But of course, during my Fajr prayer just now, I cannot listen to your conversation with Joseph.
You've been given a slight mercy there, my brother.
Oh, subhanallah. But mashallah, I'm learning along the way. Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah.
I think this is the first time I went live. I go live with Subur. I think John once we done it before together.
I believe so. Yes.
MashaAllah. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Alhamdulillah. And it's early morning in Malaysia, yeah. So please bear with me.
No problem, my brother. No problem. All right. I think this guy's a Muslim as well. Yes. Are you Muslim? You're muted. You're muted. No, it can't. Joe.
Hello, guys. You all right?
All right, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I was basically just wondering. I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I was just wondering if I could accept Islam and take my shahada.
Well, really? Why do you want to do that?
Last few months, I've been watching mainly your content, Hamza, and been sort of putting it off for the longest time. But I just thought, might as well just get on with it and accept what I already believe to be true.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, no problem. We'll do the Arabic first, then we'll do the English, man. Martin, pay attention. Okay, so we'll do Arabic first, yeah?
Could I say it by myself? Is that all right?
Go on then.
Ashadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Congratulations, bro.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
So
Thank
Joe,
you so much, guys.
don't just leave straight away. We want to know. I mean, what background are you coming from? How did you start looking into Islam? What made sense to you?
Well, I'm kind of embarrassed at where it started, but basically, had bad opinions about Islam, following the wrong people's sort of beliefs on it, and then I thought to myself, if I'm going to hold all these opinions about something, then I should learn about it before I can hold these opinions. And then, just my whole perspective changed when I started looking into it. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, subhanallah.
But I have to kick you now because you're a Muslim. And this is
No problem.
I think we should.
Joe, make sure you leave your email address so we can be in contact with you and we can keep in communication.
Where do you live, by the
I
way,
will
Joe?
do.
Leave your email in the
Wimbledon.
private chat, please. Wimbledon,
Whereabouts?
that's not too far.
Oh, Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Safet River.
MashaAllah.
All right, then,
Definitely. Make sure you stay in touch.
catch
with us.
one of my live streams when I'm chatting to Muslims as well. We'll have a chat, inshallah. And email me.
Perfect.
This is my email, askhamzasden@gmail.com.
Sweet.
And also, check these guys out, Academy for New Reverts, which is newislamacademy.org.
Perfect.
These are beautiful little things that can help you, inshallah. And we'll have a chat anyway, so and Joe, don't be a stranger, all right?
Drop us an
Sweet.
email.
Cheers, brothers. Nice
Definitely
one.
stay in touch.
Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Take it easy. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
That was a
Mashallah.
blessing. That was a huge blessing just after all that nonsense that guy was coming up with.
Yeah, subhanallah.
Like Allah wanted to remotivate us. Why we're here.
We should have got Joe to read that ayah. He seemed pretty advanced, mashallah.
you know, if you think about the contrast, right? If you think about the contrast, here's somebody who's learning Arabic to take the Shahada, and here's somebody who's learning Arabic and fumbling to try and refute
Allahu
the
Akbar.
Subhanallah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Let's try this geezer again now. The thing is, people give fake names, so they don't recognize it when you call them out. Shamsia. Shamsia, you're muted. Come on, man. Just learn to unmute. Come on. All right.
Muslim name, anyway.
It is like a Muslim, isn't it? Adlad.
Hi guys, how are you guys doing?
How you doing, mate? You all right?
All right, mate.
All right, geez. What patio doing, mate? Yeah, what do you want? How you doing?
Yeah, I just have one question regarding the second coming of Jesus.
Actually, it's like, what book do you want in the library, please? Yeah, sorry, go on. What do you want? Sorry.
No worries. Yeah. My question was, when he comes back, it said that he's going to abolish the jizya. So I just wanted to know what that meant exactly.
What do you think it means?
I've read different interpretations of it. I haven't really found a clear answer, and that's why I just wanted
what's
to
jizya?
know.
What did you
I know
read?
it's the tax that has been embedded on the non-believers or the disbelievers, and when it says abolish it, doesn't mean that there's only going to be Islam after he comes back.
Yes.
And so what happens to the people that, for example, don't believe in Islam?
You'll be Muslims.
So, okay. So they're going to be no disbelievers then?
When Jesus returns after slaying the Antichrist, no.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. That's it.
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm agnostic.
So,
So
why are you
can I-
asking that question then?
It was a stupid
mean,
question.
sorry,
It's
I mean, you
a
got all-
stupid question for an agnostic, isn't it?
You know, we got Sabor here speaking about evolution.
Yeah, it's 'cause I was doing my research and like I'm definitely moving closer towards Islam and I wanted to
Alhamdulillah.
Can I just add something?
Yeah.
Adiyad, the miraculous nature of those events are going to be such that when the jizya will be abolished, you have to think of it from the perspective that those miraculous events are going to lead hordes and hordes of millions and millions of people to accept Islam en masse. So that's one of the ways of thinking about it. It's not just in another way. The power of these miracles and the impact it's going to have, and everyone's going to be following it. It's going to be like good versus evil, Antichrist versus Christ, and all of those types of things. So keep that in mind as well. It's not just
I think you're definitely right. Considering he's going to come and break the cross, kill all the pigs. In that case, yeah, it does make a lot of sense, and I find it very intriguing for sure.
So what's your belief in God? Like 0 is an atheist, like Richard Dawkins. 1 is where you believe in God with certainty. Where are you from 0 to 1?
I would say like 0.8.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you're pretty much like you're there. What's holding you back from believing in God, my friend?
I'm reading the Quran right now, and I want to get done with it. So once I'm done with it, hopefully, I've been reading the Quran and I've been reading a lot of hadiths as well on the side, watching a lot of videos. So I definitely feel a lot more closer towards it, and I see that it is it's way more truer than any of the other religions that I've read. For example, I think Christianity is a bunch of BS. So yeah.
Use this
I would ask
opportunity.
you-
Ask some questions.
Firdaus is here. Firdaus,
Yes, Hamza.
can you have
No, sure. I mean, since Subo have taken the lead, so I was thinking like let Subo continue with it. He might have something in mind,
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, I did have questions which to be honest, I've had them answered, like the question of free will and determinism. I've been thinking about those as well, but I think it makes sense to me. A lot of it makes sense to me, and like hopefully soon, inshallah, maybe I might come and I might do the shahada.
But Adilat, I mean, if you don't mind to me to ask you, do you mind?
No, go ahead, please.
Okay, just now you are saying that 0.8, from the scale of 0 to 1, and then you are saying that is 0.8, you believe in God. What are the 0.2 that holding you back from going to full 1?
Yeah, as I said, I'm still like reading the Quran. I haven't finished with it, so I would like to really finish with it first, and then maybe make that step. I just feel like once I get done with it, then I think I might be like clear with my intention.
How are we going? How can we help you in order for you to gain more understanding? Because since you are saying that you have already read the Quran, how many percentage that you have read the Quran?
I have read a considerable amount. I think I have the last 40 chapters, which I believe is not as big as the first few chapters. I may be wrong, but I haven't really checked. But from the pages that I've seen, I have a few pages left.
Okay, a few pages back. Do you recognize it as like maybe 80%, maybe 80, 90%?
I would say about 70%.
About 70%. Great. So far, up until 70%, is there anything that you dislike about the messages and the concept that is being?
No, I think what I really like is how simple it is and how easy it is to understand.
Yes, and of course, I believe that you have come across the verse where Allah Subhanahu wa Taala He introduced Himself in Surah Al-Ikhlas.
Of course, yes. I believe it. Is it Is it the I don't? Is it the shortest? One of the short surahs?
One of the shortest with only 4 verses. Chapter 112, verse 1 to 4. God is one. He is eternal. He beget, no, he begotten, and nothing
Yes,
like unto
yes,
him.
one. Yes, yes.
What do you think about that concept of God?
I think it makes sense.
It makes sense. Okay, great. And what do you think about these verses where Allah says in Surah Al-Azab, chapter 33, verse 21, that He says that verily in the Prophet Muhammad, there is a best example for you to follow about the characteristic of the Prophet himself?
I definitely think that, although I'll be honest, I haven't really looked too much into the life of the Prophet, but from what I've read in the Quran, I definitely feel like he's a great role model for all of us to follow.
You know what, Adelet, that basically at your stage, being a non-Muslim, you are far better than me when I became Muslim, because when I became Muslim, I know almost nuts about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I accepted Islam 19 years ago because of the concept of God in Islam, which is easy, simple, and logic. Just as simple as that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So basically, you are there. You are there actually. It's not that you are almost there. I mean, the way I look at it, you are not almost there. It's basically you are there.
Yeah, I agree, but I still want to get done with it, and then I think I will make I hope like nothing comes up which is going to confuse me or something like that. But I feel like I will hopefully make that step.
Okay, you say that. Okay, we are not going to force you, because in Islam we cannot force you. Okay,
Now,
some of
I've read the, I don't know which surah or which verse it is, but where it talks about that there is no compulsion in religion, and I really like that as well.
yes, there's in Surah Al-Baqarah chapter 2 verse 256, like Iqra hafidin, there's no compulsions in religion.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You know it right off your head, which is another point about how the Quran is such a preserved word. You know, because nobody from the Bible just quotes off verses just like that. You know, even the priests.
Okay, just a simple question. I mean, a logical question. Of course, we are not going to force you, but I mean, me, John, we have, and Hamza as well. I think Subur is a born Muslim, right, Subur? Or you are so-called born again Muslim, as some Christian will claim, born again Christians. Okay, so you see, after you have read 70% of the Quran, and there could be another 30% that you were going to read it. Okay, just a logical question to you, Adelat, is that now, if you have already okay with the 70% of a product or services, you're okay with it, right? Will you not buy that? Were you not buying that product just because that there might be another 30% that you might, feel okay or not okay with it? When 70% is already okay with you,
right? Like, I don't know. I haven't read that 30%, so I really want to like read it, and then I feel like I feel close to taking that step, but I feel like I want to get past that, and then hopefully after that I could take that step.
Sure. But last thing.
If I do have any questions, I am gonna pop in here and ask those questions at any point.
Make sure you the main thing, just stay sincere.
Yes.
And
for sure.
ask God, ask the Creator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're alone,
yeah,
put your head on the floor tonight, and just
For sure, yeah,
ask the Creator to guide you to the right religion, because ultimately, if you're praying to the Creator and you're sincere, you will be guided. You will be.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate these streams.
Adlad, please leave your email address in the chat so we can keep in communication.
Sure, I'll do that. Yeah.
Good speaking.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks
I
for
really
coming.
appreciate it.
Take care.
Take care, Adelat.
That was good timing. Disciple of Christ. This sounds like fun.
Oh man. I'm gonna pray Isha. You guys carry on.
Inshallah.
Is it Isha time in UK right now?
Yeah, it was Isha time about an hour ago.
Any one of you going to Istanbul in July?
I live in Bursa.
John?
I live about an hour away from Istanbul.
Oh, so John, are you attending the prophetic strategy conference?
I'm not that I know of.
Is that the Sapiens thing?
No. There are a few scholars will be there as well. So inshallah, will be there
Woo!
in
Mashallah.
July.
Mashallah.
Yeah, it's halfway. Yeah. So I think it's another 2 hours flight to UK
Yeah, about four
from
or five.
4.
Yeah,
Okay.
4 or 5. But yeah, let me know when you're in Istanbul. It'd be nice to meet you, and I can introduce you to some brothers there. They'd love to
I
meet
can
you.
I can go there early if you want to meet me.
Yeah, come visit. If you like, you can come and visit Bursa. We can arrange, for you to give a lecture and for the brothers, and I'm sure they'd love to hear what you have to say. And we can organize something in Istanbul, maybe a dawah course. Maybe you can teach some of the da'is there, some of your experiences and knowledge. We can set something up, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, sure. So later, Hamza, you need to share John's numbers with me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I met John. Do you remember I told you that we met before in Qatar?
Yes, I remember. Yes, alhamdulillah. I remember.
Alhamdulillah.
Right.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
We have someone here, Hamza.
Yeah,
Obey.
sorry. Yeah, sorry for breaking the communication. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for inviting me. Really appreciate the time and the previous conversations.
Bawoni.
Yes, I am Yoruba.
Show up.
Yeah, I'm Yoruba. Thank you so
I
much.
remember you. You come back again, yeah?
Oh, yes, I have.
You remember Hamza?
Yeah.
Let's say what he's got to say.
Yeah, you have a very good memory, John.
I can't forget this voice.
It was only
okay.
Sunday. It was only Sunday.
Yeah,
not
I think
like
it
was
was
like 8 weeks ago. Well, anyway, what do you want? What do you want?
Come on.
Yeah, so I think the issue I had the last time still persists. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to complete my statement because I ran out of battery life. I think for me, I think Islam is a fantastic religion. I admire the religion, and honestly,
No, you
honestly,
don't.
honestly speaking,
Are you ready to become a Muslim?
No. I'll explain why. And Hamza, can you just allow me to maybe finish my statement, because my voice is not loud. I stammer sometimes, so I forget things as well too.
All right. I'm just saying you're lying at this moment in time. But continue.
No, so honestly speaking, if
Stop
I
the 419 and get to the point.
if I were born, so I was born in a Christian home, right? But if Islam as a religion, the way it's practiced, I love the discipline, I love the consistency of prayer, and I love the way society is built upon Islamic principles, are more peaceful, and things are better regulated, basically. Than the crime rate, obviously, is much lower and safer, basically.
Is Islam? Do you believe Islam is true?
That's the thing. I don't believe Islam is true.
Do you respect lies? Do you respect
you said-
lies? Do you respect lies?
Because I don't believe it's true doesn't mean that
No, do you respect lies? Do you respect lies or not?
Well, if a lie produces something that I feel like makes the world a better place, right? I won't accept the lie, but I'll appreciate the fact that it does contribute to society.
Do you respect lies or not?
Come on.
If a lie contributes to the well-being of humanity,
What if the lie says Jesus didn't die for your sins?
If the lie contributes to the benefit of society in its practice, in the results of the lie.
What if the lie is opposed to everything you believe to be true about God?
Yeah. I won't accept it. I won't respect the ideology, but I will respect the religion.
Right, so you don't respect Islam, so stop lying.
I respect the religion, the practice
You
of
don't.
the religion.
You don't.
Okay. Well, Hamza, if that's what you want to say.
So what's your point now?
We're not interested in you come by our flex. You don't believe what you're saying. You don't believe your own words.
Okay, in my heart, I believe what I'm saying, but it's fine. I see your points. And
you don't believe what you're saying. You just said you don't respect lies. Anything that opposes your worldview is you don't respect. Then you can't say you respect the thing that opposes your worldview.
So there's a difference between Islam as an ideology and Islam as a religion, the practice of the religion. I respect the practice of the religion.
What's the difference?
But I am opposed.
Okay, so get to
sounds like Tommy Robinson now. I'm not saying just make your bloody point.
Get to your point.
We're not interested in your flanneling. Just give us your point.
All right, it's fine. Okay, so I don't believe Islam is true because I don't see it as a continuation to the religion that Elohim brought to humanity, starting from his revelation to the prophets. And I'm going to give two reasons, and I would really like us to discuss on these two reasons. The first is because Elohim in the Old Testament in Torah is portrayed as a father, while Allah emphatically says he's not a father in any sense. That's one. And the second thing would be that the eternal abode of Elohim, which I think should be the ultimate goal of every believer in any religion, to be with your God wherever you are. There is a difference in how paradise or Jannah is, or heaven is portrayed in Islam as compared to what
Don't start with
it
that
is.
crap again, please.
No, but it's the truth. Hamza, I think we need to address this. We need to address this. Those are the two.
Look. For those, how would you respond to it? You see, what he seems to be doing is saying, because Islam doesn't continue with his beliefs that he believes are true right now, for example,
not my beliefs.
They are your
Hamza.
beliefs. They are your beliefs.
I get where you're coming from. I didn't get your name just now. Can I have your name, brother?
Sam, SAM.
Sam. Okay. So
Why
Sam, you are saying, okay.
Why the O?
So, Sam, no, SAM.
Olawale.
Why have you got
Oh,
O?
okay. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Why is your name O on your?
Oh, OPE. That's my Yoruba name. So I'm Nigerian, and my tribe is Yoruba.
Ope.
No. Okay, Sam.
All right,
Sam. I don't want to misquote you. Correct me if my understanding is wrong. You what you are saying just now is that I just try to quote you verbatim. You are saying that you do not consider Islam as the truth because you do not see Islam as the continuations of the messages that the Elohim have sent down in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Is that correct?
Yes. So basically, just to rephrase what I said, so you better understand.
Now you're
rephrasing what you said.
I just repeat, and you don't have to.
What he said. Why is he rephrasing it now? I don't get it.
Yeah, because there's a possibility of you misunderstanding what I'm saying. So I just want to make sure it's very clear.
No, I quoted you verbatim, and you agree with me that what I quoted is correct. So you don't have to rephrase it. You should rephrase it if I quote you wrongly, right?
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't believe that Allah is Elohim. So the message, regardless of if the copies.
Okay, Sam. That will be the second part of your questions, right? But let's deal with the first part first.
Okay.
So you are saying that again. I quote you again. You don't have to rephrase, because I don't want to misunderstand you. Okay. You are saying that Islam, you do not consider Islam as the truth because you do not see Islam as the continuations of the messages that the Elohim has sent down in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Am I correct?
Okay, correct.
Correct. Okay, so why so? What are the messages in the Old Testament and the New Testament? Because you have to be very careful with your answer. Reason being is that if you say this is a continuation, you do not see Islam as the continuations of the messages that Elohim has sent down to the prophets in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Then you have to tell me, why do you consider it's not sufficient for you just to say you do not consider Islam as the truth just because you say so. You should also substantiate your claim. When you say Islam is not the truth because it's not the continuations of this, you must give me the reason why you do not consider Islam as what? As the continuation, number one. Number two, you should also share with all of us that why do you consider Christianity as what you believe, I assume, right? Am I right?
Yes, that's what
Christianity is the end all be all, is the end of the continuations. You should substantiate that. And remember, last but not least, remember, when you come up with a principle, you should be consistent with the principle. You should not apply the principle only when judging Islam, but you are not using that same principle when it's coming to judging of other faith. Please, Sam.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So I think the primary reason why I don't believe that Islam is a continuation is because you can't differentiate between the second statement which I made and this first statement, which is that I don't believe that Elohim and Allah are the same. Therefore, the message cannot be a continuation from the same person. So I feel like the message given in Islam is from an entirely different source, but it does have similarities, but it's not exactly from the same source. Therefore, it's not. I agree. Message.
I agree.
That's what I believe, and I can.
I agree. We agree.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
We agree.
Okay, so that's why I feel like Islam is not the truth, because the true religion should be a continuation.
That's why we think your religion is not the truth. Exactly the same reason.
But
it's not from the same source,
right?
Let Fidos finish his train of thought.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Continue, Sam.
Okay.
I agree with what John has said, but let you continue. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it because Elohim gave a message, right? He gave a message of promise of the salvation through a Messiah. And let's say he wasn't referring to a son or whatever. Let's just say Elohim is one, and I don't believe in the Trinity. So Elohim gave a message of salvation, right? The continuation of that should originate for Elohim and should be a continuation of that message. But Islam doesn't portray Elohim as Elohim has been portrayed in the scriptures and portrayed in the Torah, right? So this discrepancy for me proves that Islam is not a continuation, but is a new. I won't say invention because I have so much respect for Muhammad and for the revelation that he received, but I don't believe it comes from Elohim. I believe it does have some portions of the truth, but it's not the truth. But from
okay, Sam, that is interesting statement from you, where you say that again you have just rephrased what you have said. Now you say that because the concept of God in Islam is not the continuations of what the messages and how the Elohim portrayed himself in the Old Testament and the New Testament, correct?
Yes.
Now,
in the Old Testament, just the Old Testament.
Okay,
Let's forget about the New Testament.
Okay. So you deny the New Testament, or you do not believe in the Old Testament at all?
I think that is not relevant in determining which is a better continuation, Christianity or Islam, right? Because
but the fact that you call yourself as Christians, meaning that you have to believe in the New Testament then?
Yeah, but for this question on which is a better continuation, Islam or Christianity, I think it's better.
No. We just put aside Islam. We just put aside Islam because it seems like out of your equations. Although you have made a claim that in the Quran there are some truth, but it's not the absolute truth. We will deal with it later, inshallah, God willing. But let's deal with your claim, okay? Because as a Christian yourself, you have to believe in the Old Testament. Am I right?
Yes.
So do you believe that in the Old Testament?
Yes, I believe in the message of the Old Testament.
Okay, cool. Okay, let me use the same formula and the same principle that you are using. Again, I stand to be corrected. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misquote you. Now, you are rejecting Islam as the truth because you do not see the Quran as the continuations of the concept of God, as how Elohim portrayed himself in the Old Testament. So there are a few parts here. One part is that you are using the Old Testament as a yardstick to determine what is right and what is wrong. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So therefore you reject Islam. You reject Quran, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it will be very interesting for me and I think for all of us to find out. Okay, then how do you reconcile the differences of concept of God in the Old Testament and the New Testament as how God explained himself in the Old Testament and in the New Testament? How do you reconcile it?
Okay, so I think you are probably referring to the Trinity, right? And I think we can get there. So I think for me, I don't see any concrete evidence of the Trinity in the Gospel and in the New Testament. And I don't think that you need to believe in the Trinity for you to be saved, right? There's no place where it says that you have to believe in the Trinity. I think the Trinity is an attempt of men to understand God, and it's a total attempt because it brings a lot of confusion. One thing is for sure, that Elohim is one, God is one. He might have himself manifested through his word, through his son, who also is referred to as a prophet or as a messenger in the Bible. He might have his spirit, maybe his breath manifested upon the earth, and other things. But that's one thing that is sure, which is that Elohim is one.
But let's just clarify.
No. The thing is that Sam, I mean, you are not answering the questions, okay? But it's more that you are trying to divert out of the questions, because my questions is very straightforward. How do you reconcile? Because your contentions about Islam is because you do not see the Quran, the Islam, the concept of God is a continuation of from the Old Testament, the concept of Elohim in the Old Testament. So how do you reconcile the Elohim, the concept of God in Old Testament compared to New Testament? How do you reconcile that? Because let me give you some example. Because like, for example, in the book of Numbers chapter 23, verse number 19, it has clearly said that, for God is not a man, neither he changed nor he lied. Okay, so now, but again, for Christians, a lot of Christians, or majority of them, will quote that those who have seen me have seen God. So then again, and the concept of God in Old Testament is completely different. compared to the New Testament. So that is the part that where you have to substantiate your claim first before you go and make more claims. Because if not, then the conversations or the discussion will never end.
Yeah, I can explain that, and I really appreciate the fact that we're having this conversation because I've always been looking for that. So the thing is that there is no place where Jesus Christ refers to himself as God in the New Testament, and you don't have to believe Jesus you don't have to believe that Jesus is God before you are saved, before you are a Christian. There is no evidence, right? And so for that reason, there is no need for us to try to reconcile because there are no differences between the concept of God in the Old Testament and in actual truth. And that's why Muslims can say, show me a place where Jesus says that he is God. Because there is no place in the New Testament where Jesus claims to be God. Now, about him saying that if you have seen me, you have seen God, whatever, that doesn't mean he's saying he's God. He is referred to as the Word. What the Word means is that he is the best representation of what God says, of what message God brings to humanity. Okay.
Sam, can I just stop you a second? One second, Sam. I'm not interrupting you for those. I'm just.
Sorry, thank you.
Why are you arguing against the Trinity?
Oh, so
all I've heard you do is justify why the New Testament is not confirming a Trinity. Why are you doing that?
No, what I'm trying to say is that there is no need for us to try to reconcile both because they are not different. But I think the misconception that most Muslims have is that the Trinity is a scriptural, like it has scriptural basis.
Right. So just so I understand for clarification purposes, do you believe God is a Trinity?
No, I don't. I don't believe God is a Trinity.
Right, so you don't believe God is a Trinity. That's fine.
Yes.
Do you believe Jesus is God?
I don't believe Jesus is God.
You don't believe Jesus is God?
Yes, I don't believe Jesus is God.
So, and you don't believe the Holy Spirit is God either?
I don't believe the Holy Spirit is God. The Holy Spirit is simply the breath of Elohim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just for clarification purposes, you don't believe when the Scripture says you don't believe or understand when the Scripture talks about Jesus being God, he's not actually claiming to be God or being inferred to be God. Yeah.
Okay. So is it times like in Revelation when it says that I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So all right. So I'm just trying to understand the train of thought. So you believe God is one without partners, and Jesus was a prophet of God.
So when you say without partners, we believe God has no equal. That's why it says that.
Yeah. Do you believe Jesus is a messenger of God?
Yeah, he's a messenger, and that's what the Bible explains.
Right. What was the message of Jesus?
The good news, the gospel, the salvation.
What was it?
Of humanity.
Right. Sorry for those. Carry on. I'm interrupting you. Continue.
Yeah. So the message of Jesus was to love God with all your hearts and all your mind and all your soul, and to believe in the previous prophets, basically repentance and believing in his word and receiving God and loving him from your heart. That is the summary of the message that Jesus came to give to humanity. Right. So if you check the scriptures, Hamza, and I told John to prove me on
speak to John. Speak to Firdaus. Speak to Firdaus.
Okay, Firdaus. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify your
No, because Sam, you haven't shared with us that how do you reconcile the concept of God in Old Testament and New Testament to justify your claim that Christianity, as you believe that there's no Trinity but only in Jesus okay, you haven't justified, you haven't reconciled that.
I can try to. So what I'm trying to say is that there is no difference between the concept of God in the Old Testament and that in the New Testament. What we have are just men's attempts to understand God, and that's where Trinity comes in. Now, if we were to go back to the beliefs of the early church, Peter, the apostles of Jesus Christ, their beliefs don't include having to believe in a tripartite being, right? So, and that is not a requirement for you to be saved. So, in places where Jesus would say things like, "Oh, I am the Alpha and the Omega," in Revelation, when it says that.
Sam, right now, what you are doing, you are not rejecting Islam. Basically, what you are explaining right now, you are basically rejecting the mainstream Christianity of Trinity. You are not rejecting Islam. Basically, you are not rejecting Islam. You have to bear in mind that what you think that you are rejecting Islam, but it seems that you have spent a bulk of your time trying to reconcile between Old Testament and the New Testament by rejecting the Trinitarian. You are not rejecting Islam here. You have to understand.
So you see, so the problem that I think many Christians and misunderstand most people have is that
no. You don't have to tell us the problem that the Christian have. Now now you see, what you are explaining right now is not rejecting Islam. It's not denying Islam as the truth.
So,
The more you explain, the more actually you are rejecting the Trinitarian, in which you have already done. So you don't have to keep on doing it.
the microphone is quite loud, but what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to believe in the Trinity for you to be a Christian, and you don't have to not believe in the Trinity. Like, not believing in the Trinity doesn't automatically make you a Muslim. You don't have to believe in Islam because you don't believe in the Trinity.
I'll tell you what you do need to believe in as a Christian. I'll tell you what you do need to believe in. Do you believe in the death and resurrection of Jesus?
I believe in that 100%.
So why would killing a human being save you?
Okay, so that's a good question. Now, we don't see Jesus as an ordinary human being. We see him as a divine being. And
whoa, stop. What do you mean by divine?
Okay. Yeah, I can explain that.
Well,
not God. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Hamza.
Not God.
Not God, yes, but the word of God.
What's
the
that
word
mean?
of God being, exactly, that's the question I've been hoping for. So the word of God in John chapter 1 verse 1 says, in the beginning was the word, and God was God. Doesn't necessarily mean that God refers to Jesus as being Elohim. What it means is that he is a message which is also, it is a messenger which gives the best expression of what God has to say to humanity. The platform.
So he's a messenger of God.
Yes, the messenger through which.
Why does killing him why does killing him forgive your sins?
Yes. So the reason why we forgive our sins is because he's the one who gives the manifestation of the will of the Father on the earth. The will of the Father was to provide a sacrifice that was worthy of eradicating the sins of humanity.
Where does God say that? Where does God teach this?
Teach what?
Teach that he needs a sacrifice to eradicate man's sin.
Yeah, if you read Exodus, Leviticus, talking about the atonement sacrifice.
What's the atonement sacrifice for?
Was for the washing away of the sins of the Jews.
What sins?
Which
sins?
The children of Israel, the sins of the nation.
No, which sin was being eradicated with this blood sacrifice?
Are you looking for like a specific sin?
According to your Bible, your Old Testament, what sin is forgiven by sacrificing animals?
Okay, I don't know that. I'll have to look into that. Well, Hamza, isn't this a diversion?
This is the problem. This is the problem. Last time you came on, we asked you like 5 questions, and your response is exactly the same. I don't know. I'll have to go and find out.
No, I'm very honest.
One second.
This is a diversion.
This is the thing, you see. I'll explain why it's not a diversion. Because I'll be honest with you, for those that love the job.
The question was.
No. The problem is this, Sam. The problem is this. You keep premising your arguments on things you don't know. You can't explain. You don't know. You have to go read it. You don't know. You have to go check it. One second. Okay, so we're challenging the premise. Now, you said that God promised a sacrifice to redeem all sin. I asked you, where does it say that? You give me some random Exodus, Leviticus. I know what Leviticus says. I know what sin is forgiven through blood sacrifice, but you don't. And because you don't, you'll realize when you find out what the sin is that's being forgiven, and then you read Ezekiel, then you'll realize actually God doesn't need a sacrifice to forgive your sin. Yeah? Okay. And you could even go as far as say, what was John the Baptist doing in the river? Forgiving people's sins when no one's dead yet. No one's had to die yet. There's no blood here yet. It's just water. Okay. So the problem you have is this. You keep coming with really, really poor arguments, with premises you just don't understand, but you're assuming are true. And as soon as I interrogate any of your premises, you go, oh, look, I don't know. I've not read this. Oh, I'll go check this. Which means your argument is debunked until you come and demonstrate your premise.
Okay, I can demonstrate.
Coming here, waffling, we accept it, we interrogate. You say, I don't know, I'll go and check. Never go and check anything. Come back and act like we've never had a conversation before.
Hamza, I can give you evidence of where it's prophesied that the Messiah will be crucified.
God, the Sharia is prophesied that a Messiah is going to die for the sins of the world. Tell me that.
Yeah, sure. If you read Isaiah chapter 52, 13.
Read it for me. Talk to me about this sacrificial dying Messiah.
Okay. Okay. So you want me to read everything? I can read everything if you want me to.
Firdaus, continue with this guy, honestly, because I can't take him.
You guys have more experience dealing with him more than me.
I'm going to kick him, man, honestly.
Because I read at the comment, they say that I'm just like the first year students in this school compared to Hamza.
Well,
oh, they're saying that you're how I was originally, and I'm 10 years later.
Okay. Let me read Isaiah 50. Let me read. Hamza, can I read Isaiah 53 verse?
Yeah, talk to me about this Messiah that's going to die for the sins of the world.
Problem.
Yes.
No problem. Let me read from verse 5. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was
bruised for our
iniquities. Upon him were the transgressions. Okay, you know that. So verse 6 says, all we like sheep have gone astray, we have turned
who is
everyone
this talking about?
to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. So this refers to an wait. Let me just wait. This refers to an atonement where the sins of
one second. Who is this verse referring to?
It's referring to the Messiah, Christ.
Okay, and did Messiah Christ have descendants?
You said?
Did the Messiah have any children?
Spiritually,
I'm not interested spiritually.
Physical children, no, not physical children. Yeah.
Right. What does the verse say?
All we like sheep have gone astray, we have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the sins, the iniquities of us all. Right? So I don't see where children are.
Keep reading.
Anyway, okay. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth, like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and as for his generation, who considered that he was cut off out of the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of my people. So
no, keep reading.
Hamza,
keep reading.
Okay, no problem. And they made his grave with the wicked and with a rich man in his death, although he has done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth. Yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him. He has put him to grief, and his soul makes an offering for guilt. He shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days. He shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days. The
what do you mean by offspring?
What
do you mean by offspring?
Yeah, offspring refers to your products, right? Refers to your products.
No. Where does it say that? What you're saying?
So Hamza, are you trying to refer to a physical offspring? Because you could also be referring to a spiritual offspring.
Well, he's going to prolong his days. He's going to prolong his days, which means he's going to live a long time, and he's going to see his offspring. Yes, that's what it means.
So the offsprings could refer to spiritual offspring.
I'm mentioning the would or shoulds. That's not what you interpret the text as it says.
Okay, so one way of looking at this, for example,
what's the Hebrew word for offspring?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what it is.
Yeah, all right. But one way, Hamza,
but the problem you have, again, that word for offspring is the same. Whenever it's used in the Old Testament, it always means the same thing: a physical descendant, a physical child. Yeah, it never ever is a spiritual understanding. So why are you giving it one?
Okay, so Hamza, are you saying that it is impossible for the offspring to also include a spiritual birth?
Yes, I am.
Christianity,
I'm saying you're stretching and trying to make it fit your worldview. Yes,
Hamza, John just mentioned that when Jesus says he's the light of the world, it doesn't mean that he's the sun. Talking about the previous conversation that you had, that can also be applied here. You don't have to give a literal.
You can't take a word that always means the same thing in Hebrew and apply your own meaning to it to make it fit your worldview. No, you can't do that.
So Hamza, when you try to interpret such words, you have to look at the context. The context is referring to a spiritual salvation.
The context is there. Prolong his days.
No, that's just a verse. That's the same sentence. If you look beyond that,
it will prolong his days. No. It says he will live a long time, and he will see his descendants. That's what it says. Did he live a long time, Jesus? And did he see his descendants? No.
So, not necessarily. There are ways of.
No. The answer is no. There's no this, but some no. I don't do it, but some maybes. I do absolutes. Okay. No. Okay. So he didn't prolong his days and didn't see his descendants. Khalas.
Okay. Wait. Okay. So verse 8 says he was cut off out of the land of the living. So what does that necessarily? The land of the living refers to?
The verse 1 says he was ugly and repulsive to look at. Do you believe Jesus was ugly and repulsive to look at?
Hamza, let's take it easy. Verse
do you believe
8
that?
says, Hamza, do you agree that you have to look at the
Understand
scripture
one
context?
thing, please understand one thing about me, Sam. And if you understand this, you'll understand me. I don't care what it says. It's not
Then
for me
what's
to
the use of
understand
having it? Then it's better
I
you
don't
continue
care.
talking with the previous.
It
Because you're not
isn't a
willing
reliable source of
to be
information.
unbiased. That's
Look,
the thing. You're not willing to be
Sam,
unbiased because.
Sam,
Okay, Hamza, can I continue
you're
talking with the
quoting
previous?
from a book I don't believe is reliable.
Can
but
you imagine
think
that?
it is. So
Hamza,
I'm
does
questioning
it-
your
Hamza.
it's called an internal critique.
But Hamza,
Okay.
it doesn't. It's hypocritical, Hamza. It doesn't make sense for you to believe that every single part of the scriptures, the Dead Sea Scrolls has this portion within it, and this is several years before Muhammad came, before he validated the Torah. Okay, it's all right. Let's have
something. Muhammad never validated the Old Testament. You understand that, don't you?
I understand. He validated the Torah, but the
Right.
like
Do you
might
believe
say
the Old
Isaiah-
Testament? 1 second. Do you believe the Old Testament is the Torah?
No, the Old Testament has the Torah, but the Torah is not the Old Testament. But
Right.
what
So the
I'm
Old
trying to say
Testament is
that.
not validated by Muhammad. Yeah.
So are you trying to say that the whole of Isaiah is corrupted? That even though the Jews have intact, very similar, almost the same, or even not the same.
Okay. Do the Jews believe this is a dying Messiah who's going to die for the sins of the world?
That's
they read
based
this?
on their Hamza. That's based on their interpretation. It does refer to.
Did they understand it? Did they understand it that way or not? When they read the Hebrew, did they read what you read?
Yeah, they will read the same things I read verbatim, but they would have a different interpretation.
Right, because they know Hebrew, they know the context, they know this. First of all, they've never waited for a dying Messiah for the sins of the world.
Hamza,
this
can I
is
ask
a
you a
Christian
question?
manifestation.
Wait, let me ask you a question. So,
no,
Hamza, if the Jews rejected the prophet,
John, do you remember this geezer? How many times did he say to us on Sunday he didn't know he needed to go check this?
Because I'm very honest. Because I'm honest, I don't
If
know
you were
something.
honest, if you were honest, Sam, you would have come back today and said, you asked me that question, and I said I will go away and read about it. Well, I went away and I read about it, and here's how I understand it. Now that's honesty. Coming on
I'm
here,
going to try to
acting like everything we asked you to go and check, you didn't do any of that.
I think we have to determine, Hamza. I think we have to determine some. Do you mind to tell us which denominations of Christianity that you belong to, or you are creating your own denominations?
He's a born again Christian.
So I don't believe in having denominations. I just believe
he's
in
a born again
as it is. So
he doesn't
like what John
Trinity.
said.
He's a born again. He does. He's lying.
No, you don't
listen.
It's unfair if you don't allow me to talk because I stammer sometimes and I'm unable to complete my sentences. What I'm trying to say is that I think you don't have to believe in the Trinity for you to be born again. So what I can leave it as is I am a non-denomination born again Christian.
Do you go? Do you go to church?
Yeah, I go to church.
Which church do you go to?
I go to a Pentecostal church.
Sam, I don't think you're answering my questions. I don't think you're answering my questions about reconciling between the Old Testament and the New
Trying to be
Testament.
clever with the Trinity thing because he says we believe in one God. He believes in the Trinity.
But I think since John just now have already mentioned that the same reason you are rejecting the Quran, that is the same reason why we as a Muslim rejecting the Bible. So since John is an ex-Christian, let's John deal with you.
Okay. So I think you obviously addressed my point, which is that can you provide some evidence as to why you think that Elohim is the same as Allah? Because you said that Elohim is not the same.
We don't believe it is. We don't believe it is.
Then why should you follow Islam? Because the salvation that will reach humanity has to have come from Elohim. And there has to be a continuation from the same.
Muslims believe in Allah. Would you care to mention anything?
Yeah, I did before. I'll do now also. Allah is taken the name from Alaka. Alaka, which is, we use that word all the time. We have the same God as the Arabs. We believe in the same God, in one God. So it's a paradox. See, the Christians believe in the Trinity, whatever that's supposed to mean. But it's a part of it is their God, who's a JC, we call her. But That's not our belief at all. We're not allowed to believe in anything like that, and we're in better terms with the Christians generally than with the Arabs, generally speaking. But we have in common, we believe in the same God. Right? As a matter of fact, I was speaking once to Moshe Feinstein, the greatest rabbi of our generation. He said, Allah, that's the Arabs' God, the same God that we have. He wasn't afraid to talk about it. They have the same God. But Allah means God, the Elokat that we say, and they believe in the one God who created the world.
Was there an event that made the Muslims break away and change the name of God to whatever?
Didn't change the name of God. It's Allah, that's the name of the God.
What
They didn't break away from any. Why did they break away? They come from the children of Abraham, of Yishmael. We come from Yitzchak, and they come from Yishmael.
And on that note, I'm going to let you go. Ooh. They just... I do love that point. It just wraps it up. Shall I bring up Monzimia? What would you say?
It's important to know that video you drop, the rabbi. Huh?
What about him?
Yeah, like obviously that's from their perspective, you know.
That's it. That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah, they believe, you know, that
the point I'm making is very simple. How can a Christian who doesn't even read Hebrew, don't understand whatever he's reading, make a claim Allah is some kind of different deity, and yet the Jews who and their rabbis accept, even whether they accept him as their messenger or whatever, but they accept and concede that Allah is not some alien God, if you know what I mean. That's the only point I'm making. From their perspective, so it's question.
They are not being consistent with the principle that they're holding on to. They have a different set. They have been double standard. They has been holding on to a different principle when dealing with themselves and dealing with other religion. And they don't. Most of the time, they don't even answer the questions. They just divert out from the questions itself.
Yeah, what I like though about that particular video, I know John hates my little points, but what I like about this particular video is that the way he quotes their greatest rabbi of this generation, Moshe Feinstein, had no issues with conceding the particular point that Allah is not a pagan god, it is the God of Abraham. That's the only point I wish to make from that video. All right, John.
I'm not going to elaborate.
Good.
You don't like it.
Shall I bring Stephen Hawkins on?
No, come on, bro. Come on.
It might be interesting for those and support.
Bro, you come on. That's it's not. It's going to be fitna.
You think so?
I know.
The ball might get through to him.
So you think Firdaus is going to get through to him?
No. You guys have to let me know who have you been dealing with, because I have no experience dealing with them. You guys know better. No. So do not throw me into the crocodile farm.
It's impossible, Firdaus. Trust me.
Why?
You don't. Just trust me. You cannot speak to this person.
Okay, then don't.
you will think I must be able to. Trust me, you can't.
I reckon you
can. Okay. No. That I trust.
Okay, so what would you say? If you had a kind of Christian version of Stephen Hawkins,
but couldn't speak as fast as Stephen Hawkins.
His computer's a little bit slower.
A lot slower.
I don't get it. What's the question? Maybe I'm really tired.
All right. Imagine Stephen Hawkins was in the back chat and I brought him on, and he's in his wheelchair. Right.
But his machine's broke.
But his machine is a bit slower, so he's not. Because Stephen Hawkins is just like not doing anything, but his computer speaking on his behalf. Well, we have a guy who's like that, but I think he's from an ex-Muslim background, and he's a Christian.
No, come on, this is Hamza. He's playing games.
I think we should go with better quality.
There's not that much better quality in the backstage.
I mean, are you saying he actually has a speech impairment, or are you saying?
Oh yeah. His computer speaks for him.
In that case, I don't know. You know, the whole point of Arena is supposed to be very fast-paced. Discussions, debates, and it's sort of something that will frankly, a lot of people will not be able to keep up with it and maybe fall asleep. I'm just saying purely
you
from a
won't fall
pragmatic
asleep.
point of
You
view.
won't fall asleep. I guarantee that.
No. I mean, purely from a pragmatic point of view, you lose track of the argument when things are being communicated slowly. No offense
You
to
won't.
anybody.
You won't lose track of the argument.
You won't lose track of the argument.
Look,
Had sex with little
unless-
girl. Imagine Stephen Hawking's computer being an Islamophobe.
No, look, you gave him dawah before. The dawah's been given. May Allah guide him. He can do his reading, and may
let's
Allah
move on.
guide him.
All right. I'm an equal opportunities kind
Just
of
give
guy.
him Sabor's WhatsApp number, private WhatsApp number.
I have no experience dealing with the person that you guys are talking about, so I have no idea.
Okay. If you just
but I'm a good listener. I listen to John advice. Don't.
If you watch the warm up, you'll understand. I kind of insulted him on Sunday, and I wanted to apologize to him. So he actually came on today saying, "Hamza, you wanted to say something to me." He came on for his apology. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, all right, I won't do it.
Yeah.
If there's no more guests, I think he's going to be quite persistent. That's the only thing.
Is my voice too loud? Some people are complaining that my voice is too loud.
Oh, they're always complaining about something, these people. The Iron of War, John Love.
Do you hear me, guys? Hello.
We hear you.
Yeah, okay. What do you think about what's happening now in these regions in Israel, and how do you in this religion, when you, for example, many people say that this is plagiarism, this religion that you follow, that they copy Jewish scripture, they implement it in a war, like to conquer, destroy, and then speak about the Creator. How can you speak about the Creator when you decapitate people? His own creation. He made us. Look at the Bible. In Bible is written about the false prophet and the beast. This beast is going to hell. Listen, I'm not. I don't believe in nothing, but I know about the Bible and everything.
You don't believe in anything?
And is manifested in 1,400 years. Millions of people die.
So you don't...
And it's going to be a judgment day. You believe it's going to be a judgment day.
Slow down.
For everything that you've done.
No.
Listen very carefully.
Take your time. Slow down.
But bro, listen.
Put the other guy on.
Wait.
Because many people, they don't know.
Put the other guy on.
Listen.
Any atheist, you said you're an atheist, right? You don't believe in God. You don't believe in any of those things, right? You can't speak about objective morality if you're an atheist.
Are you an atheist?
In 1,000. Listen 1 second.
No.
But
listen.
He didn't even stop speaking when I muted him.
You have.
You don't want to listen, but this manifested, bro, in 1,400 years. One single question. How the Jewish people...
Hamza, put the other guy on.
Are you like the Egyptian Eminem or something? Relax, dude. He's definitely Egyptian, isn't he? 100% Egyptian. He's got that kind of stupid kind of Christian voice flex going on. Definitely an Egyptian. I think so. Are you Egyptian?
Where are you from?
I'm from Romania.
You're from Romania?
How Jewish... Romania.
You're from Romania, banging on about the Bible.
I know
you're
about
an atheist.
this, but it's written. Actually, you know what? Islam and Quran exactly confirm the Bible is true, because in Daniel in Babylon, when they were...
I can't be bothered. Monzo Mia, come back. Okay, time for the halftime entertainment. Oh.
Hey, salam alaikum.
Who's that?
Hey, Mr. Fontaine, Mr. Fadaus, Hamza, and my other brother there. Oh, God, your name has slipped my mind.
Oh, you can't read.
It's so small, Hamza. I can't remember the brother's name. It's just my brain has just frozen there.
You don't wake up in a cold sweat. Anyway, go on. What do you want?
Sorry, brother. I remember your name in a minute. I just had a brain freeze there for a minute. Look, I've got a serious point tonight. Sometimes I come with like maybe a funny point, but this is a serious one, and I
Sound
don't
like
think
James Dunnage.
I don't think this has been answered by any serious Muslim scholar yet. Okay, this is one of the bigger points in the.
1 second, Rob. Just 1 second. So you've not Googled this question? You've not looked on Google, see if anyone's responded to it? No one's ever answered this point.
Sabr. Look, what it is, it's the point that I'm bringing is Quran 7:157, Surah 7:157. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you, mate.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so Quran 7:157, I believe, has got a major contradiction problem, right?
Okay.
Now, if you go to Quran 7:157, and I don't know if any of you guys are Arabic speakers, maybe Firdaus.
What's the point?
Any Arabic speakers, Sabur?
What's the point you're making? Can you speak Arabic?
I don't, but I've done my research, and I know that the Arabic for Quran 7:157 says the books that are with the Christians, the people of the book. The books that are actually with the Christians. Right, now, John may have some knowledge about this subject. If you read the Arabic, it's the books that are with the Christians. So if Allah is responsible for this ayah, then he's responsible for saying the books are with the Christians, right? Now, my point is this. We had the books like the Codex Sinaiticus, the Latin Vulgate. Hamza will know this. We've had these books for roughly 300 years when this ayah was written. So please explain to me the contradiction.
Okay, Rob.
Before John, what's the contradiction?
You're not passing this on.
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is you've got Allah saying the Christians have these books, right? And we've had the compiled Bible, like the Codex Sinaiticus, the Latin Vulgate, the Receptors, for roughly 300 years at that point. So which books is Allah talking about?
Well, what's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that you guys will say, oh, no, you didn't have the Bible at that point when the Quran was written. You had a corrupted version or it was lost.
But that's not a contradiction.
Well, sorry, but Allah is saying to you that no, the Christians do have their book at that point. And it's written in Quran 7:157.
Right. Okay.
I don't know.
So, I would love to see an answer because I've never heard any Islamic scholar answer this point.
You know what, Rob? I agree with you.
Can I just say shut up, Rob? Because you have heard of
Rob.
But anyway, go on, John.
I agree with you, Rob. You
Thank you, John. Thank you.
You're bang on.
Bang to rights. Bang to
rights. You're right. I mean, I also agree. I don't think this has been addressed. But I know someone who's addressed it.
Oh, is that they wrote a book?
And he's writing a book at the moment.
He's still writing that book.
But yours only, John.
I'd love to debate this with you, John. I really would.
There's no
debate. Rob, let me just make it clear. If I can show you the correct meaning today, are you willing to become a Muslim?
No, don't say that.
Say again. Say again. Sorry.
Why not?
He's a Christian. He's not going to accept Islam.
No, but what I'm saying is,
Jesus died for his sins.
Is this like is this the point that's going to stop you? Is this the point that's stopping you coming to Islam, or is this you just coming and giving us a challenge? Or are you like, okay, if I understand this, I'm ready to be
Muslim? This is a major one, John. This is a major one, right? Because what the heck does Allah mean when he says the books are already with the Christians? We've had the Codex Sinaiticus for nearly 300 years. Muhammad Muhammad ran away with the Sahaba to the Christians in Ethiopia. You know, come on, guys. You know, get
What's
real
that
with
got to
it.
do with it, Rob?
Look, there's 4 major reasons why I don't accept Islam. 1 is slavery. 2 is wife beating. 3 is the jizya tax. And 4 is child marriage in 65-4.
So what's we're asking this question for then?
And then
Because this one interests me.
This question for.
So you got 4 reasons, but this
interests
isn't
me.
one.
I asked about 65-4 previously.
No. The point I'm saying is you said there's 4 major reasons because John asked you a question.
Yeah,
about
no,
whether
because
this had
John
been-
asked
no,
me
what's
why
that,
I
Rob?
don't accept Islam.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Yes, he
say
did.
that.
Yes, he did.
No, he asked you, is this the thing that one of the things that may be holding you back?
Is this-
and you
is this
said
like-
it's one of the major things. You said one of the major
guys,
things.
And then you said there's 4 things,
And
and,
then
that wasn't one of them.
No, yeah, bro, listen, I've got an Excel spreadsheet, bro.
Man, that's some serious stuff. Listen, you know, I'm not even gonna. You know what, Hamza? I'm not even gonna answer.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
You know, it's one of them. It's like
You're gonna run, John. You're gonna run.
Yeah, I'm gonna run like Forrest Gump.
Okay, bro.
Because
I'll buy you some Adidas.
You know what? Take this clip, make a clip, show all your followers that I ran away. But when the book's
Good.
ready,
Okay, yeah, no, bro,
you can have a
good.
go.
Because you know, I was expecting like a serious little debate. I really was.
I'll give you something to chew on.
Go on.
And I don't
go
know
on.
if Hamza's gonna
Give me a miswhack, John. Give me a miswhack.
I'm not sure if Hamza's gonna go into the other 4 topics or not. I'm not sure if he's got any of the. But
I need to tap my ex-wife. Give me a miswhack.
That's very funny. You know,
I couldn't resist.
There's a
Sorry.
reason why his missus left him, and he's showing the world why.
Yeah,
she was. I'm not going into my personal business. Go on, John.
No, we don't have to. We don't have to. You're showing the world why she left you, mate.
She was one of the thousands upon thousands of Iranian converts who ran away from Iran and turned to Christianity. That's the
And
reason.
we can see why she ran away from you.
Well, you know, we should be lucky if our wives hang around. That's all I got to say.
No, it may says more about you if your wives are not hanging around.
Do we, Hamza? Do you think that we still need to have him here when he's not? It's very obvious that it seems like he's not very interested
Exactly.
in having a discussions.
All right, Rob.
Look.
Before you let him go, I think that one thing Rob should know is that he's mentioning 4 things which I have
Why
forgotten.
are you running, bro? Why are you running all the time? Every time
Okay.
you're running and
No, you
just
see-
drop people. It's pathetic.
What you bring? Okay, if you want to bring him back, Rob. If you're saying that what can you repeat again the 4 things that you have a bigger problem in Islam?
Slavery, Quran 424, wife beating, Quran 434, jizya tax, Quran 929, child marriage, Quran 65.
Cool. You have your turn to speak. So now it's our turn to speak. Okay. So be respectful. If you want us to listen to you. If not, if you want to shout, you can do it in your own house or in your own room or maybe in your own shower. We have no problem.
No, bro, because I don't know if you're hearing me with the microphone.
I hear you. Okay, I hear you. Okay, listen. So now, if you are saying that those are the 4 major problems that you have with Islam, now if any one of us, okay, if you have to listen carefully, yeah, pay attention. If any one of us can show the equivalence or even verse in the Bible, will you renounce Christianity today?
If you couldn't show the Bible as being equivalent, then maybe. If you can show the Bible as being equivalent, then maybe.
No. When you say maybe, you are not sincere. Because when you say these are the 4
No, because I know you can't.
If you say we can, meaning you are very sure that we can't. But when you are answering us, you are not answering us with a conviction that you are replying here. When you are saying that we can, meaning you are very sure we can. But when you are replying to my questions, you are saying I might be. Why the contradiction is there?
Okay, bro.
Why don't you sound just convincing? Rob, will you renounce Christianity? will you renounce Christianity? If any one of us can find the equivalence or even worse in the Bible, will you renounce Christianity and reject Christianity the way you say you are rejecting Islam because of all these four major problems? Please answer me yes or no. It's not maybe. If let's say maybe, then we say bye-bye.
Bro, there is no child marriage.
Please bear in mind. Please bear in mind, Rob. Okay, we know what is in our disposal. We have not reviewed it yet, so be careful when you are answering these questions of mine. Be very, very, very careful. Yes or no? Will you reject Christianity?
Start firing, bro. Start firing.
Why firing? You are the one who fired it, and you can't take the fire back. Come on, man. You can't deal with the Chinese? Come on, I'm not even a Christian. I'm not even an ex-Christian. Why you can't deal with the Chinese? Is the Chinese super trained? Come on. I'm not from China. I'm from Malaysia.
I'm in the trenches waiting with my helmet and my gun. Start firing.
Firing you? No one is firing you, bro.
You know in the chat.
Answer the question. Just answer the question, Rob. Will you or will you not? Yes or no?
Maybe I'll do my shahada.
I agree.
Thank you.
You know this guy's getting roasted in the chat about his wife leaving.
Get him out.
Sorry, what?
Get him out, Hamza. This is the first time
getting roasted by who?
He's getting roasted by the people in the comments for his wife leaving him.
Oh man, you know
why would he come on a live stream and publicly, let people know you're a reject?
But you know he. No, but you know he.
Oh my God!
It's not worth answering. Like the point he made it's an interesting point, but there's just no point answering him. There really is not. He's not interested. As Firdaus said, there's no point.
I can't tell if he's serious. I just can't tell.
I just bring him in, pull his pants down, spank him, and then send him out.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
people like that.
Because he's not being consistent. You see, he throws us a challenge. He say one of the reasons. I mean, 4 major reasons why he rejects Islam. But when we throw back the challenge to him, okay, that if we can find an equivalent or even something worse in the Bible, will he reject Christianity just the way he rejects Islam, based on his own principle? I'm not coming out with my own principle, but it seems like he can have such a confidence by saying, I know you can. There is a confidence. But when we ask him, will you? He say, maybe. It seems like one is very confident, but one is not sure. So how do we deal with someone like that? Meaning he's not very sincere.
The thing is, though, with Rob, he will adjudicate. He's not one of those Christians that's like fixed denomination. He'll tweak what he believes to suit his own kind of worldview. He's pointless. He's really pointless. He literally is.
Hey, Hamza, look at this comment by Yeshua is Yahweh.
I know.
I want you all to notice the whole panel didn't answer the question. You guys are so bad; it's getting clipped. See, this is the thing that.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Yeshua. You come on and ask the question.
Yeah, come on, Yeshua.
Yeshua, you come on. We just want to, because Rob wasn't sincere. If you're sincere, Yeshua, been mouthing in the chat the whole stream.
Come on,
bro.
with your camera on.
Yeah, show us who you are, and you ask the question and make the claim, and we'll see how long you last, mate. Right. Meanwhile, I think this guy's been waiting. I call Isaac Emmanuel. Why have you called yourself Emma?
Yeah. Yeah, that is the short form of Emmanuel.
Emma is a short.
Emma is what?
Who told you that? Yeah, mate. Just call yourself Emma. They'll understand. Yeah. Go on. What do you want?
Yeah, no problem. But I wanted us to engage. And one of the points I wanted you to help me address is the points that the previous scholar raised. And if you're able to convince me, trust me, I will convert.
Okay. So what does he need to convince you of?
There is one thing that makes me uncomfortable about Islam, and that is the ayah that is the previous scholar mentioned, which has a consensus of the scholars as addressing child marriage, and also the Quran teaching child sex, allowing a mature male Muslims like to sleep with the younger children. What do you say about that? Is that
Where does the Quran teach? Where does the Quran teach that?
Sorry, Emma, are you a Catholic?
I am not a Catholic, but I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible.
Why do you say that like Catholics are not Christians?
No, because they see it as different.
No, I know,
You're from Uganda, right? Emma?
Yes.
Whereabouts in Uganda?
You know your African accents, bro.
Whereabouts in Uganda are you from?
I am based in Kampala, but I don't think that's relevant what I'm asking.
I used to live there. You know Butabika. You know Butabika. There's a mental hospital there. There's a mental hospital there. Right there. Anyway, Emma. No, I'm just saying it might be related in the future. Listen, Emma. You know, subhanallah, you have to be sincere. You know what you're asking. You know that these same things you're asking about, right? The way you're trying to portray them, you know that you're not portraying it in the right way, and even similar things are in the Bible, and I'm sure you know that yourself.
There isn't any, unless you're ready to show me.
Okay, Brother Firdaus has something prepared for this, I think. Brother Firdaus? No, Bismillah. Firdaus, you was about to speak about some of the points. You'd already prepared something, you said.
No. It's okay. I'm listening to you because you have started it.
No, because this is specifically about he wants to see something from the Bible that is similar to these misconceptions that he's attacking Islam with, but he has things that he's saying are not in the Bible as well.
Which part? Which one?
Emma?
Child marriage. We are talking about child marriage. God giving orders, like allowing Muslim men to marry children. Isn't that child abuse?
So is
that the main one? Is that the main one?
Is this
your problem?
Is this your main contention with Islam?
And this is in the Quran where?
Can you read it?
It's Surah Talaq, ayah 4, chapter 65, verse 4 of the Quran.
And what does the verse say? Can you read it for us?
Yeah, it is addressing the issue of divorce. That divorce
divorcing
is
who?
addressing the married
Divorcing
people.
who?
And chapter 65, verse 4, it's saying that
chapter
for those of your women, chapter
your women.
65 verses. I expect you to be knowing the Quran.
Chapter 65, what?
Verse number 4, Surah Talaq, chapter number 65.
Oh,
we
okay.
know. We just want to hear him say it.
Okay,
would you like to read it? Would you like to read it for us?
Yes. It says that. It's okay. I will read it. It says that as for those of your women who have passed the age of monthly courses, for them, the Ida or the prescribed period, if you have doubts, is 3 months. And those who have no courses, i.e., they are still immature, their Ida is 3 months. Likewise, as for those who are pregnant, their Ida is until they deliver. So my problem is, why are here children who are immature and are those ones to be divorced? I'm reading the translation of, I think
it says IE. You said,
and that is that's
IE.
your translation. Are you saying this translation
right?
is wrong to put that?
So that's not the Quran, is it? IE.
What's your point?
But
Emma?
these are your scholars. This is Hilal and Khan.
Well, we know it's going to be some obscure tafsir. Look.
No, just read the point. Read it as it is, Emma.
Yes, I've actually read it, and this is a
Let me read. Let
translation
me read
in
it. I'm going to read it.
Al-Ankara.
I'm going to read it. One second. Let me read it. Verse 65:4. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery. And whoever is mindful of God, he will make their matters easy. Now, where does it mention children?
What are those ones who have not menstruated yet? Which category of women are those ones?
Those who have not yet
females are
menstruated.
those ones?
Well, there's 2 categories, isn't there? Do you believe puberty and menstruation are linked?
Can you hear me?
I go with the scholars because when I read all the
No, I'm
tafsir of
asking you a
that
question.
ayah,
I'm
they
asking you
say
a
those are
question.
small children, young
Biologically,
girls who are
biologically.
mature.
1 second. Biologically, can a woman have reached puberty and yet not menstruated? Is that a case or not?
That is impossible,
It's
unless
not
on rare
impossible.
occasion.
It's not possible. It's not impossible. First thing you got to understand, it's not impossible. Second thing, it depends upon the woman whether or not when she menstruates with puberty or not. Because, for example, some girls who are athletes, for example, they won't have their menstruation at puberty time. It'll come later. Okay. There are some women who don't even menstruate. They have the medical condition. Okay. And the beautiful thing about Islam, it covers everything and everybody. And so in that verse in the Quran, Allah's given you all scenarios that a woman may be in with regards to menstruation. Okay. So a girl who's hit puberty and matured and is ready to have sex, basically, but has not had menstruation, it's not a problem. Yeah, biologically. She can still have her body's ready to have sex, even if she hasn't menstruated. Menstruation is not the evidence of maturity. Okay, puberty is, hair growth and such, so that's the first thing. Second thing, there are women, like I said, who suffer from where they never have a period. Okay, your sick mind is making it children.
See, this is the thing, Hamza. If I can just add to
Not my
to this
sick mind,
point.
Hamza. Not my sick
If
mind. In fact,
there's
all
one
the
minute,
scholars, there is not even a single scholar.
Emma, wait, Emma.
There is not even a single scholar
So-
that actually says what you're
Emma,
saying, Hamza, because all the
Emma.
scholars agree that those are talking about
Emma.
young girls. So you are the one who is misinterpreting
Emma,
your own Quran.
you got to listen, Emma. Hello? Are you listening?
I'm getting you.
Okay. So first of all, just because their waiting period is 3 months, that doesn't mean this can also be with regards to marriages that are done below the age of menstruation before they're consummated. So in Islam, you can have the nikah at any time. For instance, if I have a 1-year-old or 1-year-old child, you can do a nikah with a 1-year-old boy. In Islam, that's something that's allowed. The father can do that for the child. But the full marriage is not complete until consummation. And consummation happens at the time of maturity. So, for instance, and this happens this is not just in Islam as well. Many cultures have this around the world. So somebody can be married off, and that's what happened with Aisha. She was married off by her father when she was 6, and when she'd reached maturity, she now has the choice to implement and go through with the full marriage or not. Now, if Aisha said, you know what, I don't want to marry the Prophet, then what would happen? She would be waiting. She'll be on the waiting period for 3 months.
She wouldn't.
Why not?
Because there's a verse of the Quran that talks about if the marriage is not consummated, there is no iddah.
It depends.
Exactly, Hamza, you're right. There, I support you because
it depends.
Because
if
that
they've
is the
been...
reason why I'm raising this argument.
No, shut up. We're not.
No,
shut up.
no.
You're not sincere.
Hamza,
I'm talking to John here.
Hamza, it actually depends if they've been alone together.
Yeah, I know.
As well.
I know.
So, because it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be consummated.
No, it could be fear of consummation. Suspicion of consummation.
Yeah.
Suspicion of consummation.
The point is this still applies to this. The woman still has a right to choose whether to go through with it or not. So the point I want to ask you, Emma, is what is the right way of marriage? Can you guide us on what the correct way of marriage is?
Thank you so much. But I wanted to say something interesting before I answer you. There is something
No,
that
no.
one of the
Can you,
students did that is
can
very,
you just
very
answer this
important.
point?
No,
'Cause-
no,
no, Emma, because
you-
if
you
this
need
is the
to
wrong
answer-
way, if this method of marriage is wrong, okay, even though it's divine, we believe that this is revealed by Allah.
Are you saying?
Then you tell.
Are you saying
can-
marrying
can you-
smaller children is the right thing?
No. What's
I'm
going
asking-
on here, Emma? You have to answer the question. You can't get away like that. You have to answer the question now. We've
And
heard
I'm going
you.
to answer his question, but I wanted to first.
No.
I wanted to
You
give him a
answer.
feedback of what he
You
said. I
answer
need
the
to react. I need
question.
to react to what he
You
said.
answer the question, or you get booted out. It's up to you. You have 3 seconds to start answering now.
Okay. I know you're not comfortable with this topic, but it's okay.
No, actually, we're very comfortable with the topic.
Just answer the
We're
question.
very comfortable with the topic.
The thing is with these Christians,
The thing is, what we have to understand, these people, they think somehow by criticizing Islam without having a objective standard themselves, they've achieved anything. They haven't achieved anything.
Yeah.
For you to say something is wrong, well, okay, tell us the right way. So either you answer or you get lost. So bye-bye. And with a girl's name.
But what is the issue with Surah At-Talaq verse number 4? I don't see any issue with that.
Oh, okay, so their issue is this. I'll tell you their issue is basically they're saying if the Iddah period for those who have mentioned, this is the whole argument, the full argument. I understand what John said. There's a verse in the Quran that says if there's no consummation or fear of consummation, there's no Iddah for the woman. So
Okay.
if the nikah's done and they don't consummate, there's no Iddah. So then the argument then is that, well, you could engage a young child, a young girl and a young boy together to be married, but you can't consummate till they reach maturity. So the question being asked then is, well, if the rule is if there's no consummation, then there should be no iddah. Why are young immature girls who've not had menstruation required to have iddah, which would infer that they must have had relation? Because if they hadn't had menstruation, yeah, and they hadn't consummated, there should be no iddah period according to the other verse in the Quran. But because they're being given an iddah period, then there needs to be an explanation as to why. Because if they've not menstruated, how could they have consummated the marriage, except it must have been consummated before they'd reached menstruation? But what I argued is, yes, that is the exact answer, because menstruation and puberty are not necessarily tied. So a girl can reach puberty, maturity, but yet not menstruate yet. The menstruation doesn't have to automatically come with maturity. It's a sign of it, undoubtedly, but it's not the end and be all of it. And like I said, girls who are active in certain environments and certain climates and things like this, the menstruation can come later. The blood can come later. So this answers it, just answers it.
But,
and especially as well because it's women. Let's talk about women here. There's never the Sabia or anything like this used, any name for a young girl or anything. It's always women.
But Surah At-Talaq verse number 4, it didn't mention specifically about children.
No, but it's the tafsir that does.
Okay, it's the tafsir that does, but
it talks about girls not reach mature. Yeah.
But again, I mean, when you refer to verse number 4, it's talking about woman who is menopause. Okay, and of course, I'm not sure either how much does the brother know about these issues of amenorrhea. Where
that's So amenorrhea is the medical condition where women don't menstruate.
Yeah,
which is one explanation. So imagine you're married to a woman who doesn't menstruate. What's the iddah period for her?
And women who are amenorrhea is that, of course, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala in the verses also say that how many months, 3 months, etc. Right? So, and a woman who have amenorrhea, they also can get pregnant as well. So, like Subor said, that they have no exact standard to say that. You see, in order for us to criticize one position is wrong, you must have a position that you believe is correct.
Do you know what's amazing? If you read the Bible, which he's a Christian, swelling breasts and hair growth is the definition of maturity, not blood, not menstruation. So according to the Bible, swelling breasts and hair growth defines maturity.
You know, I
So
wanted to ask
nothing
him,
to do with blood.
I was asking him about what his version of how it should go through, right?
Yeah,
the
exactly.
marriage, because in Uganda they get married very young, very young. Subhanallah, Subhanallah. You see, very
Was
young.
it? He's still
All
here.
over
If you
Africa.
wanted to answer
Bring
that
him
question.
in. Bring him in. Ask him. Yes, sir. Emma. Emma.
He's muted.
He's muted. Emma, can you just before you go? Can you
Yeah,
just
thank you so
tell
much.
us
I'm
what?
back.
Yeah, just answer his question just before you go. Like, what is the way that you think marriage should be done? Exactly. You know, and how is it done in Uganda? You know, because in Uganda,
Yeah,
many people
thank you so much.
get married very young age, don't they?
Uh,
And also, people actually develop
that is not true.
quicker.
That is not true.
They do develop quicker in Uganda. They do.
That
Emma.
is not true. But I wanted to say something about
I
what
disagree
you
with
asked
that.
me of
I
the
disagree
right
with
time to
that.
get
No,
married.
Emma, you keep on saying that is not true. That is not true. We just substantiate your claim that is not true. I mean, we can just say that is not true without answering, without
What
substantiation,
age
without
should one get
justification.
married?
In Uganda, you must be at least 18 years. If you're not 18 years and you get married to someone, they can arrest you and you go to court.
So, do you agree with that?
Yeah, but we are not using the moral laws of the countries. We are using the religious that we claim that they came from God.
Okay, so what is the religious law that you agree with? If you don't agree with the Ugandan law,
What's the age of marriage
Because
according
in
to
your
you as a
Quran,
Christian?
it says a child.
No,
But
no, no.
in
According
my
to
Bible,
you.
according to
in my
you,
Bible,
Emma,
it
what?
literally says that
According to you as a Christian. No, no, no. Forget your Bible. According to you as a Christian.
somebody
What's
must
the
have
correct
passed
age?
her youth before she can get engaged into sex.
What?
Huh?
How
do you
old
say?
does God
At least
say
a girl should have passed her youth.
past her youth? What's the youth?
No, you have to give us
Yes.
the quotations.
Don't just make it up, pulling it out.
Yeah,
your
tell
ears.
us your scripture. Tell us the scripture
Yeah.
that sorts this out.
In the book, in fact, in the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 36, the Bible is very clear that the girl, for a virgin girl to be given into marriage, she must be past her youth. And that is 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 36. Which
Okay,
is
what does that
contrary to your
mean?
Quran, which says that you can sleep
What
with
does
the
youth
children
mean?
for
Forget
What
the
does youth mean?
look, Emma. Shut up about Islam and the Quran, please. We'll talk about your beliefs, okay?
because you're ashamed of it. You're
Oh,
ashamed of
shut up!
it.
I've
And
responded
how
to the
can you be
question.
ashamed
You're
of
so
your book?
stupid
We're
not
trying
to
to be
understand.
enlightened by your.
You're so
by your,
stupid not
by
to
your
understand
way.
our answer. Fine.
You're the
You
one who
think
sleeps
Islam
with the
teaches
children.
this?
You're the one who is stupid. You sleep with the children.
Emma, please, just shut up about Islam. We've responded to that question now. Now we're asking you as a Christian to enlighten us according to
Islam is
what
a
you
filthy
believe.
religion. Why are you sleeping with the children? You deserve to be in
Oh.
prison. May police be upon you.
Okay.
I can't do
Okay.
it.
Do you know
I
what?
can't.
Do you know what? Do you know what? There's
Oh, my
nothing more.
days.
There's nothing more powerful for the religion of Islam, for its opponents to think that they can simply do nothing except try and take pot shots at Islam, and they will not even attempt to articulate their own worldview to us. I mean, this is what you call victory without fighting. Like it's literally like, no, I'm not even going to put my religion, my philosophy, my ideas up for grilling. All I'm going to do is try and take pot shots against you, which is the same thing that these atheists do, right? They just don't even want to begin to try and show what is objective morality, what is the basis of morality, what's the basis of ethics. The very starting point is Islam is wrong because of X. As soon as you say, okay, what do you want to talk about? No, Islam. The fact is that is victory for Islam without the first shot being fired. So well done.
You know, I just want to say, like, you know, one thing that all Jews, Christians, and Muslims agree on is, well, we don't agree on who it was, but one thing we agree on is that Ibrahim was told to sacrifice one of his sons. Okay? Now, what could be more worse than killing a child? You know,
the point is that God commanded it. So the question is, whatever the commands are regarding anything, the question is, does it come from God or not? That's the ultimate basis. So if you want to challenge Islam, you can only challenge Islam by either proving that Allah doesn't exist or proving that the Quran is not from Allah. You know, and come in with all of his own tafsir. See what the Christians like to do. They're all experts in Arabic all of a sudden. And, you know, they give their own tafsir, and that might be fine for their own deen, you know, because they don't look at the Greek or the Hebrew. They just give tafsir in the English language with the King James version of the Bible, sitting in Africa. You know, it's like where with us we have a principles of exegesis on how to understand the Quran according to the way it's supposed to be understood. And so, you know, he has to understand that he has to bring the correct understanding from the beginning. You know, they're just playing around.
Yeah, and Uganda changed its laws in 1990 or something before that because they had so many teenage pregnancies and.
Look, I lived in Uganda. I lived in Uganda for 3 years. For 3 years.
Okay, I just went there for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Entebbe, Kampala, and Arua.
Yeah, and it's a lovely place. There's like 18 million Muslims there. That's why he's upset. And you know, and they do marry young because, and to be fair, you know, it's like Sierra Leone, for instance. Look at Sierra Leone. I always use Sierra Leone as an example. The life expectancy is around 40 years old. So if you're telling someone they have to wait till 18 years old to get married, right? You got to be, you know, middle-aged, you know. And the fact is, people in Sierra Leone, they develop faster. They do. I'm telling you, go there, you'll see big, strong guys, right? The most strongest guys you've ever seen, and they're like 11 or 10 years old, like big men, beards. There was one of my best friends in school, Bernard, right? He had a big beard at the age of 11 years old. You know, and same with the women. Everyone knows about Ugandan women, African women. Generally, certain tribes develop faster, and this is a thing. You know, there's many things to consider. The main thing to consider when we're talking specifically about the marriage of Aisha, it was her father who gave her away. Subhanallah. This, you know, that's it.
That's why. But the problem. I don't want to do it now, but that's why my contention. My contention against it.
What do you? Yours?
Yeah.
Why?
I can't imagine Abu Bakr doing that.
Why?
6 years into being a Muslim, persecution in Makkah, and then engaging his baby daughter to a non-Muslim family, and I don't see it. Anyway, I don't want to go into it right now.
What do you mean? No. Come on.
I don't want to get clipped, man. And there's another big story, as if there's a big deal. I personally don't believe Aisha Anha. If she was 6 when she married the Prophet ﷺ, that means she would have been born 6 years in the call to Islam. So Abu Bakr al-Anhu would have had a baby daughter 6 years into the call into Islam, into a town where the Muslims are being persecuted and all of these things, and then he would go to a non-Muslim family and engage his daughter to their son, and then later on they would come and say, we don't want this marriage anymore because we think Aisha is going to bring him to Islam. Don't want to do it now. We can have a conversation.
But forget about that. Put that to one side. We can actually.
No, I'm not doing it now. I'm not doing it now.
So you don't agree with what Aisha said? Aisha herself said.
I don't believe she was that age. But I'm not going to do it here.
Okay, no problem. Put that to one side.
No, I'm not doing it here, bro. Next guest.
Put the Aisha thing to one side.
Go on then.
Because it's very important. Because do you have a problem with marrying someone?
No. No.
You don't have a problem with that?
That's not the issue. No.
So what's the issue?
That's not the issue. So don't think it's like, oh, I can't. This is so bad. I don't know how it would happen. No. It's nothing to do with that whatsoever. We'll have a conversation.
I don't think that there's any issues. I mean, even we can discuss on the age of Aisha radiallahu anha, though the scholar disagree on the age itself. But I guess the term itself is wrong. When people call it as child marriage, that term itself is wrong. They have to refer to what do you mean by child? What do you mean by woman? If you look back into NHS, they have a definition. What is a child? A child is a pre-puberty girls. Okay, there is a child. Okay, if someone have already their period, have already reached the age of puberty, they no longer a child. By definitions of science today, they call them as women, right? So even if the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was married to Aisha radiallahu anha, consummated the marriage at the age of 9, after she reached the age of puberty, she's no longer a child.
No, but this
by
is the problem,
definition.
you see. This is the problem. They've changed the definition of child. It's no longer pubescent. It's below the age of consent. So in England, for example,
that is their problem. The problem is on them.
No, but that's their retrospective.
I want everyone to give a
morality.
perspective on something. This this attack on Islam using the child marriage sort of slander has been around on the internet for 20 years. It's been picked up everywhere. BBC documentaries, this, that, every level. In the comments, a Muslim says, "Hello, everybody," and age of Aisha 9. The point is, who has stopped from taking their shahada because of this? Nobody. Okay, nobody. So those people who think, "Oh, I have this super weapon," okay, well, why is it not having an impact on anybody? The guy who came on here earlier, what's his name? Joe. Right? It didn't have it. Did you know about this before, Hamza? Yes. Did you know about it, John? Yes. It has no impact. So, guys, it's like, oh, I have this kryptonite. Okay, well, it's not that great because it's not working. We'll just keep
It's
trying.
true, yeah.
Just laugh at you.
It's true. I mean, these things are really, they blow them up like they're so important. But all of it's been said before and seen before. And the fact is, there's still so many people coming to Islam.
All right.
They just suddenly come up with the magic numbers of, you must reach the age of 18. What do you mean? How do you consider someone to be matured? You have men or women who are 40 or 50 who are not even matured up until that age. So do you consider them as immature not to get married?
Fedos, I'll be honest with you. Here in England, right, you're not an adult until you're 18. So here in England, you can have sex with children just at the age they say the child should be. Because a 16-year-old, according to the law of the UK, is a child. Yet you can have sex with children because you can have sex with a 16-year-old.
Well, I think they say a 16-year-old can be with a 15-year-old, but not a 13-year-old. It's like I think there's two age. Like a 15-year-old can be with a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old can be with a 13-year-old, but it can't be like 2 years gap.
No, but a 20-year-old can be with a 16-year-old.
Yeah, with a 16-year-old.
As long as they're not a teacher or something.
But they can't get married.
With parents' permission.
With parents' permission, but in Scotland without parents' permission.
Yeah, Gretna Green. Yeah, I know.
It's that's the thing. They can't even agree on these things.
But so like I say, so child sex. Let's get it right. Child sex is legal in England. Yeah, because if you're going to say a child this is why they're all messed up. You can't say a child's under 18 if they can have sex at 16, then they're still a child. You're just deciding which. You know what I mean? And it's like, imagine the day before she's 16, it's rape. The day she turns 16, it's all right, it's all gravy, mate. It's
just back to the point which I was mentioning. Number one, you had her father who consented. Regardless of whether Hamza agrees or not, her father also consented, no matter what age she was. Because that has to be consented for a marriage to be accepted. You need two witnesses. Okay, which shows the community accept it. It shows it's completely normal because, okay, your father you might be able to persuade your father, but try and persuade two witnesses from the community as well, who are going to go against it, and then you've got, you'd have an imam, and the fact that nobody ever spoke against it. Nobody ever accused the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
You know what's interesting in Malaysia? You have this kind of in Malaysia, although we are a majority Muslim country, but we have those so-called feminists who I do not, I mean, crazy. They keep on laying accusations towards Islam as the one who promotes a child marriage. I say they're wrong. Number one. Number two, statistically in Malaysia, let's refer back to 2017's statistic. Okay, and Malaysia, you have like 60% Muslim populations, right? So in Malaysia, back in 2017, the statistic shown that out of 1,845 below age marriage, which means below 18 marriage, okay, 1,845, 968 of those marriage, okay, are from non-Muslim. Now just imagine, less than 40%, less than 40% of populations, but they constitute more than 50% of below age marriage. But yet, every day, they just want to attack Islam. And even there are some newspapers who put pictures when they talk about child marriage or underage marriage. They purposely put a little girl playing with a doll and say child marriage, but the content of the news is that majority of the underage marriage are non-Muslim. And true. I mean, when I was a non-Muslim, when I was still very young, in my hometown, I have witnessed myself a marriage between a 12-year-old boy with an 11-year-old girl, because the 11-year-old girl got pregnant.
Yeah,
it was back in the 90s. I mean, what I say, you guys, this kind of people, I always call them out for being hypocrite, because they have a double standard. You have a different standard when dealing with Islam, but you have a completely different standard when it's dealing with you guys. It's haram for the Muslim, okay, but it's halal for them too, and they will give all sort of justification, and they keep on diverting from answering the questions.
But you see this here, they've actually studied the age you can have sex with children in England. So there's a reason why we do this, you see, because we try to understand your standards and where you're coming from. Now, if you want to talk about sex with children in England, in the 12th century, you could marry a 6-year-old and consummate that marriage on maturity at the age of 9, according to the law of England. So the idea that just because you're coming in the 21st century with new ideas and new understandings, you cannot affect the morality of the past. You have to have a standard. Yeah. So we've studied the actual age because it is the actual age. When you'd say to someone, when you watch these pedo stings, when they catch someone who's trying to groom a 14-year-old and whatever, she's a child, mate. She's below 16, mate. 16 is the magic number, mate. So we don't have to study it. This is the point. No one's got an issue if you have sex with a 16-year-old.
Hamza, can you bring this guy on? Suresh Renda Naden. I would love to have him on board.
Is he the guy waiting? No, this is that other guy with a different name. He's not backstage, whoever he is. And the irony is this, I find the biggest hypocrite of all of this. You know what they say about these girls, Rotherham and all this business, how they were groomed, and they were only 15 and such, and they don't know their own mind. And my question is this about Shamima Begum, this 15-year-old Bengali girl who was groomed to go to Syria, and why she's not being treated like a child who didn't have her own mind. Why is she being treated in such let her stay there, let her rot? And you're like, but she's a child, mate. Nah, she's not a child. She knew what she was doing. I don't understand this double standard. Why do you not treat, this is why I asked Tommy Robinson. Why are you so worried about little white girls, 15-year-old white girls in Rotherham, and not little 15-year-old Bengali girls? Why are you not bothered about her? Why are you not treating her like a child? I just don't understand double standards. I watched a brilliant thing today by Matthew Wright. You know Matthew Wright? Let me share it quickly. I know it's a little bit off topic, but I want to share it now.
Double standards like
Party.
I rejected what Aisha said.
Shut up.
Guys, I'm gonna have my breakfast while listening to you guys. In 1 hour time, I'm gonna conduct my Da'wah workshop for 2 days. So yes, please bear with me.
Just bear with me 1 second.
Whereabouts do you live, Firdaus?
I'm living in KL. Hamza has been here. When will you be coming here, John and Subodh?
I'm just going to share something quickly. Sorry, just 1 second quickly.
For sexual exploitation, and then abandoned after losing her 3 kids, kicked out of this country for sexual exploitation, and then abandoned after losing her 3 kids in, they call it a refugee camp. It's essentially a prison camp in Syria, stateless, possibly never able to leave. And despite the fact that when she was a youngster, a child, and in early adulthood, when she had obviously very immature ideas, when she had been groomed, possibly brainwashed, these things we have to accept. Yes, she did say some terrible things about the UK, but people make mistakes. And the idea that we continue to punish a British-born person who was a child when this happened, I find very difficult. I'm quite uncomfortable with it.
That's the first guy I've ever seen say what I say. Honestly, that she's a child, mate. Anyway, sorry, go. Sorry, I interrupted the flow.
Is she a child?
She was a child when she was groomed.
According to Islam?
According to what? No. According to the standards of the UK. According to the standards of the UK, because that's what they're judging her by.
Okay, but what about Islam?
But that doesn't matter, does it? If I'm exposing the
Doesn't
hypocrisy,
matter, mate.
It doesn't matter, mate. If I'm comparing it to the grooming girls.
No, I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
They're
double.
shatting, mate.
I'm just finding you. No, but
Yeah,
it's
no.
like you say, it's just double standard.
I hate the double standards, man.
Me too.
Right, sorry. This geezer's still here.
I'm getting hungry looking at Firdaus. He looks like he's
Yeah.
eating something really tasty.
What you eating, mate? What you eating, mate? Share the love.
This is nasi lemak, man. Nasi lemak. You
What
guys
is
have to
it?
come here to Malaysia. Nasi lemak. But the sad part is I
Stop saying
apologize to
nasi
Hamza every time.
lemak that we know what you're saying. And like, oh, it's nasi
Coconut
lemak.
milk rice. Coconut milk rice, and it's one of our national treasure, guys. You guys have to come here all the way just to have the nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak. What's it made of?
I'm coming.
It's a coconut milk rice, fragrant rice, and it tastes.
So it's like rice pudding.
It's a rice. It's rice. You can see that it's rice. Okay, coconut milk and with some salt and
with some
it
salt.
Smells good, tastes good. Yes.
Is
You
it a
should come
sweet
here and
dish
eat again.
Is it a sweet dish or a savory dish?
No, it's like how do I say? There's nothing equivalent in England, I guess.
I'm not surprised.
Right?
You said coconut milk fragrant rice with salt. You lost me.
It's like a
Ready bread.
biryani with coconut.
Biryani with coconut. Okay, biryani you have more spices, but this is not with those kind of spices. Yes, this is with and of course fried chicken, Malaysian style. Okay, there is no crispy rendang, guys. Okay, there's no crispy rendang.
brother, this is so unfair. I'm so hungry.
What's this now? What are you showing us?
This is the what we call as the ayam goreng. I think ayam goreng. Yes, ayam goreng fried chicken. Yes, this
Okay,
Malaysian style.
okay, forget telling me what it's called in Malaysia. What is it?
Fried chicken. It's just fried chicken,
Fried
Malaysian
chicken.
style with the spices.
So fried chicken for breakfast.
Oh yes, we Malaysia, we have rice for breakfast, we have rice for lunch, we have rice for dinner, we have rice for supper. You have done it when you're here in Malaysia, right?
I actually I visited Malaysia back I think in 2018, and I can concur. These guys, they eat in midnight, and if you drive around in Kuala Lumpur, another one of these cities, at 12 o'clock, entire families are sitting down eating food at night time.
Did you have durian?
Okay, Hamza. Hamza don't like durians, and of course, when Hamza was here,
We got
he
the
don't really
video.
have the
We got the
opportunity.
video.
But when you guys come here, okay, you guys have to come here, and then I will bring you guys for a nice food. Of course, Hamza, there is exceptions when you came here last year. Okay, they are different, but I will make sure. Inshallah.
You took me to a place and it was shut, and then you fed me some stuff from some other place.
It's okay, but inshallah, next trip there's gonna be a nice one. So make sure Subur and Johns have to come here.
Inshallah. I've been before. I'll come back, inshallah.
Sabor, durian. Did you taste durian?
I think I did. I didn't like
That's
it.
the smelly fruit, yeah.
Oh, bro, these guys! I swear that I'm going to describe it right. It's like being in Detroit, in Philadelphia, or something like that, right? Where it's like, oh, you know, all them crack houses. Yeah, you know the crack. They're all like all bongs and all that.
No, we don't. But tell us. You sound like you're speaking from experience.
You go to this place, right? It's like a kind of on the road. It's on the road, yeah. And you see these people, and it's like some out of Star Trek. They're all like just eating this fruit, like hypnotized, eating this fruit, right? And it smells like something else, right? And Everyone
It's
is
banned on
there.
the metro. They have signs on the metro banning it. You're not allowed
Right.
to even carry the fruit on the metro.
They're there in these smelly, sorry for those, in these really smelly environments, all sat there eating it, right? And it's like, if it was a Star Trek episode, you'd be like, everyone would be looking at each other. Spock would be looking at Captain Kirk and like, what's going on? All these people like just eating this fruit as if it's like the best thing ever.
Well,
and then I go down and I sit at a table with Firdaus and all that, and they all turn into this. They all turn into this madness, right? And then this fruit comes that smells so disgusting, right? And they open some, and it feels like you're picking up jelly when you pick it up, right? And it's kind of like custard but warm. It's like a weird consistency. And it was so much that the brother who invited us, his wife couldn't resist, and she had to just grab it before I even got a chance to get it. Sorry, I can't resist. And it's like these people are hypnotized by this bloody fruit.
Look, you can't beat what me and Sabor were eating in Brazil.
What you guys ate?
We'd have steak for breakfast,
Oh,
and then Sabor would finish it off with a fermented pineapple or a fermented coconut. That's what it was.
You know me and John,
bro.
Me and John,
You got drunk off it.
Me and John, we put on a lot of weight in Brazil, and we used to do this thing after we ate. We used to be like, "I'm not gonna sit here and watch you eat yourself to death."
Eat yourself to death.
I think you guys have to bring Hamza out from UK, because if he's really
remember
traveling
that?
around the
You
world,
remember
he
that?
cannot be very choosy about food.
Do you remember when we jumped
so
the queue
funny.
with my brain tumor and we got to the top of the?
Oh yeah. I remember that. It used to be an entire scene. I'm not gonna sit here and watch you eat yourself to death.
Right, we got a Christian, so let's everyone
man.
best behavior now. It's Rob Sentinel Apologetics.
Enjoy the food humor there, folks.
The way he's got that in brackets is like Rob Sentinel Apologetics.
Yeah, essential apologetics. Yeah.
What do you want?
Well, I saw Sabor on here, so I thought if I can ask him some questions, but you guys can also answer them if you can. Hamza, you and I spoke briefly before. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
No. Okay.
It mustn't have been very memorable. What we speak about?
No, probably not. I think you booted me like after 5 minutes. So.
Okay, that's not very
But
promising.
you were in your shop somewhere.
I was in my shop live, possibly.
Yeah.
What brings you here today?
Well, on my channel, I've been going through the Quran. I've done 33 episodes, reached up to Surah 18. So I've reached up to Ayah 82. And my question is, in regards to my initial appearance on Muslim Lantern and what I asked him in regards to the Quran's recountings of all the biblical characters. And my hunch at the time, before I did this in-depth analysis, my hunch was that all the biblical characters in the Quran they don't have the same resume, so to speak, as in the Bible. So the Abraham of the Quran is not the Abraham of the Bible, and all the way down to Jesus. So in regards to the historicity of these characters, as you know, if the Quran is true, if the Quran comes from Allah, is Allah recounting true history on these particular characters? And then when I go and look for like Abraham from the fire, or Cain being taught by a raven, or Jesus making clay birds, Pharaoh drowning in Surah 10, like when I look for the historicity of these accounts, I find them to be what the Quran says, and that is, these are nothing but folklore or legends or tales. They don't actually have any historical basis. And Muslims respond to me saying, well, it's, you know, Allah knows best. Or if you were to like a Sahih grade on history as a whole, pretty much nothing would have survived. Like, you can't really trust history, in other words. And so therefore, if the Quran says it's true, then it's true, because the Quran says so. Like, that's usually the response I get back. So I'm just interested to see what, say, Sabor or any of you
Rob,
say in that regard.
so if the Bible said it, then it's true. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that as well.
So if the Bible
I'm
said,
just
so the
saying,
Bible said Jesus turned stone bird to the bird to clay or whatever, the clay bird to life or whatever. If it was in the Bible today that you read, would you believe that story is true?
no, because it depends on the who said it first and why, and the
No, I'm not
literary
interested. I'm not interested
genre
in that. I'm not interested in
and
that.
the
If
historical
there's a story
context
in
as
your
well.
Bible, if there's a story in your Bible that talks about the ravens talking, for example, the ravens of Cain and Abel, yeah, or if you had the story of like you said, Jesus bringing the clay bird to life. If that was in your Bible, would you believe the story's true?
No, because don't
All right.
forget, I just to clarify who I am, I became a Christian in 2015.
Okay.
So I was always an atheist, and I'm
Do you believe
always
Jesus
looking
turned water to wine?
skeptical. Yeah, I do believe that.
Why?
But it's in the larger surrounding context of
Why do you believe
Cana
that?
and
Why
the
do you believe
region.
that?
Sorry, I just what was your question,
But don't
Hamza?
forget, this is challenging.
I just
I'm
missed.
asking specifically
Sorry, I
about
just
the
missed
Quran
Hamza's
here.
question. I'm going to lose track of the. What did you ask, Hamza?
So I asked Rob the initial question or the last question.
The last one. I missed it.
Does he believe Jesus turned water to wine?
Okay.
Yes, in light of the context of John, it's unique to John's gospel. In light of the geographical context and the historical context of John as an author, I believe so.
Right.
But when
So
I
here's
come to the
right.
Quran,
So
this
you give me the answer. You give me the
this
answer.
is this
Give
is
me the
my
answer.
question back.
Rob.
So
You
Hamza,
give me the
this
answer.
is my question back.
No, but Rob,
let
you don't
me
need to give me a question
steal
back.
mail my question.
Okay. I don't need to. Okay.
Don't go back to the Bible. Just steal mail my question.
Okay. What I'm doing
if
is
the Quran
this. I'll
gives
tell you why I'm
an
going back to
account
the
of
Bible.
what history says,
I'll tell him why I go to the Bible.
is that true?
Look, Rob. Basically, what you've done, you've come here and said the Quran says things that are not in the Bible. Therefore, the Quran's got this information from somewhere else.
That's not what I'm asking.
100%.
That's not what
I
I'm
asked you a
asking.
question and you lied in your answer. Okay, I asked
That
you a
is
question
not
and you lied
my
in your
question,
answer.
Hamza.
No,
Hamza, that's not my question.
No. Look, I remember
my
why you got
question
kicked off.
is, we have two
Right.
different accounts
Rob,
of these same people,
Rob,
right?
the problem is this.
I'm putting
you
the
think
Bible
the first account
aside,
is true. No.
and I'm
you're not.
asking, how do you defend the
Rob,
Quran's claim of these people?
I don't need to.
Really?
Okay.
You
I
don't
don't
need
need
to.
Because this has
Why?
more.
Why not?
I'll
Because
explain to you.
the
I'll
title
explain
here
to
is
you.
Challenge
You
Islam.
shut up. I'll explain it to you. Thank you.
All right, go for it.
Good. Okay. The problem you have is you think when you read the Bible, you're reading history. This is your problem. So when you read John saying Jesus turned water to wine, you believe this happened because John said it. When you believe the zombies of Matthew, you believe it because Matthew said it. Okay. You believe.
No, I don't believe that's the interpretation, but finish your point.
You don't believe there's zombies in Matthew?
No.
Really?
No, that's
What
not
happened?
what the scholarship says. I'm sorry.
What happened?
Notice the red herring here. I'm not going to go out of my way to talk about what scholarship says in Matthew 27.
I want to know how you
known as an
understand.
apocalyptic
So
apostrophe
there's no zombies.
as part of a literary genre that Matthew
How
is
do you
utilizing.
understand the zombies in
I'm
Matthew?
interested in when you have these stories like Abraham from the fire, like when Allah says to
I'm
the
not worried about
fire,
that.
be cool and be
I'm
of
not worried about that,
tranquility.
Rob. I'm not worried
I'm
about that right now.
interested in why the Quran has
Rob,
these
I'm
particular
interested
stories.
in why you think that your
So why
book
can't you
is
track with me
historical.
on that particular
Because
question?
we're doing what we always do here in the arena, yeah? We challenge your premises.
No, it
and
says
we interrogate
challenge
premises.
Islam.
Yeah.
So I'm coming here and I'm asking questions on the Quran.
challenge Islam, no
So
problem.
who's Dul Qurnayn, for
So your
example?
so
Is
your
he
challenge
Alexander
is
the Great? Is he Cyrus?
I'll make it easy for you.
Who is this two
I'll
horned one
make
in
it easy
Surah
for
18?
you. What the Quran says is true about the previous prophets because the Quran's from Allah.
How do you know that?
Done. Based upon
How do you
what
know
the
that?
Prophet Muhammad teaches. Based upon his claim.
So when I go and look at Gnostic texts, when I look at Apocrypha, when I look at the Talmud and the Rabbinic, it's basically the Common Era period of texts. Like Iblis prostrating to Adam comes from Life of Adam and Eve, that apocryphal text. But these are legends that are only in the last 5 centuries. Yes, they're legends. In the last 5 centuries of the Common Era. Why is the Quran regurgitating legends of the first 5 centuries?
What type of Christian are you?
I'm an Orthodox Nicene Christian.
So you believe in the Book of Maccabees and all that? Is that in your Bible?
No, I don't. No.
So you don't believe them events occurred in history either?
No, they're utilized as recommended reading when you're wanting to understand the Second Temple context and the Maccabean Revolt and Antiochus Epiphanes. That's all fine. That's all well and good. These are human works. I say the Bible is a human work.
It is a human work.
Yes, I accept that.
So I'm trying to understand.
The problem here is when the Quran says this is a clear Arabic Quran, right? Like in say in Surah 17, this is an Arabic Quran.
Right.
Now, so this therefore it comes directly from Allah, and Allah will be recounting true history. Therefore,
Right.
if that's the
Right.
case, so when
Right.
for example, the Pharaoh drowning, so
Right.
in Surah 10, when it says that the Pharaoh is about to say the Shahada, but then Ibn Kathir brings up a whole story about Gabriel stuffing mud in
That's
his
not the
mouth.
Quran. That's not the Quran. That's not
No,
the
no, no.
Quran.
I'm just giving.
Yeah,
I'm
but don't
just
do
giving.
that. But don't do that. If
I'm
you're going to quote the
giving.
Quran, quote the Quran. I don't mention.
Let me finish my point.
No,
So you
tell me
have
what the
you
Quran
have the
says.
Pharaoh saying the Shahada, but then the Quran says, okay, the Quran says that his body is washed up and will be a
Right.
sign to the Jews,
Right.
as a sign that Allah has killed the Pharaoh. Okay, now
Right.
which Pharaoh was this in Egyptian history?
Why does it matter?
It does matter.
Why?
Because then you can convince the Egyptologists that look, the Quran got it right because no other text in history says the Pharaoh drowned.
So what?
Then the Quran is alone in this claim. And since we know that all the pharaohs, like between the 18th dynasty and the 20th dynasty, never drowned, because that's the range by which the Exodus can be in, the Quran is wrong.
So how would you know the Pharaoh didn't drown?
Because we have their mummies. We know what happened, how they died, how old they were. So give me the name of the Pharaoh that you think was part of the Exodus.
No. Who was the Pharaoh at the time of Moses?
Well, the consensus is Ramses II.
And you believe it was him?
I believe he was the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Well,
Right,
you have multiple pharaohs in the Exodus, like in a large scale sense. So it goes back to Seti and the ones prior, and then Meneptah after Ramses II. But if Ramses II is the one that's chasing Israel through the Reed Sea, Yam Suf, right, not the Red Sea.
How do you know about Pharaoh chasing the Egyptians? Sorry, the Pharaoh chasing the Israelites.
Because you have Egyptologists like James Hoffmeyer and Peter Feynman and David Falk who look at the Egyptian sources for this sort of thing.
So they believe in the Exodus?
Yes.
And how many of them? How many were on the Exodus?
What do you mean, how many were in the Exodus?
Like how many Israelites fled from Egypt?
Yeah, so again, numbers in the ancient Near East, like 600,000 and all that. The 1,000, so that's two words. 1,000 can also be a military unit, so it's like 600, say, units. So obviously it's not a large scale, large movement. It's at most, say 600, 1,000 people, maybe 10,000 people left Egypt. That's probably the upper limit. But the point is Ramses II, right? If he's the pharaoh,
well, there's difference of opinion on that, right?
I'll clarify. If Ramses II is the pharaoh, he dies in 1213 BC. But the Exodus they put back to 1272 BC in his 7th year.
Yeah, from our perspective.
Now he dies at the age of 90 with a hunchback. But your Quran says that he and his armor and his body is washed up onto a high mount so that it's a sign. Now, is that true?
Everything the Quran says is true.
Okay, so which pharaoh died that way? If it's Ramses II, he didn't die that way.
We don't know. And
how do you know?
I don't think
it's true?
I don't think there's a historian on the planet that would claim to know. Like, to be so certain as to say, okay, it's this pharaoh, and to say that you actually have the specific pharaoh's body. Is that what you're claiming? You're claiming they have all the pharaoh's bodies.
Muslim Lantern himself said that they appealed to a guy named Maurice Buccal.
Yeah, I'm not doing
that. Who was a 1980s French doctor.
But I'm not doing that.
Who was debunked in it because he's a pseudo.
No, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm saying for you, you're saying that that they've got all the bodies of all the pharaohs that have ever existed.
Well, not all, but we have all the bodies with respect to the range.
So how many
where the Exodus
pharaohs
could have
existed in history? How many pharaohs?
Oh, yeah. By the time you have the Exodus, that's the 19th dynasty. So you're talking 19 dynasties worth, and each pharaoh having like 10, 20 children.
How many pharaohs were there?
During the Exodus?
No, throughout history.
Easily, I can't give you a specific number, but easily more than, say, 50, 100,
okay,
somewhere in that range.
50 or 100, maybe 200.
Yeah, just
maybe
that's
500.
Just a trivia question. Just go. Maybe how many pharaohs have there? There's been a lot of pharaohs.
Maybe 500.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe 1,000.
There could be.
I'm just saying. Is it maybe 1,000?
Okay, say 1,000. But that
Rob,
would
you've
be a
gone
bit
from
too much,
50.
I think. I don't
Listen,
think.
listen.
I don't think
Rob,
1,000. All right,
Rob,
let me just Google it right
Rob,
now.
Rob,
How many
let me finish.
pharaohs?
No, come on. You've gone from 50.
No.
Listen.
That's not a
No,
gotcha
listen,
question.
listen.
Because even if you have 1,000 pharaohs,
You're not going to trap me with
which
Boris
dynastic period did the Exodus happen?
Listen, Rob. The fact is, you don't know how many pharaohs there were in history, right? And you're saying that no pharaoh drowned.
Here's the answer. There's been at least 7 female pharaohs called queens and 163 male pharaohs called kings during the 3,000 years of the Egyptian history. Basically 170 pharaohs there. So
exactly.
When I said, as I said, somewhere up to 100,
Rob,
there it is.
After your Google research, there's 100 and how many? 170 exactly, or
pretty much 7 female, 163 male.
So there's 7 female
and 163 male. 7 who are queens.
Exactly. So we say 70.
170.
170.
Yeah.
Rob, you just, I can't take you seriously. Like, we don't know exactly how many pharaohs there are. Okay, there's a guesstimation from your Google research where you just undertook in the past.
But which dynasty period would you place the Exodus?
A minute ago, it's on camera.
John, which dynasty period would you place the Exodus?
We don't know. We don't know.
How?
We don't know.
So you can't. So in other words, when you go to, like, where would you put Abraham? Which year period would you put Abraham?
We don't know. We don't know. From the Islamic perspective,
you literally don't know which year.
We don't know. We don't know. All the Islamic guesses, they're using biblical history. We can't affirm that. So we can't say for certain, we can't say for certain when Moses, when Abraham, when Noah, when Adam, for instance, when would you say Adam was?
70,000 years ago, thereabouts.
Do you believe in Adam?
Yes.
As a first,
but I don't believe he was made in heaven, and I don't believe he was the first man.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to get.
But your Quran says he is made in heaven, and the angels are commanded to prostrate.
Yeah.
Which comes from a pseudebiographical legend called the Life of Adam and Eve, which
according
is
to you, yeah.
No, it's
listen.
It's not according to
you
me.
Cannot
by scholars who have analyzed this, like Gabriel Reynolds and many others.
Rob, of course. Listen, if Allah doesn't exist, or if the Quran is not from Allah, then of course your conclusion has to be that you have to be right, that the information in the Quran had to come from somewhere. But I've got news for you. Allah does exist, and the Quran is from Allah, and the information in the Quran was given from Allah. So the question we're speaking about is about the reliability of the Quran and the reliability of your scriptures and your sources. Not trying, obviously from your assumption, which is correct on your part, if the Quran is not from Allah, the information must come from somewhere. The same way the information of the Bible.
It must come from somewhere. You've got a right point on that. That's my point.
If it's not revealed from Allah.
Or when you have the Quran,
okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, Bob.
Then
Rob,
that's a big red flag for me.
Let me give you an example. See, the Bible was authored when? When was the Bible authored? The oldest scripture.
That in itself is so it's not a monolithic book. I mean,
okay, when's
Bible,
the first book of the Bible? The earliest book which is ever written, which is Genesis, I'm guessing.
No.
Okay, which is the earliest book?
Genesis would be a redacted text close to the exilic period.
Okay, so
the earliest book would be, I would have to debate between the books of Samuel and the Torah, but starting with Exodus, somewhere in that range.
So not starting with Genesis, starting with Exodus. So what date would that have been?
Well, if Moses and the Exodus account happens in 1272 BC, then down the track later on in Moses' life, when the compilation of Deuteronomy happens.
Just give me a date. You seem to know the date.
40. So say 40 years. So say 1220 thereabouts, 1250, 1220 thereabouts would be, say, the Torah.
BC.
Yeah. If 1272 is the date of the Exodus.
So you're talking 12. What do you say? Sorry, it's 1250.
Yeah, say about 1250.
Yeah.
Say
BC.
20 years after the Exodus. Yeah.
BC. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when was Abraham around?
Well, based on the statements we see in Genesis 14 with the kings and his location, if he comes from Ur of Chaldea, which again, there's 2 different Urs in the Arabian Peninsula, some scholars will put him way back, like 2000 plus BC, thereabouts. He's a Chaldean.
2000, between 2 and 3000.
No, can't go to 3. Say to 2000 plus.
2000 plus what? Like 2000 plus
like
500?
2100, 2200,
Okay.
like somewhere in that range.
That you can pin Abraham within 100 years.
Because don't forget, in the Bible, genealogies have names attached with the year figures.
Okay, so what about Noah?
I'll clarify. Then when we dig up cuneiform Akkadian texts, so the whole Ugaritic corpus, where we see, like, say, the Sumerian king list, and we correlate the Sumerian king list with, say, Genesis 5, with the names and the dates and so on.
Rob,
they utilize certain maths, like base 60 mathematics. We then do a big compilation.
So how about Noah?
To
what
then
about
have
Noah? It's all good, listening to your
the flood,
Google research. Well, listen.
No, this is not Google research.
Listen.
So Noah's flood would go back to Younger Dryas event. So say 12,000 BC would be Noah.
So you're saying Noah is 12,000 BC?
Yes. It'd have to be, because it's the Persian Gulf that's flooding. If Mount Judy, as the Quran says, that the ark lands, if Mount Judy is the location of the ark landing, it has to happen around 12,000 BC.
Rob, why do you keep... Sorry, John. Why do you keep referring to the Quran? We're asking you about your beliefs.
No,
He's using it as an alternative.
This is part of the polemic. So the Genesis story has Ararat, or Urartu, as the region of the ark
Stick
landing.
to your point.
The Quran has Mount Judy, which is just under Urartu.
So Rob,
which is dependent on the Syriac Christians who also said it's Judy.
So Adam is what, 7? When did you put it? 70 million years?
Well, I would put Adam way back. I would put him easily, say, 70,000 years ago, because you have migrations out of Africa from humans that come 300,000 years ago in Africa, and they come into the Arabian Peninsula.
70 to 80,000.
Somewhere around there. So you have the Thera, volcanic explosion.
You don't have to explain. I need the date. So you're talking 70 to 80,000. No, you can't pinpoint it exactly, but somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is also based on where you take the Y chromosome Adam, MT DNA Eve, schema.
And then you said
humanity.
Noah,
and then
was
you
what,
have an
Rob,
error bar of
no
when
problem.
these two.
When we ask for that information, we'll
individuals are.
Rob.
And then you date them back
down. Stay within the line of environment.
John. But I'm giving you an answer. Don't suddenly just button after 2 seconds.
No, because you're just.
I'm giving you specific answers. Then you respond to the answer.
Rob, you've got to understand. You're giving there's too much information, which is not a part of the answer.
It's necessary information. How is it too much information?
It's not what I was requiring.
Rob. It's only necessary.
I never asked for proof.
If John said why 70,000.
I'm not.
So I'm giving why.
He's not asking.
I can't just say 70,000.
No, but Rob, I've not.
You see, this is why I want to talk with Sabor, because he's interested in the fine details of these discussions and data points.
We're not interested in how intelligent you are, right?
I'm not interested. I'm not even saying that either.
Rob, I'm just I've not challenged you on any of these things, but you're trying to bring evidence.
How far back would you put Adam?
Listen,
Rob,
we don't know.
We just stop doing that. He's asking you a question.
So you're asking me how far I put back Adam, and I give you an answer. But then when I ask you how,
I've not challenged you on it, Rob.
One second, John.
I'm not challenged you on it,
Rob. All he's doing is clarifying establishing your position.
I'm just trying to see where your dates are.
He's not asking you to tell where you got this number from. So if he says to you, so you got Adam 70 to 80,000 years, you say. Yeah, roughly that. You don't go, well, here's why, because we read.
Sabor, is there such a thing as a Y-chrome atom in genetics? In the human genome?
All right, let me just remove him a second. Okay, so I'll explain again to you, Rob.
Hamza, sorry, guys, you're going to have to just give me 2 minutes, because I'm going to have to go. Literally, I'm going to have to leave now. I might be able to come back in about 15 minutes.
All right.
But just wanted to clarify one thing just before I go, because I might not be able to make it back. I never challenged Rob on anything he said, but he's really trying to
give evidence and prove his points. I never challenged him on that. All I was trying to point out is Rob believes in many things. Adam, Noah, Abraham, all these things existed before the Bible. The Bible speaks about history that happened before. Now, somebody who doesn't believe in God and somebody who doesn't believe the Bible is from God has to conclude that information came from somewhere. Is for a historical source, they've got the stories from folklore, they've got it for the story about Abraham from other sources, which the Christians might not accept. Same with Noah, same with Adam, etc. The point is that he's trying to do the same with the Quran. The fundamental question is the source from God or not? If it is, then it's true, and then everything else is false. And that's what we can prove. That's our stance on the Quran, But that should be his stance on the Bible. Do you know what I'm saying? But the way he's arguing about the Quran, he can't argue the same for the Bible, because the Bible speaks about things that happened before the book was even written. But why does he believe in that? Because he believes God inspired them books. So I just wanted to make that point clear. I never challenged him on his dates. I personally, we don't know. As Muslims, we don't know about these dates. We can guess. I'll hand it over to Sabor.
No, it's good what you're saying, John. But I'm actually a bit confused because, from my understanding, he's a Christian, and then I jumped off the stream, and then I came back, and then you guys were speaking about Adam. Like, I'm a bit confused about how the conversation went there, because shouldn't we be talking about where we disagree with the status of Jesus, as opposed to, like, I don't understand why the conversation veered off into this direction.
Okay, so what happened? The reason why it happened is that he was saying that the Quran has a different understanding of what the Bible says about certain prophets. So he's basically saying it's a different story, a different prophets, if you like, and that his position is so he's saying that the Quran took these stories from places outside of the Bible, which are Gnostic or whatever, apocryphal books, not accepted in the canonical Bible. So I just made the point very, very clear. You just believe what the Bible says is historically accurate. That's why these things that you're rejecting right now, that the Quran says, if they were in the Bible, you'd concede it. He acted like he didn't, but then obviously demonstrated that he did. Then John was just trying to do exactly what he just did now, just asking him basic questions as to what does he like. For example, he's trying to say that he knows that which pharaoh should have been drowned in the Exodus.
Completely ridiculous.
No pharaoh was ever drowned, as if he knows every single pharaoh and how.
No pharaohs ever drowned, but he didn't know how many pharaohs there were.
So fundamentally, I heard that part. It seems that he starts off with a particular.
Let me make him make his point. Let him make his point. Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go. I might be back, but I'm gonna have to go for now.
I want to mention something here. I want to mention something which I think is important. So, when we start off with so there's no recorded history of a particular pharaoh being drowned, why are we accepting that as the authority? So if, for example, a pharaoh did drown, the children of Israel were freed from Egypt, and Moses was responsible for the death of that pharaoh, surely that the best thing to do would be to cover it up. Like, that would be the most logical thing to do. So it's kind of confusing, because I think what happens when it comes
bring him back so he can make his claim.
Yeah, but what I want to do is I want to bring
his claim.
Yeah,
I want to bring
just a moment.
I want to bring the look. What happens with these type? The same thing happened with Emma guy, right? I want to bring the discussion to actually not child marriage, not pharaoh or the age of Adam. The real issue here is the difference between us theologically. Who do we believe Jesus is? And if we don't discuss that, everything else is kind of like pointless. You see my point?
I see your point. I'll bring it back.
Hamza, just for a moment. I might have to go as well, but I think I'm not sure either you would like to bring him back or not.
I'm going to bring him back. Why are you going? Where are you going?
I have my da'wah workshop. Remember?
What time?
20 minutes, bro. Just wait.
All right,
just a sec before you bring it back. I'm fine with that. But the thing is that, like Subol says, I'm not sure either he should consider himself as a Christian or call himself as a Christian, because while he is rejecting Islam again by saying that he do not believe that Adam was the first man created and he was created in heaven. So how do he deal with Genesis 1 to 5, where it's talking about the first man was created was Adam?
I'll let you ask him that question before you go.
But the thing is, Firdaus, I still think that's irrelevant.
No, but
I
that's his
think
point. So let's just show the double standard in his initial point. Because basically his point is this, like you say, the Quran apparently takes stories from outside of the Bible, therefore that's where the information is from. It's basically what he's saying. But I'm going to let Firdaus ask John this, ask Rob this
I think
question.
he's listening to that. Yeah.
Right. Did you hear the question? You heard the question?
Yeah, I did.
Firdaus
But
asked. All right.
can I give my answer quickly before he has to go?
What's the question?
The question was how do I deal with Genesis 1 to 5, and if I'm a Christian, then how do I deal with that with, say, evolution and stuff like that? Is that the question?
No.
Well, he just nodded his head saying yes.
Because no, he asked you. You don't believe Adam was created in heaven. Is that correct?
No.
You don't believe that.
No. Let me ask a clarifying question, just a brief question, so then I can give my answer. Do you believe that Genesis says that Adam was created in heaven?
No, Rob. The question.
No.
Question
So what does Genesis say where Adam is created?
My question is to you is very simple. Based on your statement just now, where you say that you do not believe, according to the Quran, that Adam was the first man created. Okay, so the same questions that I would like to ask you about. Okay, in Genesis 1 to 5, where Adam was the first man. So how do you reconcile that?
Yeah, so the term Adam, for example, if you go all the way to 5 verse 2, I'm giving you my answer. Let me finish with my answer. I know your question.
You can finish
because your question is, Adam appears to be the first man in Genesis.
All right, Rob, you just stop talking when the gladiator's talking, mate.
You see? If you want to give the technical terms of Adam, what do you understand about Adam? You see, every single names, okay, in Arabic can be defined and traced back to the root word of it, and you can talk about that as well. But now we are talking about the first man, and if you were to say,
can I answer, please?
No, I haven't finished. Because I have to go. I have a workshop. I'm not running away from you.
Yeah,
don't worry.
you're milking the time, because then when I need to give the answer, then you suddenly go.
No,
so allow me to answer your question. I know your question.
Even if I go, they are still here. Why are you rushing? You see, why are you rushing?
I'm not rushing. I want to answer. Can I answer your question?
Why are you getting agitated? Just relax.
I'm not getting agitated. I'm actually baffled why you're controlling the discussion and you can't even allow me to answer the question.
I will allow you to answer the questions, but...
Okay, take your time. Go for it. Let the question roll out. I'll wait for you to finish your question. Go for it.
Okay, so you're saying, again, I repeat your statement itself. You say you do not believe that, Adam was the first man, according to the Quran, and that's one of the reasons why you are rejecting Islam. Okay. But in order for you to reject that, okay, then you also have to reconcile where Genesis 1 to 5, where Adam was the first man. Do not go into the technical terms because we can do the same thing as well. Okay, do the same thing as well. That's number one. Number two is that if you were to reject that, you must base on some principle or some truth that you're holding on to be the truth in order to reject the Quran, to reject Adam. So that will be my two questions. So the rest I will pass to Hamza and Subur, and I have to excuse myself. I have to prepare for my workshop.
Oh, right. So you can't hear my answer now, right?
Take care, Firdaus.
No, I'm listening to your answer. No worry. Okay.
Thanks for coming, bro.
Just before you go, quickly before you go, do you believe in evolution?
You ask Subur on that. Okay.
No, do you believe in evolution, like human evolution?
Evolve in terms of what?
Do you believe that humans come from prior hominids, ultimately from Luca?
You have to
just say yes or no, because that depends on my answer.
What do you mean by belief in evolution? Because you
meaning Adam had parents, in other words. It wasn't the first man. Adam had parents. Do you believe that?
I don't believe in that.
Okay, then this is part of my answer now. So, in Genesis 5 verse 2, you have Adam, the term Adam applied to both the man and the woman. Then when it starts talking about the names from Adam to Noah, all scholars in the field understand the polemics involved with the text, that it's responding to what's called the Adapa myth. Because Adapa for the Sumerians would be the equivalent of Adam. And yes, in the Sumerian king list, you have the 10 names with exactly the same base 60 number system. They're not, so Adam didn't literally live for 950 years, or Noah living for 800 plus years. These are base 60 numbers that correlates with a base 60 mathematical system, what's called a sexagesimal system that they were utilizing. So they're not base 10 numbers, especially not, say, the Arabic numeral that we utilize today.
No, but
So now when you go back to Genesis 1...
You're just articulating
I'm
your
about to
belief.
get to my answer now. That was a clarifying point. Now when you go back to Genesis 1...
Look, what you're doing, Rob, is you're articulating
my
what
goodness.
you believe, right? That's not what we believe.
It's what the scholarship says. Look at all the books behind me right now. This is all what you see in, say, high field academic research when it comes to engineering and studies.
All those books behind you, can you tell us when the Trinity was actually put together? Like how many years after Jesus?
The Trinity would be, its first formulation is Athanasius and the Nicene context.
Okay, what year?
325, thereabouts.
There you go. Thank you. So all those books are pretty much useless. You've got like 300,
how is it useless?
25-year gap.
The theology
So
of
what
the
does it
Trinity
matter?
predates Christians.
You're
The
not
theology
going to
of the
impress
Trinity
us.
goes
You're
to
not
two
gonna
powers in
you're not gonna
heaven,
impress us with all
binitarianism, and
those
Second
books.
Temple
Hey,
Jews.
guys,
Suddenly you've diverted
look
my
at these
answer
books
that I'm about to
behind me,
give in regards to
and you've
Adam,
got like
and why you believe
320
Adam's in
something
heaven.
years
Suddenly you're
total
going straight to
gaps.
Trinity, which
And those
we can
total
discuss
gaps
in another
can't
question.
be made up by simply
So
quoting
Sabor,
people and
I
saying,
thought
"Oh,
you'd
look
be
at all
better
these
than
people
this.
behind me." So
Be
the thing is,
respectful
look,
in the dialogue. I want to dialogue and ask the questions, and you can
the reason,
answer.
Rob, why I
It
want you
says
to
challenge
understand this.
Islam, so I'm coming on to
Rob,
ask the
what's
relevant
basically going
questions.
on here? Look, you have to understand something, right?
You're just
What's
talking and
basically
talking now.
no. The reason I'm talking is because I'm better at doing something that you're
What's
a
the name
failure
of the
at, which is
pharaoh of the
talking over
Exodus?
people.
Can you answer that,
Because
please?
previously, what you were doing with the guests
They
is
said
you were
they didn't
actually
know.
talking
Do you
over
know the name
people,
of the
and you didn't
Exodus
actually
pharaoh?
realize that actually we're better at talking over you than you realize. We were just being polite.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm
So before
asking
what you were doing is
questions,
before you were
and you're
not
not answering the
interrupting people,
questions.
you
You're
were
actually
talking
doing a
over them,
disservice
and
to
now
the
you
dialogue.
realize when you try it with me, I can actually talk over you. That's the difference between me and you. There we go.
Right.
I'm glad you smiled. So what I want to get to is it's irrelevant
I'm
to
laughing
me.
at the
It's
incompetence
irrelevant to me what you
of the
believe
four
about the
of you,
Bible.
or initially five.
Let's get to the tango. What do you believe about Jesus? What do we believe about Jesus? That's it. That's what I'm interested in. I've been trying to talk about this topic for a long time, and we are talking about random stuff.
Really?
Articulate to me what you believe about Jesus, and
But
let's start
I have
talking.
pressing questions about the Quran that I've been wanting to ask Muslims for a long
Okay,
time, and I don't get answers.
Wait a minute.
So why can't I?
We
Here's the
had
Quran.
we
Why
had
can't
a
I come on and
long
say I've been reading the
we
first
had a
18
long
chapters.
conversation.
I
We had a
have
long
a lot
conversation
of
where what you didn't
questions
understand.
that I've
Your
been
challenge to
gathering
the
based on my
Quran was
actual
based
reading of the
upon what
Quran.
you believe certain things to be a paradigm. We don't believe those things to be paradigms. We don't believe them to be benchmarks. We don't believe
For
that
example,
you can take.
do you believe that Allah changed Jews into
Let me
monkeys and pigs,
let me
as you
summarize
see
my
in Surah
problem with
2
your
and Surah
argument.
5?
Let me summarize my problem with your argument. The way that you began this stream was in the following way. The prophets in the Bible are not the prophets in the Quran, because the prophets in the Bible are different, and the Quran gets their stories
Because
from
they're
other places.
described as
And
speaking
let's
differently,
get
doing
down.
different things.
Okay,
So
fine.
I'm interested in
Let's
that if the
carry on.
Quran
Look,
comes
if we're
directly
gonna
from
have this thing
Allah,
of talking
then
over each other,
Allah
you're not gonna
cannot
win
be
at all.
in
Okay,
error when he's
let's stick
recounting
to the
actual
Prophet Lot.
history,
Let's
right?
stick to the Prophet Lot. In
So
the
when he
Quran, the
says
story
what
of
they
Lot
do,
is
I'm
to do
respecting
with,
the
is to do with
historicity of
Sodom
the
and
account.
Gomorrah, and Sodom and Gomorrah were punished, and this is also in the Bible. So there is a correlation here. However, in the Bible, Lot sleeps with his daughters, which you don't get in the Quran. So I rather stick to the Quranic paradigm, frankly.
The thing he's got, the problem Rob has, the problem Rob has is that I've just been looking at his channel, and basically he reads the Quran in the light of the Bible. So he's reading the Bible, and is using that to judge what he reads in the Quran, as if the Bible is a standard.
For example,
this is your
starting with
problem,
Adam,
Rob.
right?
You
when I
think
see
the
Adam
Bible,
created
when
in
you
the
think when
Persian
you
Gulf,
read
with the
Bible,
four rivers
you think you're
mentioned,
reading
there's actual
history.
geographical
That's
features.
the problem you have.
So
You
we can
think when you
actually
read when
go
Jesus
anthropologically
speaks
and see where
here
humans
and
come out of
Jesus
Africa
goes
into
there,
the Persian
you
Gulf
think you're
and
reading
see the
history.
explosion
It's not
of the human
history.
race into the known
Yeah,
world.
it's
But the
basically
Quran
the
is very
words of
ambiguous.
anonymous authors.
Adam is just
It's
sent
what
from
we
heaven
call
down onto
gossip.
earth.
It's hearsay.
Why is that the case? Why is
It's
the Quran
hearsay.
so
It's
oblivious when it's meant
gossip.
to be a
He's
clear
coming
book?
with a new religion. You know, he wants to have everything. He wants to have his cake and eat it.
Honestly,
He wants
it's
the
hearsay, gossip.
The Quran
You don't know
itself
what
says
Jesus
it's a clear
said.
book,
You don't know what
but it's
Jesus
very
did.
ambiguous.
You have no
you
eyewitness
believe in
testimony.
evolution as well.
Yes,
I
evolution
know
is a
you.
fact.
Of course you do. You believe in everything.
The man who believes in everything believes in nothing.
It's a joke, man. Seriously.
So wait, but
And the
speaking
thing
of
is, you think
evolution,
you're so
why does
intelligent. That's the irony.
wait, Hamza,
You
John,
actually
speaking
think
of
you did
evolution,
something.
why does Allah
You actually think you
metamorphosize
did something.
Jews into apes and pigs
You
in Surah
actually
2
think
and Surah
you did
5?
something.
Do you actually believe that actually happened?
Yes.
What the same God that created the universe,
Wow.
that creates galaxies, creates stars, creates DNA, creates fossils, can't rearrange his
Okay,
creation?
Sabo, you know what's
Wait,
interesting about that?
wait a minute.
Wait. You know
Wait
what's
a minute.
interesting
Are
about
you
that?
saying
In
saying
rabbinic
God
literature,
who
it's
created the
actually
universe,
a pun
who's
and a
the power
joke,
behind every
okay?
single atom,
That
who
because
can
they broke the
actually
Sabbath by picking up
say
sticks, the
he
Hebrew
can do
term is they
anything
look
that
like one who's picking up
he and
sticks.
it is,
But the Quran takes
that
it
same
literally.
God cannot take some of his creation and change them into another
He's got his
creation.
own
Are
religion,
you
mate.
putting limits on God? Like
The
seriously?
thing is, I'm reading your Quran, and these are my
No,
reactions.
you're not reading the
So,
Quran. You're reading
please
the
explain
Quran
to me the
through the
logic
lens,
and the
through the lens of
historicity
not even the
these
Bible.
accounts.
You're reading the Quran
Sabo,
through a
who's
postmodern
in?
lens.
Who's
You know, a lot
in,
of
Sabo?
Christians. You know, a lot of Christians would
John,
completely
who's
kick you out of
in?
Christianity. They wouldn't
Hamza,
consider
can
you
you
a
answer that
Christian.
question? In Surah 18,
It-
who's
okay,
Do you
in?
believe in
okay.
talk, Rob?
Firstly, you're not representing Christianity because Christians would actually kick you out. They'd be
Yeah.
like, "This guy doesn't believe in Adam. This guy's
Really?
denying miracles."
Do you
Right?
believe
I
it?
believe
Do you
in
believe it? Do you believe in
historical Adam.
paradise?
One second,
Do you
John,
believe
one
in
second, John.
paradise, Rob?
I believe in a
What else,
historical
Rob?
Adam and Eve.
Do you
Rob,
believe in paradise?
Yes.
Do you
believe
believe in
donkeys
hell?
can talk?
Do you believe
Well,
in
hell
hell?
doesn't exist right now, but I believe in hell, yes.
You believe hell will exist?
Yes.
Do you believe in like a paradise heaven type thing? What
Yes.
Christians
I
say,
believe I'll be face to face with the glorious Trinity.
with the Trinity.
Yes, just as you believe one day the veil, the hijab will be
Rob,
removed and you'll see Allah's face. I believe the same thing.
Rob, man, you got your cake and you're eating it, man.
No,
You got the best
I'm-
of everything, right?
I'm tap
You
dancing
just-
with
want-
you.
Rob, do you believe in talking donkeys?
No,
Why does your Bible talk about talking donkeys?
it doesn't say that.
Doesn't the donkey not speak to
Because
a
you have what's called the Balaam inscription, and since he's a certain divinizer, he then interprets the speak of the donkey in the context of,
Is that what it
of
says?
the text polemic to that culture.
That's not
to
what it
say,
says. It says the donkey looks at him and says,
No,
"Why are you
no,
whipping
no,
me?"
No. It's
No?
because if you go and look at the history of Balaam itself in the Balaam inscription, this is just a common ancient Near Eastern motif. For example, the sun standing still, right? In Joshua's wars, right?
Right.
So the sun and the moon, it's actually the moon itself. So it's not just the sun standing still, it's also the moon. But it specifically says in the Ajalon Valley, or the moon in that specific valley, these are the deities, the sun god Shemesh and the moon god
Are you
that
married,
are standing
Rob?
still. It's Yahweh that fights on behalf of the Israelites.
Rob.
So it's not speaking about the actual heavenly body.
Rob,
standing
are you
still.
married?
Right. Let me just read this. Let me
Rob,
just read
are
this.
you married, Rob?
Why are you asking that question?
I'm
if
just
I'm married?
wondering. Are you married? Do you believe in marriage and stuff? Yeah.
Yes, I believe
Are
in
you married?
Yes. Yeah.
You married?
No, I'm not married.
Okay.
Okay, let me just read Numbers 28, and you give me your
Do you
interpretation.
believe in
I don't
polygamy,
understand.
John?
One second.
Do
Yeah.
you believe polygamy
Cool.
is
No,
legitimate?
It's the wrong guy to ask that question.
Yeah,
Of all the guys to ask.
Of all the guys, yeah, I
That's the
do.
wrong question to ask him. Don't ask
Did
him
you
that
just say
question.
yes
He's
to
the wrong
that,
guy.
That you'd say
He's
yes
the
to
wrong guy.
polygamy?
Pardon?
Do you believe that having more than one wife is a legit thing in marriage?
Yeah, I do. And I revived the son.
Single-handedly.
So wait, are you married? Are you married to more than one
No
woman?
comment. I don't speak about my personal life.
Anyway, let me just read this a second. So this is
Well,
Numbers
how
20.
interesting, because when I look at
How
the
come
New
you
Testament,
got a problem?
There's no
You've got
polygamy
three
involved in the
gods,
New
right?
Testament.
So what's wrong with 4 wives?
1 second. Numbers 22, 28. Then the
Well,
Lord
you
opened
it's
the mouth of
you
the
admitting
donkey.
it, John, not me.
Rob.
so-
Remind me of your explanation of this verse. 1 second. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you that you struck me these 3 times?" Then the Lord gave the donkey the ability to speak. "What have I done to you that deserves your beating me 3 times?" it asked Balaam. Now remind me how that is not a talking donkey.
Yeah, so in the Old Testament, what scholars do, like for example, this book over here. This book is titled Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament. All right? Each book is not a monolithic story or text. You have to take into account the psychology and the cultural context of all these stories. So for the Balaam situation, Balaam comes actually from Babylon. His origin is from there. There is this thing, you can Google it, called the Balaam inscription. When we then look at, I mean, if you want to go down, say, the legend route, on how these people dealt with, say, animals, how they would, quote unquote, communicate or infer from the sounds of animals, infer certain speech. It's not the donkey speaking. If there is a genuine supernatural thing going between Balaam and
One
the true
second,
God, right, Yahweh.
Do you believe in miracles?
One second. One second. Then the Lord gave the donkey the ability to speak.
Do you believe in miracles, Rob?
Yeah. So if an ancient
So
Near
did
Eastern
the
person's
Lord
reading
give the
that
donkey
story-
the ability?
Well,
One second.
wait.
No.
It's the same. It's the
No.
same it's.
Did the Lord?
Hamza, let me
I can't-
answer.
No.
It's in the same context.
No. Sick of you. Sick of your condescending responses, mate.
Go and get
Done with you.
married.
Done with you, mate. Go get a wife. Maybe you'll calm down a little bit.
I think he needs a wife.
Honestly, if you can ask a
He's got
simple
too
bloody
much-
question.
He's definitely
Look,
got too.
Listen to the
he's got
verse.
too
Some more,
much-
some more. Listen to the verse.
He's
The
got too
Lord-
much time on his hands.
Listen to this. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done you that you struck me these 3 times?" Then the Lord gave the donkey the ability to speak. "What have I done that you deserve me beating 3 times?" He says it's not actual speech. It's more, and he could understand it. Well, why did it give the donkey the ability to speak as if it's some miraculous thing that it couldn't speak before, but the Lord gave it that ability? How they interpret this stuff is unreal. And then they'll read something else. I and the Father are one. Yeah, Jesus is God. You see? It's absolutely bananas.
You know,
I'm pretty sure this next
there's this
person's a
guy I knew,
Muslim.
and everyone used to call him Donkey behind his back. So I went over to, I said, "Look, do you know they calling you Donkey?" He said, "Yeah. He always calls me that."
Okay, we've got this person, but I think she's a Muslim because she's dressed like a Palestinian, and she's called Ayam Ibn Osama. So I'm pretty sure she's a Muslim. I'm gonna guess. I'm assuming you're a Muslim.
Yes.
Oh,
Alhamdulillah.
One second. I have to just do this. You did look kind of female. I have to.
Yeah, nah. I'm a guy.
All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Anyway, do you know this is a stream for non-Muslims? Yeah.
Yes, but I have a
Okay.
different position than most Muslims believe because I'm not a Sunni nor a Shia.
Okay.
What are
Not really interested, mate.
What
Take
are
care.
you though?
You're not interested?
Nah.
What are you?
Quran only.
Oh, boo. I'm not interested.
That's the best response.
Honestly, I got time for that. Oh God.
Where's Fareed? Where's Fareed when you need him?
Can I just give a quick answer to these Quranists?
Go on.
So check it out, guys. You know, subhanAllah, you cannot reject hadith, right? Because the Quran is technically hadith. How do you know the Quran is the Quran? Because the Prophet ﷺ said so. So if you deny hadith, you deny Quran. Of course, I'm talking in a different perspective from hadith in the perspective that what is the wahi, which is in the wording of the Prophet ﷺ, and wahi, which is the wording of Allah, which is the Kitab Allah, the Quran. The Prophet ﷺ is the one that distinguished. And when he said this is the Quran, and this is what he spoke, but all of it is wahi. So it's very easy to refute them.
So I know, but I can't be bothered.
That's
Maz, are you a Muslim? Oh God, you're a Muslim already. I can see it. You're Muslim as well, aren't you, bro?
Bismillah.
You Muslim, aren't you, Maz?
I don't know.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
All right. I think we'll call it a day. It's been fantastic. It's been 3 hours and 58 minutes. So we made, mashallah, we did 4 hours. Okay, someone said I run from Rob Sentinel. I'll be honest with you, I could not take that monotonous tone continuously, man. The way that it's like, it might be that, what was that guy in The Simpsons that, yeah, this is way, and the way just explaining every flipping thing. We're like, relax, mate, just in the positions. Do you get me? And you ask a simple question. Do you believe in talking donkeys? No. But your Bible says that God gave the donkey the ability to speak. Didn't really mean speak. It just meant he could understand donkey talk. It's just like, what? How does that make any sense? Anyway. All right, Sabor. Are we going to do that stream? It doesn't have to be next Friday. If you need to prepare a little bit. You know which one I'm on about, isn't it? About design versus.
Yeah. I'm working on something. Let me just finish off some things.
Yeah,
I mean, the conversation with that guy Martin was good. It got my brain sort of neurons firing. So yeah,
That's good.
I'll let you know when we have something ready. Inshallah.
Yeah, because was it design versus evolution?
Design versus Darwinism.
Darwinism, that was it. Design versus Darwinism. Yes. So basically, a challenge to the blind watchmaker type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Sabor. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Jazakallah khair, brother.
Are you up 20? Looking out for you? How's your channel doing? What's going on, man? What's the word on the street?
Yeah. I mean, I started memberships on my channel. So
Hey,
anybody who's interested, become a member, inshallah.
That's it. So what's your channel?
Just my name. And tomorrow I'm going to be interviewing somebody very interesting, Hamza. You'll be very pleasantly surprised, but you'll find I'll WhatsApp you who it is. I can't say.
All right, inshallah. All right, I'll keep it quiet.
All right.
Inshallah.
Is it released tomorrow? Or
it's going to be live.
Okay, mashallah.
But very few people.
Very
few people will appreciate who this person is, and I'm sure Hamza will.
Oh, it's not. What is it? Atheist.
Yeah.
Myers.
No, he's not an atheist. He's a Christian.
He's not an atheist. Yeah, you're tired, bro. You're tired.
What's the difference?
All right.
I was going to say one thing, Sabor. One thing you're wrong about. You're not wrong about many things, but you're wrong about this thing. You said, "Don't call my channel Hamza's Den."
Don't call my channel Hamza's Den.
When I called it Hamza's Den, you said, "No, don't use that. No one's going to know what it is. Put Hamza's Speaker's Corner." Then people remember.
Oh, I remember that.
And I said, "Don't. I'll force them to know what it is." Alhamdulillah.
Brilliant. Jazakallah khair, brothers.
Barakallah feekum. Take care, my brother. Walaikum assalam. First time I can ever say I've seen Sabor be wrong, and that was that. MashaAllah. All right, for those, we're going to kick you in your absence. And John, thank you for coming, man. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Yeah, inshallah. We'll work on that other thing, inshallah. I'm planning to come to, next time I come to Turkey, I'm going to elongate it a little bit longer, inshallah, so we can do some podcasts or something, yeah? Open that?
Inshallah.
What was that?
No problem. Assalamu alaikum.
You just glitched from like lazing down. Walaikum salam. All right, let me kick Firdaus as well. And this guy's still waiting.
Believe in Allah. Would you care to mention anything?
Yeah, I did before. I'll do now also. Allah is taken from the name from Alaka. Alaka, which is, we use that word all the time. We have the same God as the Arabs. We believe in the same God, in one God. So it's a paradox. See, the Christians believe in the trinity, whatever that's supposed to mean, but it's a part of it is their God, who's the JC we call her, but that's not our belief at all. We're not allowed to believe in anything like that, and we're in better terms with the Christians generally than with the Arabs, generally speaking. But we have in common, we believe in the same God. As a matter of fact, I was speaking once to Moshe Feinstein, the greatest rabbi of our generation. He said, Allah, that's the Arabs God, the same God that we have. He wasn't afraid to talk about it. They have the same God. But Allah means God, the Elokat that we say, and they believe in the one God who created the world.
Was there an event that made the Muslims break away and change the name of God to whatever?
Didn't change the name of God. It's Allah, that's the name of the God.
What,
They didn't break away from any. Why did they break away? They come from the children of Abraham, of Yishmael. We come from Yitzchak, and they come from Yishmael.
It's so beautiful, that video. I really do enjoy it. The fact that the Jews are telling the Christians that Allah is not made, and that guy asking the questions was so trying to trouble cause so much. You go, did the Muslims do something to break away? And he's like, break away from what? It's always been Allah. We know it's Allah. It's just that we're the children of Isaac, they're the children of Ismail, and we're the chosen people. Khalas. This doesn't surprise us to have that position and still hold the position they do, because they rejected Moses, remember, and he like came down, saved them from Egypt, and they still started worshiping the golden calf. So we shouldn't be surprised that even though they recognize that Muhammad ﷺ is a messenger of God for the Arabs, which is what they say, they still were not going to accept him. And I don't think it would be fair to share that and then not share this. Mental in Speaker's Corner.
Mental. Have you seen?
Mental. I swear, it's like the local mental hospital has a day trip every Sunday, and the coach piles up, and Hatun gets on it, and Acid gets on it, and Captain Bloodfire gets on it, and Kay gets on it, and Soko gets on it, and they bring it to Hyde Park, and they all pile off. They spend the day at Speaker's Corner, go for a meal later, and then it's back to the hospital because they're all mental. Yeah, I agree. Okay, just a quick one. Right. I did a video yesterday about likening the Christians and Speaker's Corner to mental patients on a day out. Okay. You supporters of these guys are not helping them. Yeah. You're encouraging the mental illness. You're saying, well done, you won the debate, well done, Hamza was smoked. The problem you've got is you don't even understand the argument being presented. You don't even, that means you don't even recognize how miserable the Christian I'm talking to failed. All you saw was a Christian ranting, producing rhetoric, and because they're a Christian, you blindly applaud it and think they did something. You're encouraging their mental illness, and it needs to stop. And that was that. So that was another arena. Just before I go, I'm going to put the link up if you want to become a Hamza hero. I'm going to do the video, I promise you. I need to do this before the end of the month, but anyway, so this is what we're doing. If someone can put the link in the chat so I can pin it. So basically, I've created a new tier on my Patreon called Hamza's Heroes. We're looking for 500 heroes. So far, I think we've got 41. So we just need another 459 spaces left. Once I do the video, it should fly, but I'm still getting the opportunity. So basically, this tier of patron will give you a few exclusive things. I don't think we've passed 100 heroes. I think that's a combination of the other stuff. So basically, this is you'll get like early access to new content. There'll be Hamza's Hero live streams only. There will be opportunity for you to influence the direction of what I'm doing, what guests you might want to see, this type of thing. There will be, once I bring up the merchandise for Hamza's Den, Hamza's Heroes will get like a 10% discount or something like that on any of the merchandise. And at the same time, alhamdulillah, the sisters and the brothers, but the sisters mainly will have access to my scarves online. So this is some of the perks of being a Hamza Hero. It's not a charity thing. Of course, there's a reward in it because obviously the benefits of what we do here in the channel is there for all to see. But at the same time, it's like a service I'm going to be providing. So inshallah, that opportunity is there. I think the link is there's 459 spaces left. It will be capped at 500. That's something that will happen. Like I said, I need to do the video before the end of the month, so it's all ready to launch. So let me pin the link. I'll leave it up there for now. If anyone's got any questions about that, I suppose you can jump on. I think. Oh no, I don't mean to do that to me. So this is, like I say, this is an opportunity for you to really support what I do, because a lot of people, they really appreciate what I do and they want to help, but they don't know how to do so. So they, is it super chats? Is it this? Well, super chats, YouTube take like 50-60% of the money. So although it's nice to see it and put your message on screen, if it's a way for supporting the channel, it's not something to do. But this way is consistent, and this will help me push on with what I want to do. It's going to free me up from having to be in my shop every day, and at the same time, it's get the merchandise going, and start the research on my books, and do some extra stuff. So, like I said, this is an opportunity for you to be part of what I do, to share in the reward of what I do, to benefit from some of the exclusive things that you'll receive, inshallah. So, yeah, I think it's plus VAT because it's a service that I'm providing. So, alhamdulillah, if you want to become a Hamza hero, now is the opportunity, because once I do the video, once I put it on the community page, once I put it on Twitter, those 500 spaces will fill up very quickly. And once it reaches 500, it'll be limited, and you will miss out, unfortunately. There will be a waiting list created for anyone who drops out or whatever, but that's something else. I think that's it. I'm a hero, you're a hero, all heroes, all. Alhamdulillah, rahim. Question: do Muslims try to keep the Jewish law of the Old Testament? We don't really. We follow the new Sharia of the Quran and the Sunnah. Command and Conquer Generals gaming streams. I'll die for the cause. Really, really good. Who's this? How did? Oh, great warm up was funny. Yeah, the warm up was funny. I enjoyed it. Oh man, Monza Mia. Like I said, I think I did him a favor, treated him as an equal. So again, this is the Hamza Hero Flex if you want to get on it. There's two patron flexes. There's one just being a supporter, but there's being a hero. My advice, you're not going to spend a better £10 each month than being part of that clan, part of that group. Inshallah. I wasn't really into Valheim. But you'll have my ear, you see. There's like a WhatsApp kind of messenger thing on the Patreon as well, which we'll have access to. And I'll do polls as to what kind of guests you want to see coming on, what kind of topics you want me to address. You'll be part of what Hamza's Den is and what Hamza's Den will become and what I can accomplish. Because I did think about getting sponsored by some rich Arabs who could afford to sponsor what I do, to facilitate me to do more of what I do. Then I thought about it and I thought, well, if I do that, then I'm going to be kind of at the behest of those guys, because if I don't fulfill maybe their agenda or their ideas, then they might cut off the sponsorship and whatever. So I thought, you know what, much better to have my people, small amount, £10 a month, who've been with me, who like what I do. There are people that don't like what I do. There are people that think I'm too harsh, to this, to that, which is fair, which is fine. Mashallah, we've got 364,000 subscribers. I'm going to say 75% of them don't like me, potentially. They could be trolls or whatever. I get that. But that leaves 25%. And what's 25% of 364,000? So 10% is 36, 72, and then half of that is 16. So 88,000 could well like me. 88,000 could well like me. And then let's say 3/4 of those are children, young, haven't got access. So that's 25% of 88,000, 16,000, 20,000. So they've got 20,000 people left over. Now, maybe 75% of those people come from part of the world where the money's not good or anything like that. The currency is really low and they struggle, whatever. So we've got 20,000. And so we take 25% of that, which is 5,000. And then we've got 5,000 people who could well support me. And just looking for 500. So if you keep deducting, no, I think we go down to that. So basically, we've got rid of all the trolls, 75% of the 364,000. Then we got rid of the people who may be young and maybe not to afford it. Then we've got rid of all the people who may be in a part of the world that the currency couldn't warrant it, and we're down to 5,000. And all we're asking is 10%, 10% of that. So of the 5,000 people who are in a position to support the channel and whatever, out of all those people, there's 5,000 left over. And all we're saying is 10% of you guys. Yeah. And I can't wait. I can't wait. You know why I can't wait? Because of what it's going to force me to do. Because, you know, many people don't realize this when I say this. I'm... you know, I think you made a video about me. Was it God Logic? Hamza's career is over or something ridiculous. Okay, this is not my career yet. Right now, this is a hobby. I'll be honest with you. I've not even took it seriously, realistically. I haven't. I intend to. And I believe if I have 500 people who are supporting me, expecting of me, then it's going to give me the kick up the ass that is required. So for example, let's say 500 people sign up for Hamza's Heroes. The first money that comes in, I'll set up Hamza's Den merchandise, which will go towards supporting the channel in itself, in its own right. Do you get me? So subhanallah, that will be it. And it's all about facilitating my time, because, you know, I'm 50 now. My legacy is to write 3 books, one to destroy the atheists about DNA, one to destroy the Christians with regards to the Book of Paul, and one to change the dawah worldwide, the book about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. 500 people is 13% of 1% of the subscribers. Yeah, so this is what I want to be my legacy. This is what I want to leave behind. So this is an opportunity to support me if you want to. It's £10 a month. Was it a cup of coffee a week? No way, I'm 50. I'm 50. I'm 51 this year. Ooh, I've gone halfway. If I'm going to live to 100, I'm not going to live to 100. I reckon I'll live, inshallah, if I don't, anything bad happen to me, old age and all that, maybe 75, 80. I reckon I've got half again to go. So I reckon I've got another 25 years if I don't have any accidents or anything, heart attacks or anything. I reckon I'll sneak to 75, inshallah. Although my mum's died when she was 70. Oh yeah, she was 75. My father now is about 75. So we'll see. Depends on the coffee. That's very true. Alhamdulillah, Nicholas. Jazakallah khair. I will give you a get a full online. I'm going to make a video explaining all about Hamza's Hero and the way to become it. And I personally believe once I do that, then subhanallah, those spaces are going to fill up very, very quickly. You guys are kind of getting early access at the moment. Mashallah. Thanks a lot, Nick, for becoming part of what I do. Dang, he did the math to see the most he can get. Not really. I got the inspiration from Sapiens. They did something in Ramadan. They got 2,000 defenders, they called it. 2,000 defenders, mashallah. And I was like, wow, if they can get 2,000 defenders, I'm pretty sure I can get 500, inshallah. And like I say, you sisters should get excited because you'll have access to my scars online, and that's not to be sniffed at. What does the analytics say about my audience? What do you want to know? Let's have a look. What do you want to know about my audience? Analytics. Which country do you think is the most popular? The last 28 days, this is. Audience. Okay. Okay, so half the people who watch my stuff is subscribed, and just under half are not. So United Kingdom is my top demographic of 22%. Then the United States is 14.5%. Then Malaysia is 5.3%. Then India is 4.9%. And then Canada is 4.2%. Then Germany, 3.2%. Pakistan, Australia, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Bangladesh, UAE. Where's my Qataris, man? Qatar, 0.5% in the last 28 days. What's going on with Qatars? Israel, 0.4%. Israel only 0.1% behind. Who's the lowest? Who's my lowest reach? Romania and Bahrain, and Lebanon and Somalia. Okay, so that's my viewer age. Okay, viewer age 13 to 17-year-olds, 1.7%. 21.5%, 18 to 24. 32% is 25 to 34. So that's my main age group, 25 to 34. Then 21%, 35 to 44. Then my Gen X is at 11.9%. Then the older guys, 6.2%. And then 65 plus 4%. Okay. Cities. London Town. London Town is top. Then Kuala Lumpur. Then Birmingham. Then Singapore. Then Sydney, New York, Dhaka, Riyadh, Toronto, Karachi, Melbourne, Dubai, Lahore, Jeddah. But mashallah, really reaching across gender. So 10.4% female viewers and 89.2% are. But most of these are coming through the shorts, I think. No, Manchester. No, I don't know why. Yeah, that Rob Sentinel. You know, if you took 1 point at a time and we could dissect it, but it just became ridiculous. Yorkshire. Let's have a look. Geography. Cities. Where does Yorkshire come into it? Manchester, Cape Town, Bangalore, Abu Dhabi, Hyderabad, Amman, Mumbai, Istanbul, Paris, Montreal, Amsterdam, Lagos, Dublin, LA, Chicago, Leeds. Leeds is right down there with Rotterdam and Islamabad. They're all 2% anyway. Casablanca, Liverpool, Doha, Dammam, Berlin, Stockholm, Houston, Perth. But look at the reach, subhanallah, people from around the world. Leicester's bottom. Have I upset the Darul Uloom or something? So it's interesting, mashallah. Yeah, mashallah, all over the world people are watching. It's amazing. And you recognize it when I travel. I can all boost my fans by getting a cat. I don't take responsible for other living creatures apart from my daughters. They're enough. All right, guys. I think we'll call it a day there. Oh, mashallah, we just got another hero. So that's 2 more today. Alhamdulillah. We'll get there. And like I say, if you've not got in when the opportunity was there. Because as soon as I put this out, it's gone. Okay. I will call it that. Right, when will I be here next? I'm going to Speaker's Corner on Sunday, so there'll be no chill. So the next time you should see me now will be Monday sharp, I believe. And then Risk. Oh, Risk was annoying on Monday, though, I'll be honest with you. Anyway, yeah, so the next time I'll see you guys, it'll be Monday Shop Live. Watch along. I would watch along, Gabriel. The problem is I always seem to be behind, and people are saying in the chat what's happening, and I've not even seen what's happening at that point. Goal! And then I'm like watching, and then 10 seconds later there's a goal, and I hate it. I'd rather just chill out, lie down, put the football on, pull the TV up to me, get my cup of tea, and just watch it without having to interact and stuff. Shut up, Gabriel. So it's going to be interesting. Honestly, it's horrible, isn't it? People are telling you what's happening, and then people start blagging that they realize you're behind, so they can say stuff then that may not happen. So I decided I ain't going to do that no more. Okay, Luna, I don't know if you're apologizing for something. Let me explain how it works here, just so you understand. It's very, very simple. And even for our mate, what was the geezer's name, who got really upset with me, sent me a massive email. Bloody hell. You know that other guy, what was he called? Storm. It sent me an email, it was like, I'll make it easy. If I remove you from the chat, there's a reason why I've done it. There's a reason why I've done it. And once I've done it, and you come back stage again, and I remove you, and then you just come back again, and I remove you, and you just come back again, and I remove you again, and you come back after that, then I'll block you from backstage, so you won't be able to come backstage. Okay. If you feel there's injustice has been done to you, then you can put it in the chat before that happens. But you know, this guy, he was smoking on the screen. I don't know if he was blazing or what it was. When he first came on, he said salam. So I'm assuming he's a Muslim. You know, I get agitated because Muslims do this. So I tried to ask, are you Muslim? Didn't respond. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he just salam, I know. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the boy who cried wolf and all that, it's just simple. If you know, Muslims should take responsibility for this, not me. You know, it's a screen for non-Muslims. Don't come on if you're a Muslim. If you're not a Muslim, no need to say salam. Just come on and say hello. Salam doesn't mean hello. All right. So you no need to do it. Okay. Now, what Storm will have to do now is make a new account. He can come back and no problem. See, Luna, I blame you because you did exactly the same thing. If I remove you from the back chat, there's a reason why I'm doing it. And you keep coming and ignoring me, then I'll just get rid. You know, I feel really bad about that Storm guy because he's non-Muslim. He shares my videos with people. He's been a really big fan. He supported it, and man, you know what I mean? It's like, and then sends me this big long email. I need to have some respect. Oh yeah, you're talking about Luna then. Well, there's just one geezer here. 1 second. Let me just see what this guy wants before we go. We might have one final guest who's trying to pick on the lonely lion. Make sure he's not bringing anything dodgy to the table. Yes, mate.
Am I on?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, is this? Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I came earlier. You remember me?
No.
Okay. All right then. I was trying to speak to you.
About what?
Well, you were having a conversation earlier.
Oh, you're that geezer from Finland with that crazy question.
Okay. So you're gonna ban me now?
I'm gonna remove you now.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Fucking egotistic maniac. Fake ass.
Oh, I didn't even do anything. He removed himself. But you know that parting shot, yeah, egotistic maniac. What was it? Fake ass? Did he say? It says it all. It says it all. And the thing is, he comes on with ex-Muslim as his like name. Okay, Luna. I didn't even kick him. I just couldn't be bothered with his question. His question was just so philosophically, mind-numbingly boring. It was just like, I just can't. No, he came in the warm-up with some crazy question about. I mean, John made a good point. He said, because I was listening to that robotic voice of that. Everyone sounded weird. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it wasn't you, Justin, the Finnish guy. Oh, you like that? You mean that one? Yeah, you know. Yeah, you were the one with that monotonous question, weren't you? Oh, 1 second, he's back. He's back. 1 second. Let's see what he wants now. Yes, mate.
Yeah, I apologize for being rude, man. All right.
No worries, mate. What was your question anyway?
Well, earlier I asked you. I typed it in the chat. I asked my question earlier, and I was waiting 1 hour, literally in the backstage, and you wouldn't let me on. So 1 hour
No.
just kept me waiting for 60 minutes. If you look at the chat, 7:43 p.m., 7:38, like literally waited 1 hour just to be in the backstage, and then when you kicked the Christian off,
Okay, so did you leave the backstage or did you come on?
well, I left. I got pissed off and I left because you just kept me in
So
the
you,
backstage.
so
You
one
wondered
second,
why I was upset because I literally
you
waited
left
in the backstage for an hour.
and then left.
And I'm not a Christian. I'm literally from Muslim background. You could ask me anything Islam, I'll tell you.
Okay, so you left and you're upset with me.
No, because I waited 1 hour in the backstage.
And then left.
I left, but then I came back later, and then still you just kept going on.
Right, so you left and then you came back and
After
then you
an
left
hour.
again. And then you
After an
left
hour.
again. All right, so you
After an
came
hour.
back and you came back and then you left again. And then you left again. So he waited an hour. So I'm trying to understand what he's so upset about. So he came backstage, he left after an hour, so he's gone. Then he came back, and obviously you don't jump the queue when you come back. So he waited again, then left again. And he's come here to ask for me to ask him questions about Islam. It's like, can't make this stuff up, man. I used to be a Muslim, and you can ask me any question about Islam. Everybody in the chat knows the question I would ask you about Islam. I'm guaranteed the reason you left Islam was just as emotional. What was her name? It's true, Gabriel. I don't know, he put ex-Muslim as his name as if it's like, we need to speak to this guy. We was having conversations with people. You know, we have to give people opportunity. I was intrigued by Rob Sentinel or whatever. You know, I like the fact that he'd thought out his arguments and such. And you could see he knew when I, for example, spoke about talking donkeys, he had a pigeonholed answer. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Why was my question mind-numbing? It's a reasonable question to ask. Okay, Justin, type your question in the chat. Let's let the chat decide whether it's a reasonable question. The question is so mind-numbing. Nora Alex says, Hamza, you were made for dawah. Is your calling? Don't shrink back, go harder. I don't shrink back. I really, really don't. I think maybe my, I've said this before, you know, about this Gen X thing, but I think my Gen X thing is kind of part of my makeup. And I don't think other generations kind of get us Gen X. Any of your families become Muslim? They haven't. Yes, Tachikoma, the guy who believes the scripture that it states the donkey actually spoke. I mean, does it get any clearer? Let's read it. Let's read the story together. Father Brown will read the story of Balaam and the talking donkey. Everybody open your Bible to Numbers 22. Should we start from the beginning or something like that? Okay, let's read it. Let's read it all. Numbers 22, Balak summons Balaam. Then the Israelites traveled to the plains of Moab and camped along the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw that all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was terrified because there were so many people. Indeed, Moab was filled with dread because of the Israelites. The Moabites said to the elders of Midian, "This horde is going to lick up everything around us, as an ox licks up the grass on the field." So Balak, son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at that time, sent messengers to summon Balaam, son of Behor, who was at Pethor near the Euphrates River. In his native land, Balak said, "A people have come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the land and they are settled next to me. Now come and put a curse on these people, because they are too powerful for me. Perhaps then I will be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land. For I know that whoever blessed is blessed, and whoever you curse is cursed." The elders of Moab and Midian left, taking them with fee for divination. When they came to Balaam, they told him what Balak had said. "Spend the night here," Balaam said to them, "and I will report back to you with the answer the Lord gives me." So the Moabite officials stayed with him. God came to Balaam and asked, "Who are these men with you?" Balaam said to God, "Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent me this message. A people that has come out of Egypt covers the face of the land, and now come and put a curse on them for me. Perhaps then I will be able to fight them and drive them away." But God said to Balaam, "Do not go with them. You must not put a curse on these people, because they are blessed." The next morning, Balaam got up and said to Balak's officials, "Go back to your own country, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you." So the Moabite officials returned to Balak and said, "Balaam refused to come with us." Then Balak sent other officials more numerous and more distinguished than the first. They came to Balaam and said, "This is what Balak, son of Zippor, says. Do not let anything keep you from coming to me, because I will reward you handsomely and do whatever you say. Come and put a curse on these people for me." But Balaam answered, "Even if Balak gave me all the silver and gold in his palace, I could not do anything great or small to go beyond the command of the Lord for my God. Now spend the night here so that I can find out what else the Lord will tell me. That night God came to Balaam and said, since these men have come to summon you, go with them, but do only what I tell you. Balaam got up in the morning, saddled with his donkey, and went with the Moabite officials. But God was very angry when he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him. Balaam was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, it turned off the road into a field. Balaam beat it to get it back on the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path through the vineyards, with walls on both sides. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it pressed close to the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against it. So he beat the donkey again. Then the angel of the Lord moved on ahead and stood in a narrow path where there was no room to turn, either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it lay down under Balaam, and he was angry and beat it with his staff. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and it said to Balaam, what have I done to make you beat me these 3 times? Balaam answered the donkey, you have made, if only I had a sword in my hand, I will kill you right now. The donkey said to Balaam, am I not your own donkey, which you have always ridden to this day? Have I been in the habit of doing this to you? No, he said. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn. So he bowed low and fell face down. The angel of the Lord asked him, why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? I have come here to oppose you because your path is a reckless one before me. The donkey saw and turned away from these 3 times. If it had not turned away, I certainly would have killed you by now, but I would have spared it. Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned. Did not I realize you were standing in the road to oppose me? Now, if you are displeased, I will go back. The angel of the Lord said to Balaam, go with the men, but speak only what I tell you. So Balaam went with the Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite town on the Aram border at the edge of the territory. Balak said to Balaam, did I not send you an urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really not able to reward you? Well, I have come to you now, Balaam replied, but I can't give whatever I please. I must speak only what God puts in my mouth. Then Balaam went with Balak to Kiriath-Huthok. Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep and gave some to Balaam and the officials who were with him. The next morning, Balak took Balaam up to the Behemoth Baal, and from there he could see the outskirts of the Israelite camp. Okay, so 2 questions I have about all of that. First question, right? The God said to Balaam, since these men have come to you to summon you, go with them. So he got up in the morning to go with them. But God was angry when he went. I don't understand. So God says, go on then. They've come all this way. They've come all this way. Go with them. So Balaam's like, it must be thinking, wait a minute, you said not to go with them. Now you're telling me to go with them? Okay. So in the morning, Balaam gets his donkey, puts the saddle on it and whatever, starts to leave. And God is angry with him that he's gone. But you just told me to go, mate. This is why the stories in the Old Testament make no sense. Why would he be angry? Why is God angry with him? He's done exactly what he's told him to do. Go with them. And are you telling me that that donkey isn't talking? Are you telling me that donkey isn't saying to him, oh, why are you beating me? Why are you hitting me? Have I ever done this before, mate? There must be a reason. Are you telling me that is not a talking donkey? Seriously? You're telling me this is some kind of flipping Dr. Doolittle thing? So the donkey turns around and goes, Oh, really? Dr. Flippin' Doolittle. Eh? Dr. Doolittle, he's hearing, anyone else would hear a braying donkey, but Balaam's like, oh, really? What else, donkey? Ah, okay. There's an angel in your way. Come on. It's a flipping talking donkey. It's supposed to be a miracle. That's ridiculous. And that's why I can't take the Bible seriously. Oh, 1 minute. Our ex-Muslim's back again. 1 minute. I don't know if this is more insults or apology. I'm not sure. Yeah, mate.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's going on?
What do you mean? What's going on?
Nothing. So my question to you is, why are the Muslims always putting other Muslim people down? You know, why are they always disrespectful towards
I don't
other
know.
Muslims?
I don't know who you're talking about.
This generally, you know, I'm not talking about in the like in countries that are poor, but I'm just talking in general in society. I see that, you know, there's always Muslims, you know, arguing and fighting with each other. You know, why is
Yeah,
that?
I don't recognize what you're saying.
So if you look, if you see, like, for example, you see, you know, you see the Jewish people, right? They're
The Jewish
united.
people.
I'll explain. Let me elaborate. If you look at Jewish people, they're united. They look out for each other.
Are you
But
sure?
when it comes to Muslims, they're always arguing, fighting each other, debating each other, and that's how the Muslim community is. I'm just letting you know what it is. So if you think I'm a fake ex-Muslim, I'm gonna recite Surah Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Say it in English.
In Fajr.
Say it in English.
The translation?
Mm.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I didn't memorize the English, but I can tell you in Fajr, Zohar prayer, Asr prayer, Maghrib prayer, Isha prayer.
So when
how
you
many fards there's, how many there's sunnahs there. So I'm not a fake
but you don't know
ex-Muslim,
what you.
dude.
So when you
I'm
read
not
the
a fake
Quran.
ex-Muslim, dude. I'm telling you right now, man.
Okay. When did I say you were a
I get
fake
into a lot of
ex-Muslim?
fights with Muslims. I'm telling you, these Muslim people are nuts, man.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about people in Palestine or something. I'm talking about it right there in UK.
When did I say you were a fake ex-Muslim?
I'm just letting you know, man.
No, when did I
Not
say
everyone
you
is
were
a
a fake
fake ex-Muslim.
ex-Muslim?
Not everyone's getting paid by the Jews or the Zionists,
When
man.
did I say
I'm not
you were
on
a
Jewish
fake
payroll,
ex-Muslim?
dude.
When
I'm
did
just
I
letting you
say
know,
you
man.
were?
I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't bash Islam,
When
man.
did I say you were a fake ex-Muslim? He left again. See, this is the problem. It's so emotional. Why do Muslims argue? Human beings, Bani Adam. The Jews are united. Not really. I believe we can learn from the Jews, to be honest with you. The fact that their older people support their youth and such. I get that. I like that. I like that amongst the Jews. There's something we could learn from them. But wow, you're so emotional, mate. I'm not surprised you get into fights with Muslims. You're like someone who's like a vegan, and you know, let's say, you know, I've got a friend called Peter, and Peter's a vegan, and I introduce him to say, hey Suleiman, this is Peter, and Peter goes up, yes, hello, I'm a vegan. It's like nobody cares. I never made the claim you were a fake ex-Muslim. I don't think I've ever made that claim, and I personally, and you know, and I hope, if you know, I know people in the chat do this, and I know other da'is do this, but I hate it when people say to a ex-Muslim, recite Fatiha. I hate it. How many surahs in this and how many rakats in wudu? I hate it. It doesn't demonstrate anything. It really don't. Because if I was a Christian, If I was a Christian, I would learn Surah Fatiha. If I was going to trick people, if I was going to trick Muslims, say I was an ex-Muslim, I would learn Fatiha. I would learn all the surahs, I would learn all the different prayers and the amount of rakahs and everything. I would have a basic understanding. Yeah. And the amazing thing was, he recited Surah Fatiha. And then I said, okay, now can you say it in English? And he goes, you want me to translate it in English? I said, yeah. He goes, sure. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful. I was like, yeah, okay. and then it stopped. So which tells me you don't really know what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? So I believe he's an ex-Muslim. I believe he has mental issues, to be honest with you. I believe very emotional, and someone's made him angry and upset about something. I don't know what. It's certainly not me, because first thing, I would never call you a fake ex-Muslim on the Zionist payroll and Jewish payroll. I am not surprised, realistically. When people tell me people leave Islam, it doesn't surprise me. It's not something that's like, oh, what? People leave Islam? Is Islam really true because people are leaving Islam? No. Islam is pure. Islam's teachings are tough. It's restrictive. It goes against your hedonism. So when someone says they left Islam, I know it's for an emotional reason. I know it's for something they want to do. They think they're missing out on. I know this. Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me. And don't forget as well, they're taught Islam as a religion of misogyny and intolerance and all of these things. So you shouldn't be surprised if Muslims leave Islam. You should be expecting them to leave Islam if Islam is what you think it is that. But what you shouldn't expect is people like myself, like John, like Firdaus, like Joe who came on, like Nicholas is in the chat, to come to Islam, to join this religion of hate, intolerance, misogyny, to join this religion of restriction, prohibition. That's the strange thing. That's the phenomena that you should be like, whoa, why are they doing this? That's the thing that should be questioned. Why are they leaving the religion of Jesus died for your sins and becoming Muslims? Why are they leaving this worldview where they're not accountable for their actions and they can eat, drink, and be merry and YOLO? Why are they becoming Muslims? Now, that's the question. That's the question. That's the thing. That's the phenomena that should be, whoa, well, what's going on here? Not leaving Islam. Leaving Islam is easy. Yeah, too pure for you. You'll make up an excuse. You'll leave. Yeah. Imam shouted at you at the mosque, maybe. I don't know. You got married, forced to marry some cousin you didn't want to marry. I get it. I understand it. So when I come across ex-Muslims, I'm always asking that question, why did you leave Islam? And, you get like 15-year-olds they've left Islam at the age of 15 and stuff, where they've just come out playing from the Power Rangers, and next thing you know, they're making a decision on their worldview and future and such. So leaving Islam you will never ever see me, initially anyway, mock an ex-Muslim. Because I know there's some emotional thing going on in their life that's brought them to that position. It's not something intelligent. It's not something rational. It's not something reasonable. It's not something logical. It's something emotional. There's something gone emotionally. And I want to know what it is. I want to try to understand it. You know what I mean? And I get it why people do leave Islam. I understand it. I do. Because if I thought Islam was what they think Islam is, I would probably hate it myself. But it's not, so I don't. Standard. Do you know what I mean? And why would you be here? You left Islam. Why are you here? Get on with your life. I don't know why he was so triggered. I don't know. I know Nicholas Miller's here. So I don't get emotional about the thing. So I don't know which conversations you've been in where Muslims have said you're fake and this and that. I know. I get it. I can imagine the conversations you've been in. But I don't do that. So I kind of take it as an insult when you come here and act like I've done that when I've not done that. I agree with you, HK. He was upset with Muslims. What is that Muslim's ex name? I don't know. H. What the hell's that? I don't know any Muslim that has left Islam, and I have never heard of any Muslim talk. That's rubbish. Yeah, I've heard of Muslims leaving Islam, and I've heard of Muslims talking bad about Muslims. No, the thing is, you see, Islam leaves them. That's the difference. They don't leave Islam. They can't leave Islam. They're fitras trying to hold on to it, but Islam's left them, and that's the thing, and that's why they obsess, because Islam has left them. That is sad existence when Islam leaves you, but you're still attached in some way. Oh, it's Justin asked his question. Let's put his question up. Where's Justin's question? Where's his question? I like his question. Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, what happened now? What have I done now? Oh, you're such a snowflake, TikTok. My live access has been suspended on TikTok. Proper snowflake, honestly. Forget TikTok on the bloody proper snowflakey man. Where did Justin's question? Maybe Malafi's question. Did he ask it in that kind of monotonous manner? Anyone? Anyone? I'll tell you how I feel when I when I hear Justin's question. Where's your question, Justin? Man, come on, where you hit it? Where's it gone? Did you ask that question, that monotonous question about ontologically and all this business? Did you ask it? Come on, please. I need to put it on the screen. I need to share a video. Where's your monotonous question, Justin? Don't be a stranger. You asked another question, but I want that one question, that monotonous question. What's so good about Islam, Hamza? The part where you believe in multiple uncreated attributes that are distinct from the essence of Allah, you polytheist, and you don't know it. If you don't know if know it. Yeah, so that was his kind of question, and this is what all I heard. This was all I heard. 1 second, let me find it. This is all I heard. There's no way can I get this particular arena monetized. Because of all the. This is what I heard. You ready, guys? If you watch my shop lives, you know what's coming. But this is what I heard. Maybe it's me.
1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the the Great Depression, passed the the tariff bill, the Hawley-Smoot Tariff Act, which raised or lowered raised tariffs in an effort to collect more revenue for the federal government. Did it work? Anyone know the effects? It did not work, and the United States sank deeper into the Great Depression. Today, we have a similar debate over this. Anyone know what this is, class? Anyone? Anyone seen this before? The Laffer curve. Anyone know what this says? It says that at this point on the revenue curve, you will get exactly the same amount of revenue as at this point. This is very controversial. Does anyone know what Vice President Bush called this in 1980? Anyone? Something DOO economics, voodoo economics.
That's all I hear. That's all I hear. Our mate's back. We'll try for a fourth time.
Yeah, I just want to say sorry about earlier, man. All right, I didn't mean to be rude or disrespectful to you, so I
Okay.
apologize. All right, take care, man.
You're welcome. Take care. Thank you. Yeah, this is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Do you have a question, Claire Smith, knocking about in our comment section? Have we stayed on an hour since the other gladiators left? Oh, no Daisy for me. Maybe a little bit. We'll see. Look at the Mutazilites. They come up with this argument, not me. Yeah, see, this is why I don't go into these things, Justin. I really, really don't. I don't go into this deep into the schools of Aqidah, Flex. It's just not my thing. Aaron Kara. What do you want to speak about, Aaron? Go on. We're here. We're here. We're here. We'll just continue. The lonely old lion plodding along. You know, all alone. No one to help. No one to defend me. However can I cope? I don't know if Justin's legit or not. The question just, I don't know, just bores me. I don't mind if someone's telling me the position I'm holding is incorrect. Claire Smith, let's have a chat. I see you've been in the comment section. Why don't you just come and have a quick chat and just tell us your thoughts? Aaron's question is, does Allah's spirit go through Jibreel like it says, or is Jibreel the spirit that went into Mary? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jump on the chat, Claire. We can have a chat. Jump on the screen. You can hide your camera. You don't need to put your camera on. Let's hear you, Claire. Let's hear you. Let's voice reveal you. Yeah, the lonely lion is all alone. You're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to join. Okay. Ozcan. Yes, mate. Yeah. Okay. That didn't work. The link. I've just put the link on. Take care, Layla. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. My question is, though, if Thou Wise would have continued, would you have been here? Still got scrutiny on that. Not quite sure you're all in at the moment. We shall see. I know I've got no competition. Muslim Lantern's on. Forget Hamza's dead. I get that. Yeah, don't pick on Claire. Claire's fine. Don't worry. I don't mind. It's not a problem. She's asking fair, legit questions. Ozcan. There's a problem with your mic, mate. Yeah, there's a problem with your mic. I don't know, it's probably your mic, or if you're trying to play something. I don't know what you're trying to do. Are there any original text remaining of the Injil, Zabur, or Gospel? I don't know. I don't believe so. Because if I said yes, then it'd be where are they? I don't know. We'll try Ozcan for a third time. I think he's driving though, because it looks like he's in a wagon. I don't know what you're doing. No idea what you're doing, mate. But whatever you're doing, it just isn't working. He's communicating through Morse code, something like that. Aaron Kara's here. Yes, mate.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hold on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a question about Quran verse 2191. I have to be a little quiet, unfortunately.
What's that? Sorry.
I have to be a little quiet, unfortunately.
All right.
Yeah, I had a question. Is Allah's spirit, is it mentioned in Quran 2191?
Is Allah's spirit? 21
Yeah.
what?
2191.
21.
Sorry for being quiet. I have to, because if my father hears me, I can't curse, right? Yeah, I have to be quiet.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. And remember the one who guarded her chastity. So we breathed into her through our angel Gabriel, making her and her son a sign for all peoples. Okay, what's your question?
Yeah, what does it mean when it says we breathed into her? Who's breathing and what are they breathing?
Oh, I've no idea.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I got another question.
I'm assuming Allah's breathing, how he's breathing, what he's breathing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's
No.
fine. That's fine. Do you think women are treated well in Islam, in your opinion?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely.
Oh, 100%.
Is that why in Sahih al-Bukhari 304, Muhammad says most people in hell are women? What do you think about that?
Well, why are they in hell?
I don't know.
Well, he says it in Bukhari. What are you on about? You don't know?
Yeah, he says that they're ungrateful or something like that, right?
Okay, are women ungrateful?
Not enough to be deserving to go to hell.
Why isn't one? Are you a Christian?
Yeah. Why?
Shouldn't women obey their husbands according to you?
Yeah, not go to hell though.
So they don't have to obey their husbands.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what's the punishment for not obeying the husband? What's the punishment for not obeying the husband? Have you lost connection or something? Has your dad woke up? I think he's lost connection. Yep, I think he lost connection. I think he's lost connection. Unless his dad's woke up. And he's had to like pretend he's sleeping. Was that you, son? That's you, innit? That's you, Aaron. Come on, man. We know it. Daddy's awake. Yeah, Daddy was awake. Daddy woke up. Do you want to jump on, Claire? Don't know what happened. Oh, he's back. And I think he lost connection. I don't think people run from this very simple question. You right, mate?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Did you take about to sleep?
No. I heard what you were saying, though. It would be a disaster if you did hear this.
Why would it be a disaster?
He'd fucking beat my ass, dude. What are you talking about?
Why?
He'd beat my ass.
Why?
Because you can't leave Islam, bro. You know how it goes.
Oh, see, are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, you're an ex-Muslim. Oh, you're undercover. You're like in the closet.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Why'd you leave Islam?
It's garbage.
Why'd you leave Islam?
It's garbage.
What's your intellectual justification to leave Islam and not believe it's true?
I don't think anybody should follow. Dude, I don't know if I'm being loud.
You're not answering the question. Why not answer the question?
Yeah, I'm answering it. I don't think anybody should. I don't think anybody.
What's my question? What's my question?
What is my logical reasoning for leaving?
Yes, what is it?
I don't think anybody should follow Muhammad.
That's just your emotional opinion. What's your logical reason?
Is that not enough?
No, that's emotional. What's your logical reason for not believing Islam is true?
Okay. Isn't most of the Quran abrogated?
Okay. What's your logical reason for leaving Islam?
That the stuff in the Quran, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. What's your logical reason for leaving Islam?
That is my logical reason.
I'll make it easy. Okay, I'll make it easy for you. Do you believe the Prophet ﷺ was lying, crazy, or deceived?
He got deceived by Satan. It's clear. It's in Al-Bukhari 3.
You believe he got deceived by Satan?
Big time, yeah.
So you believe
Al-Qurtubi agrees with me too.
So you believe Satan exists? So you believe Satan exists?
Of course, yeah.
Have you become a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this deception. Why would Satan deceive Muhammad?
Because he spread hate and evil. Isn't that the whole point of Satan? To hate humans?
He spread hate.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Islamic world, bro. It's a dump.
Oh, okay. Have you been to Qatar?
No.
Is it a dump?
Yeah, it's a dump. I wouldn't live there.
You've not been there?
No.
How do you know it's a dump?
I wouldn't live in any Islamic world.
I'm not interested in your emotion. I told you.
What are you expecting me to say, man?
Okay, well, here's what I expect you to say.
Yeah,
have I been to? My question: have you been to Qatar? No.
No.
How do you know it's a dump? It just is. Okay.
Because the government is Islamic, is it not?
Okay, I'll say it again to you.
There's
have
no
you
freedoms.
been to Qatar?
No.
Right. How do you know it's a dump?
I haven't been to most places in the world. I know Central Africa's a dump.
Have you been to
South
Qatar?
Africa's a dump. I haven't been there.
Have you been to India? Have you been to India?
No, I know it's a dump too. I haven't been to China.
What about Kerala? I've been to Kerala, the Christian place.
Yeah, where have you been, man?
India. Oh, I've traveled the world, mate. Have you been to Kerala?
Cool. Yeah, hold on. You live in the UK, right?
Yes. Have you
What
been
do
to
you think
Kerala?
about the UK?
It's a dump. Have you been to Kerala?
I agree with you. Do I need to go to the UK to know it's a dump?
Well, I would ask you if you.
That's the same argument you're saying.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
You haven't tried heroin.
Where do you live?
You don't know what
Where
it's
do you
like.
live?
Where do you live? Talking about? I live in the
Where
US.
do you live? Where? Which city?
What do you mean where? I'm not giving you my city. I live in Maryland, bro.
right? You live in Maryland, all right?
Yeah.
Could I honestly say Maryland is a dump if I've never been there?
Well, Maryland is a very diverse place, brother.
What could I say? It's a dump if I've never
Yeah,
been to
sure.
somewhere?
Go ahead. I don't care.
How can you have
Baltimore's
an
in
opinion?
Maryland. It's a dump.
How can you have an opinion about a place you've never been to?
Okay, let me ask this question. Do you
No.
think heroin's good?
No, I'll say it again to you. How can you hold an opinion about a place you've never been to?
Because I have general knowledge of the place. I have the internet. I can
All right.
learn things. It's not like I
Right.
have to
So
step
talk
foot
to me.
into the country and live there.
Talk to me about Qatar. Why is Qatar the most safest country in the world? Then explain that to me.
Yeah, because they cut your hand off if you steal. If you do anything bad, they kill you straight up.
Is
No
stealing
jail.
good or is stealing good or bad?
It's not good. No, it's bad.
So prohibit the bad things, yeah.
By a harsh enforcement.
Right, by deterrent.
Just like how Muhammad cut people's hands off for like
okay.
2 dinar or whatever.
So Qatar is a place in the world that is been decided is the safest country in the whole world.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Right, isn't that an awesome place to bring up your family?
Yeah. No.
No? What's your
No.
thoughts on LGBTQ and all that business?
They're chill. What's wrong with it?
You don't mind that?
No, I don't mind them existing, but
Generation
what
Z
about
in the
it?
house.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
So here's the thing you see. It's not healthy for human beings. Is it okay in Christianity to be gay?
No.
Is it okay to be gay according to you?
Should they be killed?
Is it okay to be gay according to you?
No.
It's not okay to be gay.
No.
But you just said it's okay.
No, when did I say
You
that?
just said they're cool.
Yeah, they're chill. What about
So
it?
they're chill to do the things that God says they can't do. Do you
No.
believe that
No.
does God think it being gay is a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a horrible thing.
And do you think being gay is a horrible thing or a good thing?
Yeah, I do.
So how are they chill?
Because I'm not going to do anything about it.
But how are they chill?
What am I going to do? Send them to conversion
How are they
therapy?
chill? How are they
Should
chill?
we kill them? Should we kill them?
Well, no.
Hamza,
Well,
should we
look,
kill them?
look,
How
is it
about we
chill?
line them up and shoot them in the head?
How are you
right?
chill?
Is that the way we do it?
This is
Is that what we should do, Hamza?
This is why I'll say to you again. What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
Whose name?
Whichever girl you wanted to be with that your father wouldn't let you be with. Who is it? What's her name? Come on.
I don't have one right now. Why?
Come on. What's her name? We all know. What is her
Brother,
name?
just go on, man. You're getting way too personal, brother. What is it?
Yeah, we all know. We all know.
Yeah,
But
I
no
know.
intellectual
You don't need to know. What
justification.
is it?
You've demonstrated the level of intellect you have when you make judgments about places you've never been to.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you stand and double down on it.
All right, Uthman, what should we do then? You tell me, brother.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say goodbye.
Okay, yeah.
Oh dear. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And this just demonstrates my whole point that they have no intellectual justification. It's just emotion. It's just emotion. All Islamic countries are dumps. Yeah, have you been to one? Have you been to Qatar? Have you been to Malaysia? Have you been to Abu Dhabi? Have you been to Dubai? Have you been to Sharjah? Have you been to Kuwait? Have you been to these places? It's easy to say a country that's poor, but look at the difference between Pakistan and India. Both in the Indian subcontinent. But my God, I don't know what goes on in India. Sorry for Indians in the chat, but flipping it, man. Some of that street food and I don't know what's going on. Funniest thing I seen the other day was funniest thing I seen the other day was this Indian water park. Have you seen it? The guy explaining it. The problem is he's swearing, but oh my God. Have you seen water? Indians in the chat? Just explain it, please. Just explain it if I can find it. 1 second. Just explain this to me, please. Sorry, Indians, but I actually want you to explain this to me. Just explain it to me. Let's just be honest. How do they go to the toilet? Let's just 1 second. Take a look at that again. Explain to me what's going on. Mum, can we go in the pool? That pool has got to be, oh, it's got to be nasty. Oh dear. Is that China? I don't think it's China. Is it? It might be China. I don't know. Maybe I'm the internet thing was in. Oh, it's Chinese. It's right. It's Chinese. It says Chinese, not India. Oh my God. Sorry, India. The thing I saw was India. That's Chinese. So sorry. My mistake. India off the hook. You're not off the hook for your food though. Yeah, it did say Chinese. Forgive me. The TikTok that I saw wasn't. It said India. I don't know. The TikTok said India. I've seen the street food videos, man. It wouldn't surprise me. Bring up the Ganges. Oh, no. Ah, please, Dawood. You didn't have to go there, man. You didn't have to go there. You didn't have to go there. Right, we're going to try the Ozak again. Ozkan. Yeah, that's just not working. All right. Sorry, mate. Maybe next time. Can Luna go up? I think Luna ended up getting herself banned. Yeah, we're not going to start piling into India now. I was just explaining how there are places in this world that are not Muslim, that are poor. And where there's poor, what does the Prophet Muhammad say? Poverty is next to kufr, is next to disbelief. So, yeah, there are countries that may be Muslim heritage, but, you know, subhanAllah, they're poor. And there are places which are Christian heritage, and they're poor. It always makes me laugh when people try to speak about Muslim countries being dumps when they've not traveled and they're not visited. You know, mashallah, I've been to Morocco, I've been to Dubai, I've been to Oman, I've been to Kuwait, I've been to Qatar, I've been to Malaysia, I've been to Turkey. And subhanAllah, these places are not dumps. They're really not dumps. And, you know, sometimes it's best to like kind of travel and check these places out for yourself. Can you be unbanned? I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it on. You just have to create a new account. Aaron is a Turk. Maybe. I don't know. Sound like an American accent though, but maybe learn English in an American school or something. Okie dokie then. What country would be good for raising children in? Qatar. I recommend Qatar. And it just so happens that I'm a freelance property agent for Qatar. Oh, really, Mohsin? Okay. Qatar's too expensive. Not really. Hamza, do you still watch Hating Yahya? What? I don't even know what you're about. All right, beautiful people. I'm going to go now. We've had an extra hour and 20 minutes from nowhere. So I want to thank my mods, Iram and Layla, for holding down the fort, mashallah, of what is the arena. Do a brilliant job. And Layla, I was only joking about you. Oh, and Tachikoma. Sorry, Tachikoma. I was only joking about you, Dawah-wise, and alhamdulillah, I know you're one of the main mods there, and you recently joined us here, which is really appreciative. And whatever time you can put in is really appreciative, because it's hard to find fully dedicated mods. It's not an easy job, because it does affect. Because I kind of go live a lot, and sometimes it can come as shock. Oh, he's flipping live again. Harun Yahya. Okay. What about Harun Yahya? FA Cup final today. Yes. Come on, United. Oh, yeah. Layla's gone for Fajr. MashaAllah. All right. 1 second. Our ex-Muslim friend is back. Last one now, and then I'm going to go. Yes, mate. Yes, you're muted.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Earlier, man.
Now you're kind of intermittent. No, I can't hear you. I don't know if he's going to say sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
You hear me now?
Now I can hear you. No, I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Is it working now?
Yeah. You asked me is it working when it's working, and then when you go to speak, it's not working.
I'm on my phone, man, so I lose signal. My signal
Okay.
isn't good.
Okay, no problem. Why don't you just say what you're going to say instead of keep asking me, can I hear you?
Hello?
Yes, hello. You're muted. I want to give him a chance to say what he's got to say. I'm intrigued to hear his flex. Do you think he's going to apologize again? Get that sense, get that vibe. I don't know. Yeah, I got tremendous amounts of sabr to a point. Walaikum assalam. I love Palestine. I was going to say, Justin's not a Christian, he's an atheist. That's why he's got his weird question. Let's try him again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I had to refresh the StreamYard because it was a connection issue earlier.
Okay, go on then. No problem.
So I refreshed.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologized earlier, man. I wasn't mad at you personally. I was just mad because about the wait in the backstage. Earlier I told you. So it was nothing personal. That's why I apologize, man. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you.
Okay.
So we're good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Take care, bro. All right.
All right. Yeah, he seems a nice guy. Where's Claire gone? Claire Smith. He loves sniggering. I don't know. I don't really worry. You know, it's like people say, remember me? I'm like, no, I don't. Hamza, I need to come and tell you something really important. I need to apologize because I was waiting while you was talking, bro. No, I'm going now. It's been real. Go back to what I was saying. Thank you, Iram. Thank you, Tachikoma. Thank you, Layla, for being here as mods for the arena streams. It's really appreciative. Like I said, I'm always live, so there's always some modding to be done, and I really appreciate it. You know, some of you got your own lives, you got your families and such, so I appreciate what you can do, and I appreciate you mod on other channels as well, whether it be Dawah-wise, whether it be or Muslim Lantern. Let's be honest, Muslim Lantern, subhanAllah, his streams at another level. 5,000 people watching. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, can I take my Shahada, bro?
Why do you want to take your Shahada, bro? What's changed? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So yeah, so I do appreciate it. I was joking with Layla earlier. I think she might take offense to it. I apologize anyway. I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing. There'll be no Sunday chill. I shall see you guys next time for the shop on Monday, inshallah. Then we've got a risk on Monday night, and then Tuesday shop, inshallah. That'll be that. All right. So I'm going. Been a pleasure. Thanks for staying. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And don't forget, become a Hamza's hero. You'll really, really appreciate it. Here comes the lion.